You mean to say? This guy is only 6'9", 2.06 meters tall. Inside Wake Forest University's exclusive training arena for the Demon Deacons ACC, star point guard Chris Paul, dressed in a loose practice uniform, stared blankly as he voiced his confusion. Beside him, the expressions of the coaching staff, especially assistant coach John Battle and Demon Deacons head coach Carl Manspick, were even more striking. The former was all smiles as if he had just won the lottery, turning into a verbal machine gun in front of general manager Adam Ampuya, who had come to watch the tryout, enthusiastically recounting how he had unearthed this raw interior gem with astonishing athletic gifts in some obscure corner of the campus. The latter looked relatively composed, yet the shock in his eyes and the scene before him, which utterly challenged the experience he had built over 20 years of coaching, compelled Coach Spick to unconsciously draw a cross over his chest. Oh God! He gulped involuntarily, his eyes locked onto the number 3 darting across the court like a creature that could soar and vanish at will. His expression burned with a miser's frenzy, like Grandette from a Balzac novel staring at a sudden heap of treasure before him, terrified that someone might leap out at any moment to snatch it away. On the court, Demon Deacons guard Justin Gray brought the ball into the frontcourt, called for a screen, and after brushing off the defender, sliced easily into the paint. Facing an unguarded rim, he intended to finish with a simple scoop layup. Yet the instant the ball left his hand, a massive shadow capable of completely engulfing his 5'11" frame suddenly swept in from the side, as if it had been lying in wait. Smack! A huge yellow palm large enough to palm and sized basketball with ease swatted the orange ball viciously out of the air. The basketball turned into a fleeting meteor, rocketing out of bounds and dropping neatly into the cluster of cameramen recording the scrimmage on the sideline. The scene left everyone on the sideline utterly dumbfounded, for they had just watched that yellow-skinned monster temporarily wearing Chris Paul's jersey complete an unbelievable block at a height where his head was nearly level with the rim. As soon as he landed from that volleyball-like swat, he wore an expression of utter disdain, raised his index finger, and wagged it arrogantly right in front of the hapless backdrop, Justin Gray. It was the signature celebration of Dikembe Mutombo, the legendary center and 4-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year, then playing for the Chicago Bulls. Arrogant, an almost outrageous level of self-confidence. That was how Chris Paul evaluated Gowda the first time he met him, this friend and teammate with whom he would share a lifelong bond of rivalry and camaraderie. Unlike the era's stereotypical Western image of overseas Chinese as reserved, modest, and unfailingly polite, Gowda, a tall, striking, sunlit young man, had from the outset behaved in ways far beyond their expectations. It was an ordinary yet somehow extraordinary team tryout. The prospect undergoing the tryout was the very same Gowda who had just shattered the Demon Deacon stereotypes about Chinese players, a freshman international student from China. On the sideline, Kerry Visser inbound the ball. A senior and starting forward for the Demon Deacons, he had been one of the team's core players over the past 2 seasons. Explosive and eye-catching, yet plagued by the typical flaw of many American forwards, a somewhat crude offensive skill set. He lofted a high pass toward Chris Ellis. Ellis, the team's starting center, stood only 2.05 meters tall, yet his sturdy base, sharp nose for rebounds, and bruising interior style had secured him the starting 5 spot on this traditional NCAA powerhouse. The other players spaced the floor for him. Ellis caught the ball in the restricted area. There is no defensive 3-second violation in the NCAA, and began to back his man down as the trainer on the sideline started the count. Down low, he moved like a brown bear, pounding and backing in, yet after several heavy bumps, he still could not create space. The seemingly slender Chinese player behind him, half a head taller than he was, did not retreat even half a step. Their teammates watched from the side, eager to see him teach this arrogant Asian giant a hard lesson. Ellis clenched his teeth, forced a spin into a hook shot, and had the ball plucked cleanly from above by Gowda, who had simply raised both arms straight up behind him. Yes, the eyes did not deceive. Without even needing to jump, Gowda simply confiscated Ellis's strained attempt like a volleyball player intercepting a shot from just behind the net. The very real half-head height advantage, coupled with his nearly 2.3-meter wingspan, unlocked a new animation, an effortless standstill grab block. Shit. Ellis was mortified and could only curse the freak in his heart. After the block, Gowda handed the ball to Talon Downey, who had rushed over to receive it, then immediately sprinted to join the offense. What made everyone on the sidelines' eyes light up again was the speed of his involvement in the fast break. From delivering the block in the backcourt to arriving in position as a screener on the other end, he outran most of the Demon Deacons on the floor, including Talon Downey and Justin Gray, who had both started up court before him. What's Gow's 3/4 court sprint time? Coach Spick suddenly turned and asked. The assistants responsible for measuring player data froze on the spot, trading helpless glances. None of them could answer. At that moment, assistant coach Battle, still talking big in front of the general manager, came to their rescue. Sorry, Carlman. Gow just joined the team, and I didn't have them run his physical tests right away. Coach Spick frowned in silence, then turned back to watch the action on the floor. Guard Downey and Gowda ran a high pick and roll. After the screen, Downey burst into the lane, drawing a trap from the 2 wing defenders and leaving the paint utterly vacant. Rolling hard to the rim after the pick, Gowda pointed one finger toward the sky. Downey understood and lofted the ball toward the basket over his head, except the direction seemed wildly off. Damn it, Talon's decision-making and playmaking are always this awful. Hasn't the team given him any passing drills? Watching the ball streak through the air on a trajectory almost impossible to track, Chris Paul could not help but cover his face and grumble inwardly. But then an astonishing scene unfolded. Although Gouda had cut in on the right side of the rim, he leapt at the same time as the ball with no time to change direction. Relying on monstrous core strength, he hung in the air and slid sideways, gliding toward the hoop. As he neared the basket, the ball arced over from the left to exactly where he could reach it, and then, bang! A jaw-dropping alley-oop reverse dunk exploded across the court. The rim groaned under the violent pull, and the thunderclap of the dunk echoed through the gym like a sudden spring storm, leaving this assembly of NCAA elites staring in speechless amazement. Zhangxi. Tomato. No one cared what that Chinese word, which sounded vaguely like tomato, actually meant. In every pair of eyes, there was only the yellow-skinned monster, still hanging from the rim, roaring to vent his emotions. Silence ruled the gym for a full 3 or 4 seconds until Coach Spick's urgent command shattered it. Go shut off every camera on the sideline and confiscate all the tapes. Chris Paul, just as dumbfounded by that one defensive play and one offensive eruption, stared at the beast still bellowing on the rim. In the eyes of this future master of the traditional point guard role, fireworks of intense color burst to life. Only Chris Ellis, who had rushed over just in time to catch the ball dropping through the net, lifted his head. The Chinese player, now back on the floor, stood before him. The wolf-like ferocity in those sharp eyes was so intimidating that Ellis did not dare meet his gaze. In that moment, only Chris Paul's earlier soul-piercing question echoed in his mind. You dare call that 2.06 meters? My name is Wang Da. Gouda, a typical time traveler. As a member of the 21st century's greatest invention, the corporate drone army, aside from enjoying the social dividend of 996, my hobbies were limited to playing ball in my spare time and hitting the internet cafe with friends for some 2K. As a not-Soviet but longtime fan of the Chinese national basketball team, I witnessed its rise from the pinnacle of Asia in the late 20th century, its glory at the 2008 Olympics, and its crushing defeat in Manila in 2013. That was the end of my journey as a Chinese team fan. What? You ask what I did after 2013. Didn't I just say? I became a corporate slave. Kidding aside, if the 2008 Beijing Olympics quarterfinals were the glorious start for Chinese basketball, then after the 2013 Manila Asian Games, it was like a Tyler eating dinner, downhill all the way. After that, Gouda seldom paid attention to the CBA or national team news. He only watched games involving pillars like Yi Jianlian, spending most of his time watching the NBA or European basketball. Anyway, it was all for fun. After work one day, I was drinking and watching a game with colleagues. I drank too much, threw up violently in the restroom, and passed out. When he woke up, Gouda had become a Chinese international student with the same name, studying psychology at Wake Forest University in North Carolina, USA. Of course, the obligatory system that comes with time travel was also present. Speaking of which, the former owner of this body came from a basketball family. His father once played as a power forward, then called a center forward, in a domestic A-League team in the 1990s. His mother was 1.8 tall. Though not in sports, she was very open-minded and silently supported the basketball careers of both father and son. Earlier this year, in March of 2004, through connections from his father, high school graduate Gouda was sent to the small town of Winston-Salem in North Carolina, becoming an international student at Wake Forest University. In truth, the reason behind this choice wasn't hard to understand. His father wanted to balance academics and basketball. If Gouda couldn't make it in professional basketball, returning home with a degree from a prestigious American university would still open doors. So why didn't his father put him through the domestic youth training system? To be honest, according to Gouda's original memories, his father did intend to place his son in domestic basketball youth training from a young age, and indeed did so. But unfortunately, before age 12, the original body was a scrawny kid under 1.7 meters tall and showed no signs of growth, while peers shot up. He didn't seem to be developing at all. His father was so worried he feared some rare medical condition took his son, but all hospital exams came back normal. The worst guess was delayed development. Naturally, after age 12, Gouda stopped domestic youth training and, like most ordinary kids, entered a traditional school for academic study. Fate played a cruel joke. Just as his father was ready to give up on his son's professional basketball dream, at age 15, Gouda suddenly shot up. In just 2 years, he leaped from about 1.75 meters to 2 meters. His father was shocked and elated. But then a new problem arose at 17 or 18. Getting into professional basketball in China was far too late. Most domestic youth players of that age had their positions set and were moving to higher leagues. Gouda was just an ornamental player with some basic basketball skills. His 2-meter height was awkward, too short for the post without strength or skill, and for the perimeter, he lacked ball handling, playmaking, and court vision. In short, seeing no hope domestically, his father sent him to study abroad. And it was at this moment that another Gouda arrived, bringing with him a cheat called the Basketball Achievement System. Upon logging in, he got 100 consecutive draws, wrong track. It was from this so-called Basketball Achievement System that Gouda opened his class player template card from the newbie gift pack Amare Stoudemire, 2004-2005 season card Phoenix Suns. That year, the Beast was in his 3rd year. As a high school prodigy entry into the NBA before Dwight Howard, he teamed up with the Wind to pioneer the run-and-gun offense that revolutionized the league. That season, he averaged 26 points per game, leading the Suns to a franchise-best 6,220 record. That year's stat averaged 37 points in the Western Conference Finals series against the peak Tim Duncan, but unfortunately the Suns were gentlemanly swept 14. But undeniably this power forward, one of the most skilled face-up and flashiest players in NBA history, was a physical ceiling at the 4 position. Drawing this card in just a few months filled Gaudet's biggest weakness, physical dynamic talent, to the point where it was even comparable to last year's No. 1 pick Dwight Howard and Kevin Garnett, the master of fight and retreat in the NBA. Combined with Gaudet's innate static talent advantage, these two together were his greatest assets for competing in the NCAA. But such a physical specimen with absolute 5-spot talent was only recently scouted by John Bartle, assistant coach of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. It was hard not to suspect something. Are you saying you grew 10 centimeters in 3 months? Right after the game ended, the team assistant coach Anderson, responsible for checking Gaudet's physical condition, flipped through the fresh report and asked hesitantly. Honest Gaudet rubbed his head shyly and held up 2 fingers in a gesture that would break countless Korean men's hearts. Just a little bit taller. That remark drove Chris Paul, who was eavesdropping nearby, furious. You call 10 centimeters a little bit? Do you know the principle of an inch longer means an inch stronger? Do you know how many desperate youths cry helplessly under their blankets at night longing to be taller and stronger? Unaware of the resentful look from Chris Paul beside him, the bespectacled assistant coach once again looked down at Gaudet's file. Gau, your entrance physical test report shows you were only 2.01 meters when you reported in March. According to your explanation, your current height should be 6 feet 11 inches 2.11 m. His gaze pierced through the thick lenses, revealing unspeakable scrutiny and pressure. When that number was announced, Gaudet predictably felt many eyes fall upon him. Taking a deep breath, this thick-skinned guy answered without blushing or racing pulse. You might be mistaken, sir. I am definitely a genuine 4-spot build. He deliberately emphasized 4-spot. The assistant coach was briefly stunned, but quickly understood his meaning. And Gaudet's meaning was now crystal clear. Go to the 5-spot and play center. It's hard work, not great for stats, and you'd have to take on Shaq in the NBA. No way in hell. In this training match, specifically designed for the team's recruited players, Gaudet, the key prospect, led the substitutes of the Devil Deacons to a 43-41 victory over the starting lineup. Gaudet delivered an impressive stat line of 18 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 blocks, and 4 turnovers, leaving the team's general manager, strength coach, and assistant coach in awe of his on-court talent. Gau is like a lion, venting his fury recklessly on the court. No one can stop him from attacking the basket. He reminds me of the Grizzlies' Stromile Swift and the high school phenom Atlanta, just drafted this summer. Head coach Spike glanced at the admiring and fervent assistant coach Bartle, already knowing what he was about to say. Josh Smith, a high school prodigy from College Park, Georgia, who just last season shattered the single-season scoring record at Oak Hill Academy with 980 points. A super talented forward overflowing with athleticism, whose draft report highlighted nearly every historic player trait, except for raw offensive skills, and even possessed a rare playmaking ability from the post for this era. Dubbed by the Boston Globe as a poor man's LeBron James, it proved just how enticing his dynamic athletic gifts were. But I feel like he resembles the high schooler Orlando picked this year, Paul said, stroking his chin from the sideline. His interjection into the coach's conversation was abrupt, but no one dismissed his words. This grinning guy may have an annoyingly ugly face, but undeniably his defensive potential could make him the ultimate anchor of an NBA team. In your mind, perhaps. Most present silently criticized Paul's tendency to judge by appearance, yet they all agreed with his assessment. Team general manager Adam Ampua patted Coach Spike on the shoulder. Chris is right. We need a defensive big man who can cover for the other 4 players on the court. You know, Ethan, our loss to St. Joseph's this year. He glanced meaningfully at Chris Paul, then lowered his voice. We can't just rely on our point guard and small forward to solve everything. Without a strong center for rim protection, the consequences are dire. Despite Wake Forest's impressive March Madness run, advancing to the Sweet 16 as a Cinderella, the exposed flaws had caught the attention of rival conference powerhouses. With ACC Rookie of the Year Chris Paul opting to stay, the team's tactics would remain largely unchanged. In their 2004 tournament clash, Jameer Nelson's St. Joseph's hit 2 lethal fast break baskets in the final moments, laying bare the Deacons' fatal weakness, the lack of a traditional center to protect the rim. This left them vulnerable to being outscored or overtaken in crunch time. Coach Spike's expression revealed nothing as he turned to a white assistant. Are the testing instruments ready? The assistant paused, taken aback. Shouldn't we test before the game? Or wait until tomorrow? He was cut off. Tonight. No later than 6 o'clock. I want the latest physical test report for Gau on my desk within 2 hours of this game's end. With that, he turned to leave with the general manager. The others quickly realized their intent to initiate the registration process for Gaudet with the university and NCAA, which, even expedited, would take at least 3 days. They were determined to lock this in swiftly. Hello, Gau? I'm Adam, the team's general manager, and this is head coach Kermit Spike of the Devil Deacons. A pleasure to meet you. As the players took a break from the scrimmage, 2 team trainers surrounded Gaudet, preparing to assess his real-time physical condition to formulate initial training plans and development paths. Just as Coach Spike and the general manager were about to leave, they approached Gaudet, extending their hands in introduction. Hello, gentlemen. Gaudet, seated on a sideline chair wiping sweat with a towel, immediately rose to shake their hands upon hearing the 2 impeccably dressed men introduce themselves. Interestingly, with the white Adam Ampua, Gaudet exchanged a standard handshake. But with Coach Spike, who clearly had one-drop heritage, Gao used a fist bump and embrace, a savvy adaptation to local customs. This subtle gesture earned Gao considerable goodwill from Spike, a coach with substantial influence. Forgive my bluntness, but this is incredible. It's hard to believe a player with such explosive power and height is a native Asian athlete. Coach Spike's eyes were filled with awe as he sized up the big man. Clearly his admiration for Gao was genuine, purely professional. Gao merely smiled and quipped, "If I had Yao Ming's height and shooting touch, I wouldn't choose to score with my body like this. I'd probably have to retire before 30. His remark earned nods from the two dignitaries. Speaking of the second-year Asian star from Houston, they too found him extraordinary. If Gao displayed the pinnacle of physical talent for a yellow-skinned player, then Yao Ming showcased the world the top-tier offensive skills and basketball IQ in basketball history. The former was a crucial threshold for a decent NBA starter, while the latter was a necessity on the path to superstardom. These were two contrasting playing styles, but both reshaped the global perception of Asian players. After more pleasantries, Spike formally extended an invitation. "Gao, would you like to be a part of the Devil Deacons?" General Manager Adam, sensing the dry pitch might not entice Gao, added, "We have a complete team system rivaling the NBA, including assistant coaches, specialized training staff, tailored tactics, strength coaches, and top-notch facilities. We'll set up a dedicated training space and a personalized plan for you. Oh, and a premier college basketball atmosphere. You know Chris Paul, one of the best point guards in the nation. Last year as a freshman, he made the ACC all-defensive team and led us to the Sweet 16. Your duo could be the next OK combination in the NCAA." He paused for a moment, then added, "Are you ready to enter the NBA and become a superstar like Yao Ming in Houston?" He locked eyes with the Chinese giant who towered 2 heads above him, seeking a flicker of interest on the young man's face. But alas, he found no trace of flattery or excitement on Gao's smiling face. This athletically gifted youth seemed to possess the composed wisdom of many Asians, with a habit of keeping his emotions in check. Facing Ampua's offer, he wasn't swept away by joy. "No, I don't want to become a super center like Yao Ming." His words nearly sent the two suited men into a cold sweat, their faces etched with shock and confusion as they prepared to question him. But Gao's next words set them at ease. "I told you I'm a pure power forward. Back home my court buddies call me China's very own Kevin Garnett." Kevin Garnett. This boast left the two men's faces twitching, inwardly speechless. Coach Spike couldn't help but mutter to himself, "These youngsters nowadays, the excuses they make to avoid playing center are outrageous." "So does that mean you agree to join the Devil Deacons? If you have financial concerns, the team can offer you a full basketball scholarship." "I'm honored, sir, but at least give me a dormitory first. You know, despite Winston-Salem's modest size and population, rent isn't cheap, especially for a newly arrived international student." Adam Ampua and Coach Spike readily agreed, promising Gao a 2-bedroom apartment as his dorm and assigning him a roommate, a nationally renowned guard who had also entered the team on a full basketball scholarship. Their reasoning: let the team's future point guard and power forward adapt to each other in every aspect of life to prepare for any on-court contingencies. Ding! A familiar electronic tone echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully joined an NCAA team. Mission complete. Rewards are being tallied." Gao, born on February 27, 1986, a freshman majoring in psychology at Wake Forest University. Barefoot, height 6 feet 9 inches, disputed weight 226 pounds, 103 kilograms, wingspan 7 feet 5 inches, 226 centimeters, standing reach 9 feet 5 inches, 289 centimeters, running vertical reach 12. 63 feet, 385 centimeters, 9 reps on the 84 kilograms bench press. Standing vertical leap 34. 25 inches, 87 centimeters, running vertical leap 38 inches, 96. 52 centimeters, 3/4 court sprint in 3:67 seconds. Oh, excellent lateral movement speed, excellent spot-up running speed. Late at night, Coach Spike sat in his office staring at the thin player physical test report on his desk. His face was unusually flushed, and his bloodshot eyes could not conceal the excitement and joy. But soon his brows furrowed into a deep frown. He smoked one cigarette after another until the entire office was shrouded in thick smoke, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. As a seasoned head coach who had coached college basketball for many years, though he had not achieved much honor in his career, he was still considered a qualified team leader. However, this physical test data for Gao contained too many puzzling aspects. First, an Asian, a member of the yellow race, historically known for weaker average physical attributes compared to the other two races, had produced a monster with both static and dynamic talents rivaling the ceiling of black athletes. Yes, in Coach Spike's eyes, Gao had become synonymous with the word monster. Second, judging from the various data points on this physical test report, this Chinese international student named Gao was a super genius born for competitive sports. Even if he had never played any game or won any honor before, purely based on this physical test data, he would be worth any NBA team using a late first-round pick in next year's draft to bet on. A tall man standing 2'11" meters with the speed and agility of an NBA guard was already impressive enough. What if he also had an 87 centimeters standing vertical leap, a 96 centimeters running vertical leap, and a wingspan close to 2'3" meters? Any basketball fan with a bit of knowledge would tell you that such a player has existed in the NBA throughout history, but only one. the peak Wolf King who guarded the frozen land of Minnesota. Kevin Garnett. This league's newly crowned MVP had just led the Timberwolves to a franchise-best regular season record of 58 wins and 24 losses in the past season. In the MVP voting, he won over 97 of the first-place votes, surpassing league superstars like Duncan and Shaquille O'Neal to claim the 2003-2004 NBA regular season MVP. Among later NBA fans, a famous dialogue circulated: if a player averages 25.8 points in a series, wow, that must be a great scorer. What if he adds 7 assists and 1 steal? That's an elite point guard. What if he also adds 14.8 rebounds and 2 blocks? Impossible, there's no such player. Such a player was named Kevin Garnett, a true all-court monster who could play from position 1 to 5. The fact that Gaude's physical test data could instantly remind Coach Spike of this league's superstar spoke volumes. In terms of physical talent, this freshman who had just joined the Wake Forest Demon Deacons was truly blessed by the heavens. For NBA-level scouts, the measure of a draft prospect's value does not lie solely in his college statistics. Of course, that would account for a certain proportion, but more importantly, they evaluate the potential the player demonstrates, in other words, talent. As for technical characteristics and development direction, that was not a problem for professional NBA coaching staff. As long as the player had room for growth, was young, and had great potential, he could secure a high draft pick. Recent examples include this year's draft number 1 pick Dwight Howard, 4th pick Sean Livingston, and Sebastian Telfair, the nephew of former NBA star Marbury, and a talented guard from Lincoln High School in New York. These 3 were all nationally renowned 5-star high school talents, each having been featured on the cover of a monthly issue of Sports Illustrated during their high school careers. True examples of early success. Further back, there were examples like Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, and Tyson Chandler. This was why Coach Spike and the entire Demon Deacons team were overjoyed to discover a rough diamond like Gaude, because they knew the team would welcome a second player with NBA-level potential. Chris Paul was no longer isolated, and the team's interior strength would be further enhanced. So which college teams should they choose as opponents for the warm-up games? Moving the mouse, Coach Spike turned on his computer late at night and began playing some heart-pounding, thrilling videos of intense physical battles. Don't misunderstand. Coach Spike was watching game footage of North Carolina State and Georgia Tech from last season in the same conference. The roommate the team arranged for me is actually you, Chris. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in an apartment building with Georgian-style decor, Gaude, who had just moved his luggage into his room, heard the door open and hurried out to greet his roommate. The result was clear. From his surprised yet slightly pleased tone, he was quite satisfied with his new roommate. Chris Paul, dressed in a slightly West Coast style, flung the gold chain around his neck aside, walked in without taking off his shoes, grabbed a drink from the fridge, and without even glancing at Gaude, plopped down on the sofa. The latter had just turned on the TV and started watching. Paul showed no intention of acknowledging his new roommate. From his demeanor, it was clear he had known about sharing a room with a Chinese international student, and like Gaude, was equally resistant to living under the same roof. A flood of information about this 58-point massacre victim from his past life flashed through Gaude's mind. He pondered for a long time, realizing that his most vivid memory of this guy was actually a passionate on-court scene with a certain center. The two remained silent for quite a while. Eventually, in this awkward atmosphere, Gaude turned to enter the room to continue tidying up. Once he organized everything and arranged the room neatly, he suddenly realized he hadn't eaten his 6th meal of the day. Indeed, ever since the system loaded the little C-Star card for him, he had transformed in these past few months. Not only did his height, wingspan, and weight skyrocket, but his appetite had also become terrifying. 6 meals a day was merely his standard. During the initial adjustment period, he had to consume large quantities of high-calorie, high-protein food almost every hour. Eventually, it progressed to the point where he was awakened multiple times at night by hunger, getting up to find food and replenish his energy. Gaude was quite unaccustomed to the American white cuisine, as he easily grew tired of fried chicken, hamburgers, and steaks. Thus, during this time, he developed the good habit of working hard to feed himself, spending significant time researching the cooking methods and techniques of various Chinese culinary styles, which successfully lit up his cooking skill. The dishes he prepared couldn't be compared to those made by professional chefs, but in this foreign land, being able to taste the flavors of home was already a luxury. Moreover, Gaude had eaten at Chinatown before. Compared to so-called General Tso's chicken or North American Kung Pao chicken, his dishes could be considered delicacies. He pulled out some essential seasonings sent from home and took out a complete set of pots, bowls, and plates from his luggage. After checking to ensure nothing was damaged, he left the room, preparing to make himself a late-night snack. As he passed through the living room, he noticed that Paul had no intention of going to sleep. This guy was cuddled up on the sofa, thoroughly engrossed in watching the hottest talk show on NBC, The Tonight Show. The host of this variety show was not the witty and down-to-earth Jimmy Fallon from later years, but since its premiere in 1954, it had consistently high ratings, making it one of the best talk shows in the hearts of the American people. Gaude was somewhat puzzled. Chris Paul, as a star player of the team, was a top-tier celebrity at Wake Forest University. Instead of partying or clubbing at night, he was stuck in the dorm watching a reality show. However, he didn't have much time to ponder this issue. He was solely focused on satisfying his hunger. He took out the fresh ingredients he had just bought from Walmart after leaving the training facility today, including pork, ham, cut steak, tomatoes, eggs, and self-sufficient seasoning ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic to eliminate the fishy smell. Then he walked into the kitchen, heated the oil, and got to work. Soon a series of delicious aromas wafted through the kitchen. At midnight, Paul, who had barely eaten dinner, found the nutritionist of the Devil's Advocate team to be the least professional in the American College Basketball League. The players' daily diets were strictly regulated, but the taste of each meal. Well, let's just say that even a white person who liked white cuisine would shake their head and curse, "This is just terrible." The wonderful scent that he had never experienced before successfully awakened Chris Paul's appetite, and his attention quickly shifted from the television to the brightly lit kitchen. What is this big guy cooking? How can there be such a strange smell like the apple that Satan tempted Eve with in the Bible? Paul sniffed, peering through the thick glass door of the kitchen at the busy figure of Gao, his eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. An hour later, wearing a specially made bare apron, Gao brought 5 dishes to the table. The mixed aroma of various fresh ingredients infused with the essence of cooking instantly filled the apartment. Sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded beef, tomato and egg soup, braised beef with potatoes, shredded chicken salad. These 5 simple dishes, which are quite ordinary home-cooked meals back in my country, were vibrant in color and bursting with fragrance. Both in appearance and taste, they were absolutely delightful. Unfortunately, I need to control my carbohydrate intake right now. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, Gao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression quite regretful. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the freshly cooked rice and grabbed 2 oversized bowls. Yes, you heard it right, he used bowls to serve the rice. Embracing the thought that this is the last sinful intake of carbohydrates this year, from now on I will have nothing to do with carbs, Gao wore a smile that he couldn't suppress as he filled a bowl with ample wuchang rice. As he was about to leave the kitchen and let the poor rice cooker rest, he caught a glimpse of the nearly empty pot and suddenly felt guilty, scooping a small spoonful of rice back into the bowl. Having completed all of this, Gao finally prepared to dig in. He walked back to the living room, sat at the dining table less than 20 feet from the sofa, and began to eat the delicious food, 1 bite of dish and 1 bite of rice. For a moment, the entire living room was filled with Gao's chewing sounds accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. Paul, who was also hungry, initially tried to ignore it. After all, even if he died of hunger, he would never lower his dignity as the number 1 point guard in the NCAA to beg this simple-minded, brawny guy for a bite of food. Of course, this number 1 point guard was merely his self-proclaimed title. He couldn't easily claim victory over Darren Williams from the University of Illinois or Raymond Felton from North Carolina at this stage, and Raymond was even showing signs of surpassing the other 2 young point guards. However, as Gao's eating style was even more enticing than that of popular eating shows and the dishes on the table were disappearing at a visible speed, Chris Paul clearly started to feel anxious. Damn, Gao, didn't they say Chinese people are very hospitable? As a roommate, doesn't this guy know to invite me to taste the flavors of home? If that's the case, the great successor to Duncan, the greatest point guard in Devil's Advocate team history, the esteemed Mr. Chris Paul, could lower himself to have dinner with this simple-minded big guy. Seeing Gao enjoying his meal more and more with the peculiar aroma of Chinese cuisine lingering in his nose, it felt as if thousands of ants were crawling around in his heart, making Paul feel restless and salivating, yet he was too shy to speak up. Thus the stubborn Paul decided to ignore it all, angrily turned off the television, and got up to prepare to return to his room to sleep. However, this movement successfully pulled Gao, who was immersed in the eating show, back to reality. He looked up and saw Chris Paul with a dark expression getting up from the sofa. He finally realized he had been somewhat impolite. After all, Paul had been living here for a year and was a core player on the team. He had to admit that his earlier actions were indeed inappropriate. Seizing the opportunity before Paul reached the door of his room, Gao finally spoke his second sentence to Paul. "Do you want to eat together, Chris?" He initially thought his invitation would be refused, but unexpectedly Paul, who had already placed his hand on the doorknob, suddenly paused. However, he didn't respond immediately, seeming to hesitate. Gao felt a surge of joy. This was a great opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Paul. If he could get along well with this guy, wouldn't he be able to reap the benefits on the court in the future? Thus, thinking that Paul might dislike the leftovers, Gao hurriedly expressed, "Paul, no, Chris, just wait a moment, I'll make you something more." Saying this, Gao quickly opened the fridge, took out some cheese steak and ribs, and walked into the kitchen, starting a new round of delicious preparation. By the time Gao was almost done, nearly 20 minutes had passed. When he emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 new dishes, black pepper beef and stir-fried onions with meat, he found that Chris Paul, who had been standing at the doorway, was now sitting in the spot he had just occupied. Paul, who didn't know how to use chopsticks, was awkwardly using a knife and fork to get food from the unpolluted bowl of rice, awkwardly sending it to his mouth. The rich and diverse flavors of Chinese cuisine immediately struck Paul's taste buds, which had not been activated in the past 20 years. The unique textures and flavors of each ingredient melded perfectly together, filling his mouth and showcasing the diversity of each dish. At that moment, Paul's pupils were in shock. He had eaten at Chinese restaurants in Chinatown before, which were expensive and had peculiar flavors. Even as an American, he found the modified bad Chinese food hard to adapt to, let alone a pure Chinese person. But the dishes Gao made were different. They perfectly replicated the charm of Chinese cuisine, presenting a feast for the taste buds of Paul, who had never experienced such worldly flavors, making him fall completely in love with it. "Oh my God, I swear this is simply the best food I've ever eaten in my life." Paul was devouring every dish on the table at an incredible speed, and even the 2 new dishes Gao had just cooked could not escape. Soon, with their combined efforts, everything disappeared. Smack! In less than 5 minutes, the cleanup operation was complete. Touching his slightly bloated belly, Paul happily slumped back in his chair, expressing his satisfaction. "Gao, you should go get a sports nutritionist certification. You can tidy up the twisted practices in the American health nutritionist industry. The nutritional meals they prepare are nothing compared to what you make." In this situation, without much verbal interaction, Paul and Gao successfully drew closer through the medium of traditional Chinese cuisine. Gao, picking at his teeth, happily accepted Paul's compliments. "Big guy, can I eat the Chinese food you make every day in the future?" Paul's eyes revealed an overwhelming desire as he looked at Gao with anticipation. "I'm afraid not, Chris." Paul's expression darkened instantly. After such a lavish meal today, if he were to return to the previous days of chicken breast juice, dry bread, and vegetables, he felt he would surely go mad. "But we can have a small meal together every few days." After all, the new season was about to start, and the coach and teammates definitely wouldn't want to see us looking like a bloated swimming ring. Gao's vivid analogy successfully amused Paul, who was usually serious and disciplined, and for the first time he developed a different fondness for his new roommate. Just as Coach Speak had privately told him today, "Chris, Gao will be your strongest ally this year. Add points for me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a bond with the future all-star guard of the league. 1. Rewards are being calculated." That night, lying on his oversized custom-made bed, Gao tossed and turned, his joy and excitement beyond words. Before him appeared a virtual screen visible only to him. Name: Gao. Age 18 years, 6 months, and 24 days. Height 2.11 m, weight 103 kilograms, wingspan 2.26 m. Static talent S-class, dynamic talent SS. Player card pool 0405, season Amare Stoudemire. Offensive attributes: ball handling 47, mid-range, shot 85-93, growing 3.29, dunk 90-98, growing breakthrough 67-85, growing, playmaking 70-75, inside, scoring 70-90, free throw 67-80. Defensive attributes: perimeter defense 62, interior defense 77-80, rebounding 82-88, blocks 66-82. Physical attributes: strength 82-89, vertical leap 95-95, speed 80-85, stamina 88-93, explosiveness 88-95. Health status: bronze iron body, preliminary enhancement of player's injury resistance. Offensive defensive badges: none. Moments: none. Current achievement points 2500, exchangeable for 2 enhancement points. Gao carefully examined his player stats panel, noticing that each attribute now had an enhancement option. This must be the legendary deep blue point allocation. However, this near limitless enhancement was not without restrictions. Only attributes boosted by the player card could be enhanced. This meant that if Gao failed to complete system tasks and obtain new player cards with higher caps, no amount of enhancement points would suffice. And those meager 2,500 achievement points were earned solely by joining the Demon Deacons today and forging a meal bond with Paul. In other words, achievement points had no stable source of acquisition. Gao had to explore and meet the system's hidden requirements himself. Lying in bed, he replayed the match against the school team in his mind. It wasn't hard to see. His tactical understanding and court awareness were still far from NBA level. Yet with the growth boost from Stoudemire's player card, he could dominate college leagues like the NCAA purely through his physical talent. Moreover, this was before the card had fully transformed his body. Once the enhancement effects of this player card were completely integrated, he could likely hold his own, even in the NBA, a league teeming with athletic freaks. For now, Gao's goal was simple: make a name for himself in the NCAA, attract NBA scouts through high exposure and media hype, and secure a favorable draft pick in the 2005 NBA draft. Joining the Wake Forest Demon Deacons was the first step. As an established NCAA team that nurtured 28 NBA players, including Tim Duncan, Josh Howard, and Chris Paul, Wake Forest University had never won the March Madness National Championship, but boasted a record of 1 Final Four, 6 Elite Eights, and 9 Sweet Sixteens. In truth, this college team was in an awkward position. In their Division I conference, the ACC Atlantic Coast Conference, they faced powerhouses like Duke and North Carolina, perennial championship favorites with nationwide dominance. Duke Blue Devils, North Carolina Tar Heels. These two teams needed no introduction. Like the Lakers and Celtics in the NBA, they funneled countless star players into the league, most famously His Airness, Michael Jordan. However, other ACC teams were relatively mediocre. After Duke and North Carolina came NC State, Wake Forest, and Maryland. In other Division I conferences like the Big 12 or American Athletic Conference AAC or SEC, these schools would be strong title contenders. But in the ACC, North Carolina and Duke were insurmountable mountains. It wasn't until recent years, with Maryland's Terrapins winning the 2002 NCAA championship and Wake Forest producing Chris Paul, one of the 3 top point guards of the new generation, that they began to steal some spotlight from these basketball-rich schools. Other ACC teams like Clemson Tigers, Florida State Seminoles, and Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets had barely made March Madness appearances combined. Wait, Georgia Tech recently produced a talented point guard, Jarrett Jack from Maryland, who led the 6th-seeded Yellow Jackets as a dark horse all the way to the NCAA championship game. He successfully took over from the previous star Chris Bosh, the 4th pick in the 2003 draft. Apart from that, Georgia Tech's ACC record had been unremarkable. As for the Demon Deacons, they won the ACC regular season championship last season. With the Maryland Terrapins 3 stars drafted into the NBA in 2002 and 2003, Chris Paul's Wake Forest Demon Deacons and Georgia Tech's Yellow Jackets became the only ACC teams that could challenge Duke and North Carolina. Last season, Wake Forest was ranked 6th nationally by the Associated Press, trailing only the top teams from other Division I conferences. Of course, it was widely acknowledged that the ACC had 2 dominant programs, but that meant fewer than 5 teams in the entire nation were ranked ahead of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons this year. Well, that might be a bit one-sided, but it was undoubtedly the highest praise for Chris Paul's Wake Forest basketball team. Yet, even this strong Wake Forest team was eliminated by St. Joseph's University in double overtime during the Sweet 16 of the 2004 March Madness, an unacceptable result for the Demon Deacons, who entered as the East's 3rd seed. After postseason meetings, the team's management and coaching staff concluded that the gap between inside and outside talent was too wide. The forwards and centers were poor at rebounding, often allowing opponents to grab offensive boards and score second-chance points in critical moments. So for the new season, to make the most of Chris Paul's final year in college, head coach Skip Prosser planned to bolster the interior. And Gouda, like a meteor streaking across the sky, appeared before him so naturally. No wonder Prosser's gaze was so intense when he looked at Gouda. For Gouda, if he could deliver standout performances in the first 5 games of the college season and secure his spot as the Demon Deacons starting forward, it would greatly enhance his chances of attracting NBA attention. It was a perfect match. The only condition was that Gouda had to deliver impressive performances and stats. Gouda, do not underestimate the bond between Chris and me. Time quickly arrived at the next day. At 6 in the morning, the alarm clock roused the slumbering Chris Paul. This was the signal for the start of his new day, a habit he had maintained for years. Just as he rose and prepared to freshen up, he opened the door to find Gouda sitting on the sofa, fully dressed and appearing ready for a journey. Good morning, Chris. Gouda raised his hand, greeting his roommate. Hey, pal. Are you heading to the gym? Gazing at the basketball beside Gouda and the sports bag filled with gear, Paul, clad in his Winnie the Pooh pajamas, found it hard to believe. Yes, I just joined the team yesterday, so I think I should get to the training center early to warm up. I've already made breakfast. The milk is in the thermobox in the kitchen. I remember to take it out and eat. With that, Gouda prepared to leave the apartment. Wait, Paul called out, hesitating before speaking. You can wait for me. You want to come along? Gouda asked in surprise, glancing at his watch. Are you sure you want to go to the gym at this hour? The team doesn't gather until 10. Seeing Gouda's incredulous expression, Paul's last trace of drowsiness vanished, and he grew somewhat irritated. You damn big fool, who do you think you're looking down on? I go to the gym at this time every day, okay? And besides, if you go alone, you want to have the key to unlock the locker room and gym. Security guard Damien knows me well, and he gave me a spare key. Hearing this explanation, Gouda's face lit up with sudden understanding, inwardly grateful that Chris had woken early, otherwise rushing to the team's training center alone might have left him locked out. So he sat back down on the sofa, apparently ready to wait for Paul to set off together. The latter, feeling slighted, let out a soft snort, shot a glance at Gouda on the sofa, and smugly slipped into the bathroom to wash up. About 10 minutes later, under the golden fragments of morning sunlight, Gouda and Paul appeared on the campus of Wake Forest University. Within this college, adorned with Georgian architectural style, the 2 figures, one tall, one short, walked side by side, their shadows stretched infinitely long, evoking a warm, intimate feeling like a harmonious pair of father and son. Around 9:30 in the morning, Coach Prosser parked his battered Ford SUV and was about to push open the training center door to enter. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythmic sound of a basketball striking the floor reached his ears, accompanied by a mix of laughter, jeers, and dialogue. His steps slowed involuntarily. It seems more than just Chris arrived early at the training center today. Nodding with comforting satisfaction and exchanging nods with the bustling staff, Coach Prosser offered his morning greetings before entering the gym. Unlike his usual routine, he did not head straight to the 3rd floor office, but instead, briefcase tucked under his arm, made his way to the spacious training floor. Boom. Creak, creak. Shit. Damn it, you oversized fool, is Duncan all you know? Drenched in sweat and clad in a short-sleeved training outfit, Chris Paul was already exhausted, now glaring with resentment at the figure hanging on the rim, offering a cordial yet profane greeting. Didn't the coaching staff think to check your brain during yesterday's physical tests? Should I tell them you're just a brute who can only finish at the rim? Damn, you're like an uncivilized beast. Facing Apow's tirade, Gouda wore a nonchalant smile. With a thud, he landed, picked up the ball, walked over, and shoved it forcefully into Apow's chest with such force that it nearly sent the 183-meter guard stumbling back. If a problem can be solved with the body, there's no need for the brain. As for the beast label, Chris, before coming to the U.S., I scored 107 on the TOEFL IBT and 2320 on the SSAT. With that, Gouda raised 2 fingers. 2 months worth of socks, he'll save them up for you, Chris. Listening to him show off yet again, Paul gritted his molars so hard they nearly shattered. This guy was just too infuriating. It wasn't that Apow was petty. Anyone who had been humiliated over a dozen times on the court by a Self-Foliope would harbor murderous intent. Moreover, Gouda, who dared not show off his dribbling in front of Paul, had been scoring all morning through such methods, repeatedly putting Chris Paul, the ACC's best point guard, in his place during standard unknown play. Hey boys. Coach Prosser's sudden appearance interrupted their 3-hour unknown session. Facing the coach, standing courtside, both Gouda and Paul's expressions turned serious in unison. Sir. Coach. Their addresses differed, revealing that Paul was more familiar with Coach Prosser. Indeed, The team made the right choice in making you roommates. You two are developing a positive chemistry. With a satisfied gaze sweeping over the two sweat-drenched players, Coach Prosser's words confirmed their suspicions from the previous night. The coaching staff will design a specialized training plan based on your physical test data and technical weaknesses. If you have any suggestions, feel free to communicate with me. Gowda nodded. Yesterday afternoon, he had proven his strength and talent to everyone on this college team, including head coach Prosser. Thus, the coaching staff's evident high regard for him went without saying. I want to be separated from this guy in today's morning scrimmage. Paul, still fuming, voiced his request, but Coach Prosser flatly refused. No, Chris. Not only will you not be separated from Gao, but you must also play the role of his passer. We don't have much time. In the coming week, you must develop enough chemistry and on-court performance with Gao. Next month, we face our first opponent of the new season. Although it's not a regular season game, we must take this exhibition match seriously. Paul was not the type of player swayed by emotions, except in extreme cases his on-court performance could be described as calm. The earlier quarrel with Gowda was more of a spat between newly acquainted friends. Of course, if Gowda would do him the favor of canceling the 2-month sock-washing penalty, he, the magnanimous Chris St. Paul, might just forgive his ill-mannered new roommate. But clearly, don't forget our bet, Chris, Gowda whispered, leaning down close to Paul's ear after Coach Prosser left. He'll make sure you keep your promise. You son of a bitch. Paul angrily swung his fist at Gowda, determined to teach this infuriatingly cocky Chinese good roommate a lesson. Punch attack. Damn it. Why did you hit my knee, Chris? Bastard, you'll pay for this. The team's morning training session focused on specialized drills. Led by Chris Paul, the guards and forwards practiced ball handling skills in pairs, weaving through obstacles on the court before finishing with passes and layups under the assistant coach's guidance. Meanwhile, Gowda, the new recruit, trained with Ellis on post moves, refining his hook shots, back-to-the-basket plays, and turnaround techniques near the rim. Notably, Gowda demonstrated an exceptional mid-range shooting accuracy during the morning session, particularly from the long two-point area near the paint, hitting 87 out of 100 attempts. This nearly 90 mid-range success rate caught the eye of Coach Spiker on the sidelines, and assistant coach John Bartel, who oversaw Gowda's specialized training, also showed visible surprise. Clearly, even he had not been aware that this Chinese international student possessed such a consistent mid-range shot. The coaching staff quickly devised a training plan for him, focused on shooting under defensive pressure. The afternoon scrimmage was even more impressive. Relying solely on his outstanding physique, Gowda managed to complete alley-oop dunks over a 2.06-meter opponent. Though his rebounding instincts were not exceptional, his 82-point rebounding attribute allowed him to grab 15 boards in a single scrimmage against the team's starting center from last season, including 6 offensive rebounds that showcased his beastly athleticism. Defensively, Gowda showed immense potential, but his slightly impatient rim-protecting habits made him susceptible to pump fakes, especially against seasoned actors like Chris Paul, often resulting in 2 free throws for the opponent. These strengths and weaknesses were meticulously recorded by Coach Spiker's training staff over the following days, becoming targets for improvement and correction in the long term. After a week of professional training, Gowda made significant progress on both ends of the court, notably in correcting some of his poor habits. The coaching staff of the Demon Deacons was quite satisfied. Initially, their investigation suggested that while Gowda had received foundational training from the youth system of the Eastern Power, his technical training was primarily focused on ball handling and shooting. This was because Gowda developed late and his physique was not considered suitable for playing inside. His interior techniques, footwork, and even his excellent defensive rim protection relied heavily on his dynamic athletic gifts. Indeed, in their eyes, Gowda was like a rough gem waiting to be polished. His physical condition qualified him to become an NBA-level interior player, but his greatest weakness was his crude offensive moves and defensive habits near the basket. At the same time, his strengths, or the highlights he had shown during this period, were astonishing. A 2.11-meter player with the mobility of a guard, enabling him to dominate the paint with aerial plays and shot blocking, yet also possessing a mid-range accuracy that surpassed many small guards in the NCAA. With such shooting threat, the possibilities were endless. In just 1 week, Coach Spiker's playbook had expanded by 11 face-up offensive sets initiated by the power forward position. It was well known that the Wake Forest Demon Deacons were a guard-centric college team, and their lack of a strong interior had been a recognized weakness over the past 2 seasons. Under these circumstances, the addition of a versatile face-up big man who could play both the 4 and 5 positions undoubtedly provided the team with a secret weapon to overcome opponents. If the opposing team had strong perimeter defense, they could rely on Gowda to break the deadlock. After creating the same kind of gravity as Chris Paul on the outside, he could also assist teammates for easy baskets. In summary, Gowda's arrival gave the Demon Deacons coaching staff hope for tactical diversity. Soon they would face their first opponent of the 04-05 season at home in the Joel Coliseum. Gowda was also about to make his NCAA debut. On October 4th, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons welcomed their first challenger of the new season, the Wolfpack of North Carolina State University, from the same conference. Well, just one word off. Although this university team was far less powerful than the Tar Heels of North Carolina, who stood at the pyramid's top, with 4 future NBA players, they were not to be underestimated. They boasted Julius Hodge, the 20th pick in next year's NBA draft, and second-round forward Deon Thompson. Hodge, who had just won the ACC Player of the Year award, averaged 14.7 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 2 assists per game, making him one of the greatest players in NC State history. Standing at 67-inch, 2.01 and playing shooting guard, he was an athletic, flamboyant big guard known for his drives off screens and long two-pointers. Thompson, also 2.01 meters tall, started at small forward for the Wolfpack. He played a physical face-up game, excelled at drawing fouls, but lacked shooting ability. However, he had a decent three-point shot, leading the Wolfpack to a victory over the newly joined University of Virginia in last year's ACC tournament and advancing to the Sweet 16 second round. Deon Thompson's performance of hitting 7 three-pointers across 2 games was particularly impressive. Interestingly similar to Wake Forest, their interior was also weak. Their starting center Sean McCullen stood at 2.08 meters, but was slow, had poor rebounding awareness, and offered little beyond rim protection. This was why Coach Spiker chose NC State as Wake Forest's first preseason opponent. He wanted to see how Gowda, the new talented big man, would perform against the Wolfpack. Soon as Gowda was pulled from a scrimmage with Paul by assistant coach Bartel, he was handed a player profile titled Sean McCullen. "You mean I have to guard this 265-pound, 120 kilograms, white lump of butter tomorrow night?" Hearing Gowda's peculiar metaphor comparing the man to a white lump of butter, Coach Bartel couldn't help but laugh, struggling to suppress his amusement. "Yes, Kalman wants you to deliver an outstanding performance in tomorrow's game." Gowda held the stack of materials with a look of resignation. Damn. In the end, he still had to play the 5. What a twist of fate. But it wasn't all bad news. At least in his NCAA debut tomorrow, he would start as the Demon Deacons interior player, becoming the 6th freshman in NCAA history to start in his debut. That was a silver lining, wasn't it? Gowda could only console himself with that thought. In fact, at the dawn of this century, before smartphones had evolved into the era of Apple, if you wanted to learn about a professional player, you couldn't simply search online and find a wealth of expert analysis or game footage. Well, at least the brick-like Nokia in Gowda's hand couldn't do that. Reading the data collection forms provided by the team's coaching staff was the fastest way for college players like Gowda to understand their opponents. After obtaining the player profile on Sean McCullen, Gowda spent over an hour studying his playing style. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took out a brand new notebook and recorded his research insights. This wasn't something every basketball player would do, but for Gowda, a latecomer to the NCAA, it was one of the fastest ways to adapt to the American College League. As his debut opponent, Gowda had already devised a strategy in his mind for facing McCullen, who weighed nearly 20 kilograms more than him in tomorrow's game. To sum it up, when the enemy retreats, I advance. When the enemy advances, I retreat. Play to my strengths, avoid weaknesses, and execute a tenacious jump shot. Why did that sound so wolfish? Filled with confidence, Gowda began to look forward to tomorrow night's game. Soon a day passed. At 6 o'clock in the evening on October 4th, Gowda had just attended his first pre-game meeting since joining the team. With half an hour left before the game, he decided to leave the locker room and head to the nearby restroom to wash his face. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, this was the first truly meaningful professional or semi-professional basketball game in Gowda's past and present lives. He wanted to relieve himself and wash his face to calm his nerves. After greeting the coach and teammates, he pushed open the locker room door and saw near the player tunnel a group of young men and women of various skin tones dressed like Wake Forest students holding DIY cheering signs. The arena security tried to stop them and urged them to leave, but it was clearly ineffective. Seeing this, Gowda was momentarily stunned. He had actually noticed this since this morning's class. Many unfamiliar faces had appeared on campus. Students who knew Gowda pointed at him standing out in the crowd and enthusiastically introduced him to these strangers. "Look, this is the team's new Chinese recruit, Gao. He's a compatriot of Yao from Houston and an equally outstanding big man. He will lead us to compete against Duke and North Carolina." Clearly, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons held considerable influence among the student body and the surrounding Winston-Salem community. Although Gowda hadn't played a single game for the team, his towering height and approachable appearance had already attracted the attention of many fans. For now, his reputation was limited to the student fan base within Wake Forest, with people still referring to him as Yao's compatriot or Chris Paul's new roommate. But soon he would make more fans know his name. The Joel Coliseum was packed to capacity, the atmosphere explosive. Over 14,000 fans filled the arena, which could hold only that many, leaving no room to spare. The roaring cheers and noise penetrated the doors at the entrances of both player tunnels, reaching the ears of the Demon Deacons players standing behind them. Their faces revealed no emotion, but their unconscious actions betrayed them. Paul stood at the front, expression calm, hands behind his back. Justin Gray and Chris Ellis prayed devoutly to God, muttering under their breath. Johnny Aitken and Cam Amundsen whispered to each other, seemingly exchanging words. Only Gowda's nervousness was almost palpable. At that moment, no one came to comfort him or ease his tension. Even Coach Spick, who usually favored him, pretended not to notice. Everyone had experienced this reaction when facing a major game for the first time in their lives, and no one could remain as calm as a hunting cheetah. The solution to this emotion was simple. Once the game began, when the players' eyes focused solely on that orange leather ball, all negative emotions would dissolve. Soon, amid thunderous cheers, the arena's host DJ announced their arrival, and the doors to the player tunnel were pulled open by staff on both sides. Let us welcome the nation's 6th seed Sweet 16 contender, last season's regular season champion, Wake Forest, the Demon Deacons. Sparks flew on both sides of the player tunnel as the Demon Deacons players filed in, greeted by countless screams and cheers. Chris Paul led the way and Gouda, as the tallest player on the team surprisingly, made his debut as the last to enter. Is this guy the new member of the team? The Chinese international student majoring in psychology. Shit. Look at his size and build, he reminds me of Kevin Garnett from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Gives off a human spider vibe. He's only 18. Damn, an 18-year-old college student. How did he pass the SAT? I remember this guy caused quite a stir on the school website when he first enrolled. His photo was posted on several football club bulletin boards. But back then he wasn't this tall, so many football teams tried to recruit him. In the stands, some fans who clearly remembered Gouda began discussing him. Big man. Gouda soon entered his warm-up routine, practicing finishing at the rim under the assistant coach's guidance. Just then Chris Paul, holding a basketball, approached him. Take a good look at that guy's face. Later he'll give you a few alley-oops. Go and dunk on him hard. Following Paul's pointing finger, Gouda saw a black kid with a flat-top haircut. That was NC State's starting shooting guard and core player Julius Hodge. The latter was practicing catch-and-shoot mid-range jumpers on the other half of the court. Do you have a grudge against him? Gouda asked, puzzled. No, but that guy stole an honor that should have been mine last season. Mentioning this made Paul seethe with anger. In his view, the ACC Player of the Year award should have been his even if he was just a freshman. As you wish, Chris. Gouda flashed a villainous smile, ruffled Paul's hair, and teased, I saw a lot of guys in suits in the player tunnel today. Looked like NBA scouts. They're here for you tonight, aren't they, Chris? Paul irritably slapped away Gouda's evil claw, suppressing the urge to curse his teammates' parents, and said with some pride, in the latest mock draft experts think he'll be picked in the top 3. Oh really? What about me? Guess what pick he'll go? Gouda asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. You. Paul glanced disdainfully at Gouda, then pointed to a black player from NC State performing a dunk, Deon Thompson, who had a second-round draft prospect. He said in a contemptuous tone, if you score twice as many points as that guy tonight, I'll admit you might get drafted by an NBA team with a second-round pick next year. FCKU. This comment instantly enraged Gouda, who let out a stream of profanities laced with curses. Though Paul couldn't understand what he was saying, it was clearly nothing good. Having been suppressed by Gouda for days, Paul finally gained the upper hand and walked off smugly, leaving Gouda standing there fuming helplessly. Soon the warm-up ended. At the referee's signal, the starting lineups of both teams took the court. Gouda, as the Demon Deacons starting center, stepped into the center circle for the jump ball. Besides him, Wake Forest's starting 4 for the night were Chris Paul PG, Justin Gray SG, Kyle Surrey SF, and Chris Ellis PF. NC State's Wolfpack starting lineup for the night was Alex Guillon PG, Julius Hodge SG, Deon Thompson SF, Blake Murray PF, and Sean McCallum C. When Gouda stood before Wolfpack center Sean McCallum, the latter's face stiffened. He looked up at Gouda, who was nearly half a head taller, then glanced at his head coach Jim Valvano, as if to say, you told me he was 2.06 meters. The veteran coach Jim was also puzzled. He had only briefly glanced at the player profile Gouda submitted to the league and hadn't paid much attention to this sudden new Demon Deacon. After all, in this era, aside from Yao Ming, no Chinese athlete had truly adapted to the American basketball system. An undeniable fact. Hey man, I think your height is inflated. Let me guess you fudged it by about 2 to 3 centimeters. Gouda greeted McCallum casually, as if they were old friends. Think whatever you want. I'm 6, 82 feet, about 2.08 meters. He was still stubborn. Gouda, who had also lied about his height, smiled knowingly, then easily tapped the ball back to his own half during the jump. Damn, are his legs strapped with springs? Sean McCallum thought, unnerved by the astonishing height Gouda reached during the jump. As the game officially began, Gouda focused all his attention on the match. What on earth did this giant eat to jump so high, eh? During the jump ball, when the opposing center's desperate leap barely reached the height of Gouda's elbow, the fans courtside couldn't help but cover their mouths in astonishment. Word had it that Carlman had found a Kenyon Martin-style interior jumping freak. The veteran coach Jim recalled a rumor circulating in the circle recently, and as he watched Gouda sprinting across the court, he thought to himself that this must be the man. On Wake Forest's first offensive possession, Paul initiated the attack with the ball, calling for Gouda to set a screen up front. After pinning the defender, he easily broke into the paint. It had to be said the quality of Gouda's screens was far superior to that of another Chris on the team. Paul, who had smoothly bypassed his defender, said nothing aloud, but was inwardly very satisfied with Gouda's pick-and-roll execution. Facing the sluggish and slow help defense of NC State center Sean McCann, Paul merely made a ball-protecting delaying move, successfully drawing McCann out and clearing the lane for the Demon Deacons. Oh no, Coach Jim's heart sank. Sure enough, the next second, a yellow lightning bolt swiftly cut into the paint. Paul tossed the ball softly, and it arced through the air in an orange-yellow trajectory. Bang. Gouda leaped off both feet, launching his entire body into the air, stretching his limbs to the utmost like a bowstring pulled taut. He caught the ball with both hands and slammed it violently through the hoop. 20. The Demon Deacons' first offensive play came from the team's new recruit Gouda with a powerful alley-oop dunk. With this level of leaping speed and body extension combined with the solid screening fundamentals displayed during the pick-and-roll, the NBA scouts in the stands originally there for Wake Forest, Chris Paul, instantly felt as if their souls had been stolen, their gazes locked onto Gouda, who was wearing the Demon Deacons' black and white number 10 jersey. Gouda, ecstatic after scoring his first points in the NCAA, couldn't help but pat the head of his assist man Apau during the return to defense. The latter, annoyed, swatted away the mischievous large hand atop his head. Logically speaking, the first shot of the game should have been taken by the team's leading star. But the headliner of Wake Forest happened to be a traditional point guard master who enjoyed helping others. Thus, Gao Da graciously accepted the honor of scoring the game's first basket. NC State's star guard Julius Hodge immediately wanted to retaliate, but Paul, whose head had been touched by Gao Da, was not to be trifled with. "Get the hell out of my way." He yelled to his teammates on the court, and Justin Gray, the team's starting shooting guard, tactfully switched defensive assignments with him. But an overexcited Hodge didn't care who was guarding him. Facing a pal who was on the ACC's all-defensive team last season, he chose the most stubborn approach, driving hard. Unsurprisingly, his drive was forcefully halted by Paul, who possessed superior physicality. Then, seizing the moment when Hodge was stuck with the ball, Paul slapped the latter's ball-handling hand. A subtle move, barely noticeable. Hodge winced in pain, but before he could call for a foul, the ball was knocked loose by Paul. The two scrambled for it instantly. In the chaos, the ball was poked away and somehow landed in the hands of Gao Da, who was in the paint. Is this a fight or a basketball game? Without time to complain about Paul and Hodge's wrestling-style play, Gao Da charged with the ball toward the front court. The overweight McCann was far too slow to keep up, and NC State's other star forward Dion Thompson tried to cut him off at the three-point line, but was bypassed by Gao Da's nimble behind-the-back dribble. What is this guy doing? Pass the ball to Chris. The fans courtside watched with growing anxiety. In this defense-oriented era, having an interior player initiate a fast break with the ball was unheard of. Gao Da's speed with the ball far exceeded expectations. Coach Spick on the sidelines watched helplessly as he shook off everyone and charged into the front court beyond the three-point line. He gathered his strength, leaped, took one dribble inside the free-throw line, and rose up. Holding the ball aloft with one hand in a torch-raising pose under the incredulous gazes of the fans, Gao Da glided at a height nearly level with the rim, eventually slamming the ball through the hoop. Holy shit! A cacophony of incredulous exclamations erupted from inside and outside the court. The fans in the stands could no longer sit still, rising to their feet to gaze at the man who had just executed a play worthy of a top 10 highlight. 40. Gao Da had stunned the crowd with two earth-shattering dunks at the start, accounting for all of his team's points so far. This Chinese player's dunks, full of violent aesthetics, inevitably remind me of the Phoenix forward wearing number 32 and the Raymond from the Seattle Supersonics. A middle-aged man in a suit with blonde hair and fair skin spoke from the stands, pulling out his player notebook and writing, "A young player from a distant ancient eastern land, a compatriot of Houston's Yao Gao. He possesses the standard dimensions of a 7-foot big man, and his body seems as if meticulously crafted by God himself. Both his static and dynamic talents are visually stunning. His basketball IQ, focus, and professionalism remain to be evaluated, but aside from that, he is undoubtedly the epitome of talent. The physical dimensions of an interior player combined with rare athletic dynamism will make him unstoppable in college basketball." This scout from the Atlanta Hawks, Phil Erickson, was scouting for a gifted interior rookie. North Carolina's talented high school senior Marvin Williams, freshman, UConn's sophomore interior player Charlie Villanueva from last year's NCAA champions, and Utah's traditional center prospect Andrew Bogut were all on his evaluation list. Beast. A beast from China. I'm absolutely falling in love with this guy. 2 dunks in the opening that would be top 5 plays in the NBA. This explosive talent is almost palpable. Where did the team dig up a Chinese player with physical talent comparable to a number 1 pick? The fans in the stands began to stir, their fondness for Gao Da growing at an astonishing rate. The strength of NC State's Wolfpack was originally on par with Paul Wake Forest. Although they hadn't faced each other in the playoffs last season, they had 2 regular season home and away games, each winning 1. Overall, NC State was slightly stronger than the Demon Deacons. The reason they hadn't gained a significant advantage in their matchups was that Wake Forest had Chris Paul, a star point guard projected to be at least a lottery pick. And now Gao Da's addition tipped the balance between the two teams. The pick-and-roll combination of Gao Da and Paul gave the Wolfpack's defenders a hard time. NC State couldn't find a single player capable of effectively guarding Chris Paul. This meant that after the screen, their defense had to adjust based on Paul's movements, as he would use mid-range jumpers and drives to punish the Wolfpack's strategy of packing the paint. If they did that, interior players like McCann and Murray would be forced out to switch onto Paul, leaving the paint vulnerable. The result was that the Demon Deacons Gao Da and Ellis feasted on easy baskets under the rim. Last season, NC State had a regular season game where they led by nearly 15 points. That lead was gradually whittled down into overtime, and although they ultimately won by 2 points, it proved that their playing style was countered by Wake Forest's. They had only narrowly won due to their superior roster depth. My God, what am I seeing? NC State, who fought us to double overtime last season, is trailing by nearly 10 points just in the first half. Fans in the stands frequently expressed their amazement. The Wake Forest coaching staff on the sidelines was no different, chattering excitedly about the immense boost the Gao Da and Paul duo had brought to the team. Gao Da's addition has indeed brought a qualitative change to the team's strength. He can achieve with just his physical talent what Chris Evans and Kyle couldn't do last season. Chris has found his best partner. His pick-and-roll tactics with Gao Da are enough to defeat nearly 70% of NCAA college teams. Assistant coach Bartle could barely contain his excitement, while head coach Spick was equally overjoyed. Don't forget John. Coach Spick reminded him, an excellent traditional point guard is also incredibly beneficial for a gifted young interior player. At halftime, the players returned to the locker room with the scoreboard reading 3645, the visiting team in the lead. Throughout the first half, the game's trajectory was firmly in Wake Forest's control as they maintained their early lead for the majority of the period. The two star players of NC State took turns leading counterattacks, but both were effortlessly neutralized by the steady-handed Paul. It had to be acknowledged that Chris Paul in his sophomore year already possessed the prowess to challenge NBA-level competition. His presence in college basketball was a sheer domination. In the first half, he and Gauda combined to score over half of the team's points. Gauda contributed 13.6 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block, and 2 turnovers, while Paul tallied 11.7 assists, 3 rebounds, 3 steals, and 0 turnovers. As for the two-star players of the NC State Wolfpack, Julius Hodge made 3 of 9 shots, finishing with 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Deon Thompson made 2 of 7 shots, ending with 6 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, while also leading the game with 3 turnovers. On offense, he attempted a fast break dunk only to be thwarted by a timely chase-down block from Gauda, who denied him at the rim in a spectacular fashion. Judging solely from this game, the intensity of NCAA competition seemed trivial to Gauda, even less challenging than the team's internal scrimmages. Considering this was Gauda's first official NCAA game, and the opposing team had not devised corresponding defensive strategies, he managed to score the highest on his team in the first half. Without Coach Spiker calling a single timeout in the first half, they thoroughly battered NC State, a team that had matched their strength the previous season. Paul basked in the loudest cheers and screams from the crowd. Over the past year, this small guard, with his almost pathological desire to win and consistently stellar on-court performance, had become the premier face of Wake Forest basketball. Undoubtedly, he was the most important figure on the Demon Deacons, second only to head coach Spiker. Watching Paul sign autographs and pose for photos with fans along the tunnel as he headed back to the locker room at halftime, Gauda couldn't help but admire the guy. Indeed, obsession and an almost abnormal thirst for victory were essential traits of every superstar. "You're truly an astonishing guy, Gal." Back in the locker room, assistant coach Bartle promptly handed him a towel and an energy drink, offering timely praise. "Do you know what the fans are calling you? The Bomber, the guy with bombs strapped to his legs, soaring into the air." Gauda choked on the water he had just taken a sip of, spitting it out. The nickname, blurted out so bluntly by Coach Bartle, had Paul Gray and the other teammates roaring with laughter. "The Bomber, haha, that's the weirdest nickname I've ever heard. What a ridiculous yet fitting name. Gal, you really ought to find the person who came up with that and pry open their skull to see what's inside." The teammates' teasing echoed one after another, filling the locker room with boisterous laughter until head coach Spiker's appearance put an end to the commotion. "Good job, Chris." Coach Spiker first lavished praise on Paul's performance, then turned his gaze to Gauda. "Gal, it'll increase your playing time in the second half. Can your stamina hold up?" Gauda wiped the sweat from his chest with a towel and nodded. "Thank you for your trust, coach." The look in his eyes as he regarded Gauda showed his satisfaction with the latter's outstanding first-half performance. "Chris, I need you to invest more energy in defense in the second half. Don't worry about getting beaten off the dribble. With Gao anchoring the interior, he can provide help defense and clean up. Don't let them score easily in the second half, and don't let them narrow the gap, understand?" "Yes, sir." At the start of the second half, the NC State Wolfpack's forward struck first. Before the half ended, Deon Thompson, humiliated by a shameful chase-down block from the Chinese player on Wake Forest, demanded the ball for an isolation play. Although Kerry Civi's defensive efficiency wasn't among the top 3 on the Demon Deacons, his explosive athleticism provided the physical tools to guard the opposing team's key players. Thompson's first step was thwarted, and his hesitation dribble nearly resulted in a steal. Changing his strategy, he passed the ball back to Hodge at the arc, then used a screen from Sean McCann to cut into the paint. Hodge seized the moment to lob the ball to the cutting Thompson. Gathering all his strength, Thompson leaped fearlessly against the timely rotating Gao, pulling back his arm like a bowstring as he rose, determined to answer the first-half block with a posterizing dunk. Smack! Gauda's response to this 5-star North Carolina high school prospect was an authentic Chinese hot pot. Thompson was knocked to the ground, ball and all. After completing the block, Gauda landed, and adding insult to injury, wagged his finger in front of him, his smug expression seeming to say, "Trying to dunk on me? No way." Then in the next second, the referee didn't indulge him, issuing a technical foul to Wake Forest's number 10. Gauda's smile vanished instantly. The big screen atop the Joel Coliseum promptly cut to his frozen grin, stirring indignation among the fans, while also evoking a touch of amusement. "Damn it, arrogant rookie," Paul muttered to himself, watching the showboating Gauda. Meanwhile, Thompson, having been disrespected face-to-face, was too intimidated to retort, walking away without looking back after being pulled away by his teammates. Gauda, having earned his first technical foul in his NCAA career, didn't argue with the referee. This served as a reminder to him that Mutombo's finger wag celebration wasn't officially exempt from technical fouls by the NBA until January 2007, and only for him. In other words, before that, even Mutombo himself would be penalized for making that gesture. Gauda had simply gotten too caught up in the excitement and lost his composure. Fortunately, it didn't cause too severe an impact. On the next possession, the Wolfpack's Hodge hit a 2-pointer. Gauda then committed a baseline pass turnover, intercepted by the vengeful Thompson, adding another turnover to his tally. In the next round, Hodge of the Wolfpack hit a 2-pointer. Goad made a baseline inbound error, which was intercepted by the vengeful Thompson, adding another turnover to his tally. Fortunately, Paul reacted swiftly, positioning himself to block Thompson's path to the basket, forcing the latter to pass the ball out and reset the play. Under Coach Spick's stern instructions, the Demon Deacons' defense in the second half was tightened to the maximum from the outset, nearly causing NC State to commit a shot clock violation. The ball eventually found its way back to Thompson, who hurriedly took a three-pointer that clanked off the rim. Beneath the basket, Sean McCann used his weight advantage to firmly box Goad out, seemingly ready to grab the offensive rebound. At the critical moment, Goad leveraged his height and reached to tip the descending rebound first, sending the ball back into the air. This time, with a quicker and higher leap, he snatched the board one-handed into his grasp. Paul rushed in to receive the pass, breezed past the entire NC State defense, drove into the unguarded Wolfpack, half-soared, and violently hammered the ball through the hoop. Almost forgot. In his early career, Paul's playing style was also known for its aerial acrobatics. He even had the glorious feat of dunking over the young Orlando Superman. A small body brimming with immense energy. This phrase perfectly described Paul at that moment. Who do you think can dunk better, you or Nate Robinson from the University of Washington? It was a question Goad had spontaneously asked a few nights ago while driving back to the apartment together. Paul's answer then was, don't compare me to that guy with bombs strapped to his legs. Players like him who rely purely on their physique won't have long careers in the NBA. My goal is to surpass Isaiah Thomas and Jason Kidd. But now, see that, you damn big oaf. You're not the only one who can pull off flashy dunks. On the court, Paul roared at Goad without any clear reason. The nonchalant reactions from his teammates suggested that this wasn't the first time he had vented his frustration at a teammate during a game. Well, in a way, you'll definitely surpass both of them in the future. After all, neither of them ever suffered a humiliating defeat like a 58-point blowout in the playoffs. What followed was a gritty, no-holds-barred battle on the defensive end from both teams. Goad and Ellis fought fiercely for every rebound under the basket for Wake Forest, while NC State's big men were no pushovers either, especially Cedric Simmons, the power forward selected with the 15th pick in the first round of the 2006 NBA draft by the New Orleans Hornets. The physical struggle in the paint also caused the Demon Deacons' interior duo to suffer many silent setbacks. Boxing out, fronting rough contests and desperate pursuits. In this war of interior giants, Goad was at a disadvantage due to his lack of weight. However, with a tank like Ellis helping him box out opponents, his rebound count quickly reached double figures. Goad's advantage as an interior player in this era lay in his excellent mobility, allowing him to switch from perimeter defense to the paint in time, while also serving as the team's last line of defense, providing rim protection and help defense. Versatility was the perfect description for him, with a typical NBA representative being Kevin Garnett. The existence and rise of a bulky center like McCann, on the other hand, was largely due to the era's great traditional centers with formidable low-post scoring, such as Shaquille O'Neal and Ming. Every team needed one or two such bulky interior players to defend them, thus fostering their emergence and popularity. But one must admit that the era creates such players, and these players are the most vivid representatives of this era. Rebounding, boxing out, and rim protection are their greatest strengths. For instance, in the second half, NC State's coach Jim noticed Goad's difficulty in single-covering such traditional centers. He promptly adjusted the game plan, designing isolation plays for a big man like Sean McCann to attack Goad unknown. Admittedly, this tactic proved effective initially. McCann scored over Goad in 2 consecutive possessions, significantly draining the latter's stamina. NC State capitalized by scoring 5 straight points, narrowing the deficit to single digits. However, as Goad gradually figured out McCann's offensive habits and managed to block several of his subsequent shots, the veteran coach Jim on the sidelines was both surprised and helpless. After all, you can't expect a rim-protecting defensive center to possess outstanding individual offensive skills, can you? Once McCann's limited offensive arsenal was deciphered by Goad's solo defense became straightforward. Thus, Wake Forest University secured the exhibition game with a score of 6-5-7-7 without too much trouble. The most outstanding performer in this game was undoubtedly the newly joined Chinese international student Goad. He played 29 minutes, making 8 of 12 shots for a team-high 18 points along with 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and a game-high 6 blocks. In comparison, Paul's routine stat line of 16 points, 9 assists, and 5 rebounds seemed rather lackluster. Wake Forest fans watching the game were ecstatic. After all, the Demon Deacons hadn't just beaten any ordinary college team, nor some nameless low-tier squad. The NC State Wolfpack were a 2-time NCAA tournament champion, a traditional powerhouse in the ACC, second only to North Carolina, and Duke, a top-tier university team among hundreds across 32 Division I conferences. They were also a team boasting 2 players with NBA prospects, Julius Hodge and Deon Thompson. The Wolfpack never led once the entire game. In fact, by the final 5 minutes, key players like Paul Gray and Goad were barely on the court. And they still breezed to a double-digit victory over such a strong opponent. After this battle, as Goad, the new Demon Deacon player, rose to fame, a fresh nickname was thrust upon him by the fans: the Beast. A beast of a foreign student from China specializing in aerial maneuvers. The news that the Demon Deacons had trounced North Carolina State in an exhibition game spread like wildfire, drawing the attention of multiple sports media outlets, including the North American Basketball Report and TNT. People had anticipated this to be a battle for the 3rd seed in the ACC beyond the rivalry of North Carolina and Duke. Yet it turned into a one-sided massacre, all because of an unexpected Chinese international student who burst onto the scene. Chris Paul continued to perform steadily, orchestrating the team's offense with impeccable order and demonstrating defensive aggression that could dominate the entire Atlantic Coast Conference. But compared to the already nationally renowned superstar point guard Chris Paul, the Chinese beast of the Demon Deacons captivated fans and media even more. His relentless, powerful dunks under the basket perfectly embodied the dominance in the paint theme of contemporary professional basketball. His explosive physique and leaping ability not only allowed him to execute alley-oop dunks with impunity in North Carolina State's paint, but also contributed 6 blocks on the defensive end. 18 points, 13 rebounds, 6 blocks. Such a debut performance successfully helped Gao to silence his critics, those fans who had deemed him a mere showpiece due to his 2'11" height before the season. None of them felt anything but shame after watching his game. Soon the impact of this exhibition game continued to spread fervently across Wake Forest University's campus and throughout the entire Winston-Salem college town. American college students who had taken a liking to Gau's performance bestowed upon him the nickname Tim Duncan too. In the following month, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons had 4 to 8 more exhibition games to play before the official start of the NCAA Division I Atlantic Coast Conference regular season in early November. 4 days later, they faced their second exhibition game opponent, the Boston College Eagles, at the Joel Coliseum. This team would merge into the Atlantic Coast Conference the following year along with 2 other university basketball teams and currently belong to the NCAA Division I Big East Conference. Their only standout star player was a sophomore from San Diego, California, named Jared Dudley. Indeed, this player later successfully entered the NBA, but throughout his entire career, the most notable and memorable achievement for fans was winning the championship with that Lakers team in the bubble during the 2019-2020 season. Dudley, who later joined the Dallas Mavericks coaching staff, was undeniably a core player for an NCAA team during his college years. In his sophomore season, he averaged 16, 5.7, 5 rebounds and 3.2 assists per game, earning the title of the Atlantic Coast Conference's most improved player. In the following 2 seasons, due to his reluctance to declare for the NBA draft, Dudley played all 4 years in college and was selected by the Charlotte Bobcats with the 22nd pick in the first round of the 2007 draft, thus beginning his NBA career. Compared to his career as a key rotation player for an NBA team, Dudley was undoubtedly the star player during his college years. While there was also Craig Smith, a second-round pick in 2006, but in his junior year, he played as the 3rd or even 4th scoring option on the team. It was only after Dudley entered the NBA that he was fully established as the team's star, putting up impressive stats of 18 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block per game, and was named to the Associated Press All-America 3rd team in 2006. However, to be fair, the Boston College Eagles were simply not on the same level as Wake Forest University, led by Gao and Chris Paul. Thanks to the immense attention generated by the previous game's thrashing of North Carolina State, the exhibition match against Boston College drew even more interest and a larger crowd of fans. Before the game, assistant coach Bartle mysteriously handed Gao a player profile, which contained detailed statistics from all 3 years of Boston Eagles starting center Alonzo Jefferson's college career. Gao was astonished when he saw the numbers 7 points, 5 rebounds, and 0.5 blocks per game. Could this really be the average stats of a starting center for an NCAA Division I team? The report noted that Jefferson had an older brother, Jared Jefferson, who was drafted into the NBA in the same year as Yao Ming and currently played as a center for the Washington Wizards. The 2 brothers, both from a basketball family, were vastly different in skill and achievement. The older brother was the 11th pick in the first round of the 2002 draft, while the younger brother, after 3 years in college, had never appeared on any draft prediction list and was even mocked by local Boston media as a college player with polio. However, Gao dared not underestimate him, thinking that since he came from a basketball family and had an older brother playing in the NBA, he must have some real skills. But as soon as the game against the Boston Eagles began, Gao realized he was terribly wrong. The black kid, standing 2.05 meters tall and weighing 100 kilograms, who looked less robust than himself, not only had terrible defensive habits, failing to contest shots in the post and passively absorbing elbows, but also had poor rebounding instincts. No wonder the pre-game player analysis report stated Jared Dudley is a forward with sharp rebounding instincts, and he is currently the leading rebounder for Boston College. It seemed that with their starting center performing so poorly, the Boston Eagles would have to do something to compensate for their lack of interior strength, or they might as well disband. But this was great news for Gao. Having been baptized by McClellan, the starting center of North Carolina State, in the previous game, Gao found it surprisingly easy to play against Jefferson, who had an NBA brother. He threw down a posterizing dunk over him in the post, knocked down mid-range jumpers with ease, and finished an alley-oop from Paul on a pick and roll. Not long into the second half, the game was already in garbage time. 3-5-5-8. Staring at the huge point difference on the scoreboard, Gao, who had barely broken a sweat, couldn't help but wonder, is the intensity of American college basketball really just this low? Following his previous performance of 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists, he once again led the team with 25 points, 15 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks in the game against the Boston Eagles. Paul played 38 minutes, practically staying on the court during garbage time to rack up assists, eventually finishing with over 20 assists. The final score was 6-0-9-2, with the Demon Deacons winning by a whopping 32 points. Coach Spiker was almost embarrassed by such a humiliating point differential. After the game, during the customary handshake between the coaches, he kept nodding and apologizing to the opposing head coach. But the smile on his face was impossible to hide. In the following days, Gao traveled with the team to Clemson, South Carolina for an exhibition game against the Clemson Tigers. This NCAA team, which had once produced NBA players like the Cobra Grant and slam dunk champion Larry Nance, had a glorious history. However, from the 1990s to the early 2000s, they had failed to make the NCAA tournament for over a decade. The team's star power had dimmed, and they lacked any standout players. Unsurprisingly, Wake Forest University secured an easy victory. They then flew to Florida for 2 more games against Florida State University and the University of Miami. Winning both games with overwhelming dominance against their conference rivals, the Demon Deacons returned to Winston-Salem to a hero's welcome. With their exhibition schedule for the month concluded, they boasted an impressive 50 record. The entire team was brimming with confidence, and the Wake Forest fans eagerly anticipated the start of the ACC regular season next month. Meanwhile, several NBA teams had already set their sights on the rising star Gauda. Baseline shuttle run 12. 5 seconds, three-quarter court sprint 3. 5 seconds. In Milwaukee Bucks, general manager Larry Harris scrutinized the data report in his hands, astonishment written all over his face. These are the physical test results of an Asian player. He removed his glasses, shifting his gaze to the man in a suit before him. Bucks director of player personnel Babcock nodded. This Chinese international student, named Gao, is from Wake Forest University in the Atlantic Coast Conference. He's a freshman. Based on his exceptional physical data, I consider him the next Shawn Kemp or Kevin Garnett. These are 2 very different player templates. Gao has the potential to grow into a future all-star interior player. After speaking, Babcock added, that is without considering injuries and career longevity. Harris stared at the man for a long time, then suddenly nodded and put down the data report. Do you think he's worth a lottery pick for us next year, or in 06? Babcock remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Harris continued, a Chinese player who hasn't proven himself in the NCAA, yet relying solely on outstanding physical data, isn't worth us considering him a potential target right now. Keep an eye on him. Michael Redd will lead us back to the playoffs this season. I'll watch this young man's game footage myself when I get the chance. Portland, inside the video conference room at the Rose Garden. All the trainers and assistant coaches from the team's coaching staff were gathered there, including general manager Patterson and new head coach Nate McMillan. Wake Forest sophomore Chris Paul is an extremely versatile point guard. Using his speed and explosiveness, he can easily blow past defenders and drive to the basket. While maintaining a very high field goal percentage at the rim, he can also create numerous offensive opportunities. Trailblazers lead assistant coach Neil Swacker spoke eloquently, pointing at Chris Paul on the video. The game footage playing was from Wake Forest's first exhibition game against NC State. Who is that Asian player wearing number 10 for the Demon Deacons? Trailblazers general manager Patterson suddenly interrupted Walker's presentation, inquiring about the soaring Asian player on the screen. McMillan's eyes lit up as well. Honestly, he had initially been drawn to attend this video analysis session because of Chris Paul. But as the game footage progressed, his attention was increasingly captured by Gao wearing the Wake Forest number 10 jersey. Talent. It's that kind of all-encompassing basketball talent on the court. That was McMillan's, the former Seattle Supersonics star point guard, first impression of Gao. Everyone present exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they hadn't paid any attention to Wake Forest's number 10 before. Whenever they mentioned the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, the first name that came to mind was always the former Flying Devil Tim Duncan, followed by the current ACC Freshman of the Year Chris Paul. Gao, a Chinese international student who had only played a few college games, seeming to have emerged from nowhere. Who would be bothered to pay him any mind? Just as the video conference hit a standstill over a Chinese player, a flurry of hurried footsteps was heard from outside the door. Bang! The conference room door was pushed open. The newcomer didn't even bother with the basic courtesy of knocking and appeared before them in a fluster. General manager Patterson was about to lose his temper when he heard the man gasping for breath. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is urgent. Zach Randolph and Damon Stoudemire were arrested on the spot by the Multnomah County Police at a private club for illegal possession of a large amount of marijuana. Shit. A collective buzz went through everyone's minds as if their heads had exploded, instantly plunging them into a state of shock. General manager Patterson instinctively cursed. He no longer had any interest in the Chinese international student. Notify all team management personnel. Meet in my office immediately. He then left the bewildered coaching staff behind, pushed open the door, and hurried away. This Western Conference powerhouse, which had made the playoffs for 21 consecutive years, was entering the most chaotic and disorganized period in its history. With the trade of Rasheed Wallace to the Detroit Pistons in a 3-team deal this past February, the Portland Trail Blazers officially entered a rebuilding phase. Young players with a strong gangster aura like Zach Randolph and Damon Stoudemire rose to prominence, plunging the team into a state of disarray. The reputation of the Portland Trail Blazers was truly cemented during this era. This was a year of dragons and snakes dancing in the NBA. The young king in Cleveland eyeing the throne. The Flash teaming up with the Shark for a joyous duo on the East Coast. The steadfast rock-solid Stone Buddha guarding San Antonio. The young German with the one-legged fadeaway in Dallas. The defending champion, the Motor City's Common Five. The Black Mamba in the City of Angels, baring its venomous fangs at the entire league. The unstoppable Yao Ming combination in Houston. With the introduction of the no-hand check rule at the turn of the millennium, the NBA's style of play underwent a complete transformation. The era of dominant perimeter stars had arrived, and the philosophy of building a team around a traditional big man was in decline. It was during this period that Gauda descended upon the NCAA and made a name for himself. The impact he would bring to this era was just beginning. As the general manager of the Devil Butler team, Ampuya sat in his office, conducting the final task before the official start of the NCAA new season, player registration. Upon reaching the last line of the folder, he saw the player named DeGao with 2, listed under height, 06M. He pushed up his glasses, hesitating slightly. Will this attract the attention of the tournament investigation team? His concerns were not unfounded, but there were countless examples of height inflation in basketball. As long as the lies weren't too blatant, the public wouldn't delve too deeply. However, Gauda was simply too unscrupulous. During the recent player fitness tests, the team doctor recorded Gauda's latest height as 2.13 m. This was a standard center height, yet he shamelessly had the team register him with a height that was secretly reduced by 7 centimeters. Do not underestimate this 7 centimeters height difference. In the NCAA Division I leagues, the height of normal college teams' inner players ranges from 2m to 2.08 m, and there are rarely any players exceeding 2.13 m. Generally, such players like Tim Duncan, Andrew Bogut, and Greg Oden are basically the inner-line killing machines of the NC. The head coach of the team, Spick, sat calmly in front of him and waved his hand. Don't worry, Gao is only 18. If there are outside voices questioning his height deception, we can simply say he has grown taller. Ampuya's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that in just a month's time this team had already colluded from the head coach to the players. Then what about Chris' registered height of 1.91 m? Are we supposed to explain that he shot up nearly 10 centimeters in the past year? In the face of this question, Coach Spick also showed a puzzled expression. This was Chris' own decision, although I don't understand why he did it. Perhaps it is due to a lack of confidence stemming from his innate shortcomings. Good grief. If Gauda were here, he would surely mock his good roommate A. Pao. While others inflate their heights by just 1 or 2 centimeters or stand on tiptoes to pull some minor tricks, you're directly pulling a growing shoots trick. 1.83 m pretending to be 1.91 m. You're putting a green onion in a pig's nose. What an act. The ACC conference has a total of 30 regular season games, each season a number that will increase to 36 after the expansion to include 3 additional Big East Conference teams next year. The playoffs, known as the Atlantic Coast Conference Championship, follow a single elimination format, and even the national champion of that season only needs 6 games to win the championship after advancing to the Madness tournament. Gauda's goal was clear: to make a name for himself in these 40 or so college games, attract the attention of NBA teams, and secure a decent first-round draft position. This goal was quite difficult for him. Despite having a system backing him, he lacked a notable high school basketball resume and was also unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the NBA draft. Due to NCAA regulations, he could only sign a contract with a reputable sports agent after the Madness tournament next year, allowing him to connect with NBA teams and further showcase his talent and potential. This year's opening opponent for Wake Forest University was formidable, the Tar Heels from the University of North Carolina. This team doesn't need much introduction. As one of the most prestigious college teams in North America, they have produced NBA superstars like Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, and James Worthy, winning the NCAA championship 3 times, tied for first in the ACC with Duke. This year's roster is even stronger, featuring the newly joined 5-star freshman Marvin Williams, the top point guard from the 2005 NBA draft Raymond Felton, the premier inside scorer Sean May, and the best guard in the nation Rashad McCants. Just looking at this roster is enough to take one's breath away. Unsurprisingly, they advanced to the finals of next year's Madness tournament and successfully defeated the Illinois team, led by the Illinois 3, to claim the championship. In the 2005 draft, all 4 were selected in the first round by NBA teams, creating a historic basketball event for North Carolina. Before the game, Coach Spick did not conduct a lengthy tactical arrangement, and there were not many motivational speeches either. After all, he knew that just the 5 players from the Tar Heels standing on the court would bring an overwhelming sense of despair. To put it bluntly, that year's North Carolina team was like the Golden State Warriors of the NCAA, with a terrifyingly perfect lineup. At the entrance of the player tunnel, Gauda was doing simple warm-up exercises while his teammates were also engaging in similar activities to activate their muscles and joints. Suddenly, a middle-aged Asian man in a security uniform approached him, pulling out a signature book and a Nokia as thick as a brick, nervously asking, "Can I get a photo and your signature?" Upon hearing this familiar Mandarin, Gauda instantly realized he had encountered a fellow countryman. He readily agreed and took a photo with the man. Due to the approaching game start, Gauda didn't chat long with the Chinese uncle. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the uncle wisely took his leave, knowing how important it was for players to maintain a good state before the game as a security personnel at Joel Coliseum. Initially, Gauda did not pay much attention to this incident until he officially entered the arena, where he saw a large number of Chinese fans in the stands holding up posters of him, cheering and screaming as he made his entrance. "Hey big guy, looks like your popularity is quite high now." Chris Paul's sarcastic voice came through. After several warm-up games, Gauda's increasingly eye-catching style of play had led to a surge in popularity among Wake Forest fanbase. Gauda looked at the overseas compatriots who had traveled thousands of miles to support him from the stands, extending his hand to wave at them. This gesture elicited an even more intense response from the Chinese fans. This scene was noticed by the 4 North Carolina stars on the opposite half, who all wore eager expressions. "Damn, that guy is just a freshman, yet he has so many supporters." Raymond Felton, the core point guard for North Carolina, felt a twinge of envy. "Hey, how about a bet? Let's see who can dunk on that Chinese big guy tonight. One counts as a success. Sean May Jr. on the team eagerly proposed everyone puts up $2,000 as a wager. Whoever manages to dunk gets to take all the money. McCants displayed a bloodthirsty grin despite being the least conspicuous among the North Carolina, for he was actually second only to Raymond Felton in career achievements after entering the NBA. Haha, I love the scent of money. It makes my adrenaline surge tenfold during a game. Marvin Williams, whose dynamic talent was the most explosive, grew excited believing he would be the one to ultimately claim the wager, even though the fellow had no idea what adrenaline truly was. The moment the game began, Marvin Williams, who had volunteered to jump at center court, suddenly looked startled, his eyelids twitching violently. Shit. Is this guy really the same height as me, 6 feet 9 inches? Meanwhile, Chris Paul, having received the ball that God had tipped back into his team's half, was about to launch an attack, when Raymond Felton standing before him also fell into a brief mental freeze. Before the game, Coach Roy Williams told me to watch out for Wake Forest number 3, saying had grown a lot over the new season. But from the looks of it now, isn't this guy still about the same height as me? Yeah. The bewildered four horsemen of North Carolina had no idea they had fallen into a strange cycle known as the Wake Forest height conservation law. The extra height did not disappear, it simply transferred to others in ways beyond imagination. Sean May, standing at 6 feet 9 inches 2.06 m and weighing 266 pounds, 121 kilograms. Good at 6 feet 9 inches disputed and 234 pounds, 106 kilograms. When these two appeared together in public view, what astonished people was not the identical height with a half-head difference, but the sheer size disparity, where Good was completely overshadowed by Sean May. Good was exasperated. How could every interior player he faced be so much heavier? What was the point of the 3 kilograms of muscle he had painstakingly gained over the past month under the trainer's guidance? And seeing them stand together, those in the know recognized them as college students, but the uninitiated might think there was a generation gap between them. Young as he was, Sean May bore a face weathered by time. Marvin Williams, born in June 1986, sported a full beard around his lips. Who wouldn't question upon seeing him? You call this just turned 18. The head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels, Roy Williams, known as the NCAA version of Mike D'Antoni, or the poor man's little mustache. This veteran coach, who led the University of Kansas to a stunning NCAA championship in 1988, had always been at the forefront of coaching philosophy. At least half the credit for the Tar Heels' championship success next season should go to this old gentleman. Before the game, he conducted a thorough analysis and study of the formidable Wake Forest team. Ultimately, he believed that if they could lock down Chris Paul, all of Wake Forest's tactics would crumble, leaving them just another defeated foe under North Carolina's heel. But his hasty judgment would cost him dearly. In the first possession, Chris Paul and Good's pick-and-roll play left the Tar Heels reeling. Paul feigned a long two-pointer off the screen, drawing Felton and Williams into a quick double team, showcasing the Tar Heels' seamless team defense. But Good, the true finisher, shed the slow-footed Sean May and cut to the basket, catching Paul's fake shot and true pass in midair, ending the play with a violent dunk. Rashad McCants rushing over to help nearly became a highlight backdrop. Is this guy sure he's not a black man in yellow skin? McCants broke out in a cold sweat. Just a bit faster on his help defense, and given Good's leap height, he at 193 m might have been the one getting posterized. Damn, where did this freak come from? Absurd and unreal thoughts crossed his mind. Instead of dunking on someone, he nearly got dunked on. Watch out, this guy's not that simple. Felton, who noticed something amiss, warned his teammates as he watched Good celebrating his first NCAA points with a hand on his head. Give me the ball next possession, let me teach him a lesson. The fury in Sean May's eyes was palpable. Sure enough, on the next possession, the Tar Heels slowed the game to a half-court set, with Sean May posting up Good and demanding the ball. In this era, traditional big centers like him still held significant sway in offensive schemes. Felton directed his teammates to spread the floor and then lobbed the ball to May in the post. Good extended his long arms to disrupt, but his lack of strength allowed May to easily seal him off and catch the ball. May opted for a straightforward back down. Good was bulldozed back several feet by this meat mountain. The brutal sight made Coach Prosser wince on the sidelines, fearing May might hurt his prized asset. Tomato. Good gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to withstand May's back down. But the nearly 40-pound weight disadvantage was insurmountable. Even with Good's interior defense rating at 77, nearly NBA caliber, May still scored with a hook shot after a post turn. This guy's low post threat was immense. Good cursed inwardly. That play had pushed him out of position, and even his full leap provided little contest, leaving him to watch the ball go in. Yet he didn't lose heart. After all, Sean May was projected as the 13th pick next year, never dropping out of the top 20 in any mock draft. The critical issue was the massive weight difference, creating a disadvantage. For Good to contain May on defense would be extremely difficult. But that didn't mean he couldn't make up for it on offense. Damn it, if you can't guard that bastard, pass it to Chris Ellis. No one will call you a defensive idiot. Paul's harsh words carried concern, but Good shook his head, declining the offer. On the next possession, Paul chose to go unknown against Raymond Felton, one of North Carolina's stars. Both were among the top 3 NCAA point guards. Though Felton's NBA career paled in comparison to Paul's or Darren Williams in college, he was widely regarded as the best of the three, standing at just 185 centimeters. Paul's first step was stopped, but a quick half-turn fake successfully fooled Felton. After completing his crossover, Paul drove with undiminished speed, leaping towards the basket, with Sean May's arms raised high for a dunk. It must be said pre-injury Chris Paul played a violent style, often attempting posterizing dunks in college. Bang! The ball hit the front of the rim and bounced off. Unfortunately, Sean May's defensive positioning was excellent and his stance under the basket was aggressive. Paul's dunk was rejected by the rim. But just then a figure as swift as a leopard leaped from behind May. With a whoosh like a shark breaching the surface, Good jumped from a standstill, snatched the ball with his long arms, and slammed it fiercely into the hoop. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. The spectators, as if nails had been driven into their seats, all turned to look at Good, who had just executed this earth-shattering putback dunk. A Shaquille O'Neal-esque putback. Even NBA games rarely see such a spectacular play. From Wake Forest number 10, Gouda. Joel Coliseum's official announcer Avery D. Pugh slammed his hand on the commentary table in excitement. The arena's big screen replayed this stunning play in a loop. What the hell? That incredible anticipation of the rebound. Marvin Williams, another athletic interior prodigy, clearly observed every detail of Good's play from the side. He understood perfectly that executing such a difficult putback required more than just beastly athleticism. This guy, only a few months older than him, was no ordinary talent. Felton caught the ball at the baseline and just past midcourt threw a long pass to Marvin Williams, cutting to the rim. Facing Ellis defense, Williams smoothly finished with a reverse layup. 44. 2 minutes into the game, neither team had missed a shot. But soon on the next possession, Wake Forest's offense stalled. McCants intercepted Paul's pass and North Carolina executed a textbook fast break. Felton ended it with a corner three. 74. The Tar Heels led by 3. Paul reorganized the offense and Justin Gray successfully created a good open shot through his movement, but his two-point attempt was swatted away by Marvin Williams, who came in from the side. This play fully showcased the physical talent and defensive instincts of North America's 5-star high school players. At the moment Paul was about to pass, he quickly assessed the endpoint of Wake Forest University's possession and decisively abandoned his defensive assignment to complete the block. The ball was picked up by Felton and North Carolina launched another fast break. Coach Spikek, noticing the situation from the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety and prepared to call a timeout after this possession to calm his players' emotions. In a 2-0 situation, Wake Forest only had Paul back on defense. Felton powered through the three-point line and McCants, who arrived just in time, received the pass and was about to take off. A large yellow hand appeared from behind unbeknownst to him, and with such force it sent McCants' slam dunk attempt flying away. The latter could even feel the wind rushing past his ears along with the words "Tomato Tim D." The referee did not blow the whistle. The clean and powerful defense left no room for criticism. Gouda landed steadily while McCants, who was swatted away from behind, was not so fortunate, losing his balance and falling hard, but fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Nice play, rookie. Paul's annoying voice rang out as Gouda, and he high-fived and bumped chests in celebration. McCants, pulled up by a teammate, was filled with anger and disbelief, looking at Gouda with incredulity. Do Asian players really have such great physical attributes now? That ball was almost swatted into the stands behind the basket. However, the two college coaches on the sidelines saw something different. Coaches Spikek and Roy both recognized the defensive prowess Gouda displayed in this play. He completed the block from the paint to another area of the half-court, and his chase-down speed was even faster than that of the well-known star guards Chris Paul and Raymond Felton. The potential this young man had on the defensive end was almost visible to the naked eye. He possessed nearly all the physical qualities of an NBA Defensive Player of the Year. Coach Roy Williams thought to himself. North Carolina resumed their offense. In this possession, they aimed to replicate their previous success, utilizing Sean May's weight to dominate Gouda. As a result, Gouda countered Sean May's offensive attempt under the basket with a clever maneuver, successfully breaking it up and earning a steal. Paul quickly assessed that this was an excellent fast break opportunity. He sprinted with his short legs, running fast while reaching out for the ball. Although Gouda's playmaking ability wasn't outstanding, it was relative to whom he was compared with. A 70 in playmaking attributes was already better than many guards in the NCAA Division I league. Executing a standard quarterback pass, Paul successfully entered North Carolina's half-court and finished the possession with a two-handed dunk. The Wake Forest fans in the stands grew louder, and the momentum displayed by the team in the first 5 minutes was completely different from last season. Even the top college team in the nation could match them. After North Carolina's offense was thwarted, they adjusted in time. Felton used Sean May's screen to break through, attracting a double team, while Marvin Williams, cutting in from the side, finished with a two-handed dunk. Taking advantage of North Carolina's distraction, Paul cunningly threw the ball to forward Kelly Turvin during the baseline inbounds, then swiftly circled into North Carolina's half-court. After receiving the pass, he bypassed McCants and easily laid it in. Seeing this scene, Gouda couldn't help but exclaim, "Paul is indeed exceptional. His court awareness and instincts are truly top-notch. But why does this crafty play feel so sneaky?" Moreover, these 4 young men of North Carolina seem a bit misnamed. Of 4 fools might be more appropriate. While North Carolina initiated their offense, Felton, despite looking down on Paul's sneaky play, acknowledged his defensive talent. In the first 5 minutes, he had not single-handedly made a single shot. Perhaps this is why he managed to outshine Darren Williams and Chris Paul in the team-oriented American College League. The same situation arose in this possession as well. Holding the ball at the arc, Sean May positioned himself to receive the ball, but instead of lobbing it to the inside, he passed to McCants, who had moved to an open spot. The latter, struggling with his shooting touch, missed the three-point attempt. Gowda boxed out Sean May effectively, and with his quick jump secured the rebound, forcing Marvin Williams, who rushed in to contest the board, to retreat. In Wake Forest's possession, Paul and Gowda continued their pick-and-roll strategy, while North Carolina's four young men were not to be underestimated. With their fluid 23 positioning, they successfully locked down Chris Paul's driving lane and sealed off the paint, preventing Gowda from cutting in. Fortunately, Paul had excellent ball handling. When faced with a double team, he passed the ball back to Gowda near the free throw line. An inexplicable scene unfolded. Sean May, who had been guarding Gowda, unexpectedly took a step back, seemingly afraid that Gowda would blow past him. But in reality, only Sean May truly understood that during Wake Forest's previous scrimmages, Gowda had not shown any shooting ability. He must be the same now. The response was a crisp swish of the net from behind him. Coach Roy Williams on the sidelines was stunned, and the four young men of North Carolina bore similar expressions of disbelief. Previously, while watching footage of Wake Forest games, this Chinese player had not displayed a hint of mid-range shooting, coupled with the player data analysis showing that nearly 90 of Gowda's shots came from under the basket. This led them to mistakenly believe he was a rough player without any skills. But now luck. It must be luck. Sean May comforted himself in this way. Unbeknownst to him, Gowda looked at him as if he were foolish. If you have the guts, keep leaving me open for the rest of the game. We'll see if I can shoot you down. The ensuing match was fiercely contested, and by halftime both teams entered the break with a score of 4-1-4-1. Holy shit. Before the next match, the arena cameras mostly focused on Gowda, the Chinese player wearing the number 10 jersey of the Devils' assistant team. He was undoubtedly the MVP of Wake Forest University tonight, performing even better than Paul on the court. 15 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 4 blocks, and 1 steal. This was his performance against the North Carolina four young men in the first half. Everyone knew that after this seemingly mundane ACC regular season game, the name Gowda would certainly appear on the latest draft prediction list, and his ranking wouldn't be low. The four young men of North Carolina could never have imagined that the first opening game of the 2004-2005 season would turn into a backdrop for a freshman from Wake Forest University. In the second half of the game, the four stars of North Carolina launched a 70-scoring surge, forcing Wake Forest to call a timeout to stem the momentum. "See that? I was almost able to dunk over that Chinese guy," Marvin Williams said from the bench, wiping sweat with a hint of regret. Felton rolled his eyes. That opening play of the second half was indeed a good one, but unfortunately that Chinese player's height was vastly exaggerated. For a normal 2.06-meter interior player, even with explosive athleticism, it was impossible to be such a pillar under the basket, simply raising both hands to block everything. Marvin Williams losing his grip on the dunk was understandable. "Come on, man, that guy almost blocked you silly in the first half. I can tell now this Chinese is a real force." McCants, still shaken by Gowda's defensive prowess in the first half, couldn't help interrupting Marvin Williams. Facing the challenge from his senior and team leader, the freshman Marvin Williams dared not retort, only lowering his head in sullen silence. Beside him, Sean May was panting heavily with no intention of joining the teammates' discussion. If anyone on the North Carolina team had the most authority on Gowda's abilities, it was undoubtedly Sean May, who had matched up against him for the entire first half. That Chinese player, though seemingly slender, possessed physical strength far beyond what his weight suggested. Sean May knew that in terms of low-post defense, fewer than 3 players across all NCAA schools were better than him. And those who could contain him were even rarer. Perhaps the future Ohio State freshman, the National High School Player of the Year, had that capability. Yet Gowda, a Chinese interior player who had only played a few official NCAA games, managed to hold his shooting percentage below 40%. Though the methods were far from clean. Sean May didn't blame Gao for his rough defense. After all, which interior player didn't have a few tricks up their sleeve? In the NBA, wrestling, grabbing shorts, pulling chairs, and elbowing in the post were all commonplace. Besides, look at the guy who shared a dorm with Gowda. What kind of trouble wasn't he? Day by day, it was inevitable to pick up some bad habits on the court. After the timeout, Paul charged into the paint like a battering ram, tearing through the North Carolina defense for a tough layup. Felton rubbed his chest, glaring at Paul as he swaggered away, cursing under his breath. On the transition, North Carolina exploited their advantage on the wing to score another basket inside, pushing the lead back to 7 points. Paul directed his teammates from beyond the arc, but Felton pressed him aggressively, nearly forcing a turnover. Paul managed to steady the ball and passed it to Gowda, who had come to set a screen. Gowda caught the ball at the high post facing Sean May's defense. May dared not relax, wary of another surprise shot. Gao had hit 2 of 3 mid-range attempts in the first half, a respectable percentage. Backing down against the defense, Gowda probed for space, then quickly drove left. Sean May scrambled to block, while Marvin Williams on the wing prepared to help. But Gao's drive was a feint. His real move was a pull-up jumper. With a fluid guard-like crossover step back, the sudden shift nearly caused the heavier Sean May to stumble. Swish. The ball swished through the net. The kid has that move. Even Coach Speak on the sidelines was stunned, and the North Carolina players on court were bewildered. Was he a guard or a big man? Gowda smirked. I humbly learned from the first backcourt forward of Philadelphia. On the next possession, North Carolina executed a beautifully fluid team play, but Marvin Williams' drive to the basket was once again swatted away by Gowda's help defense. Williams had seen Gowda rotating from the side, but driven by a desire to avenge the first half block and encouraged by his senior's promise of $2,000, he charged straight in for a tomahawk dunk. The result was predictable, handing Gao his fifth block of the game. McCants caught the loose ball on the baseline, pump-faked his defender, and calmly sank a three-pointer. He was last season's ACC scoring champion, averaging 20 points per game. Coach Speak stood arms crossed in front of the bench, his anxiety plain for all to see. The 4 stars of North Carolina were simply unstoppable. They were like a perfect hexagon team, impossible to breach from any angle. As the game wore on, the Tar Heels' lead grew more secure, even as Gao and Paul sparked an 114 rally. With 1 minute left, the gap remained a daunting 7 points. In the end, Paul's contested three-pointer missed, and North Carolina secured their season-opening victory at Wake Forest's home court, 7,772. But Wake Forest lost with honor, facing next year's national champions North Carolina. Throughout the game, the 4 Maine Tar Heels barely rested, playing nearly the entire match. It was safe to say that Wake Forest had brought out the best in North Carolina. Gao played 37 minutes, making 10 of 14 field goals and 5 of 7 free throws, scoring a game-high 25 points along with 14 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 blocks, and 1 steal. Against the 4 stars, who combined for 66 points, Gao's performance leading his team to fight until the final minute proved one thing. Wake Forest lost, but Gao did not. Gao's roommate Paul also performed admirably. Compared to Felton's 8 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, Paul's 18.7 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block made him seem more deserving of the title, top of the three-point guards. Congratulations, host. Completed NCAA regular season debut. Personal stats 251,447. Rewards being calculated. Ding. 1500 achievement points credited. Main quest initiated. Make a name in the NCAA. Quest requirements: in the upcoming season, the host must be selected to the All-American Team, All-ACC First Team, and ACC All-Defensive Team, be named ACC Freshman of the Year, and lead the team to the Final Four of March Madness. Reward preview moment: Karl Malone's elbow 1, when equipped, all interior offensive attributes 3, critical hit rate against opponents on the court 100, with a chance to cause additional concussion damage. Note: concussion severity varies with force. Badge bronze: interior power finisher, increases success rate of powerful dunks in traffic, temporarily enhances physical attributes, 1 achievement points 1000. Karl Malone's elbow. Gao's expression soured. He couldn't help turning to look at Paul, who was venting his frustration by kicking a trash can in the locker room after the loss. No way. If he equipped that thing, one careless turn on the court would catch someone of Paul's height right in the face, a guaranteed critical hit. The striking zone was perfectly aligned with his vulnerable spots, each blow dealing massive damage. Strangely, Gao's heart began to itch. I swear I'm not doing this quest just for the Malone's elbow. The influence of the NCAA in North America far surpasses that of professional leagues like the NBA, as the pure basketball atmosphere combined with collegiate sports makes the annual March Madness a highly coveted event for countless American sports media outlets. In terms of market size alone, the NCAA may not compare to the NBA, one of North America's 4 major sports leagues. However, when it comes to popularity and the affection of fans across the United States, the NCAA absolutely dominates any single NBA team. According to a report from the Los Angeles Orange County Register this June, after the NCAA tournament's Final Four was determined, the broadcast fees for each game were 2 to 3 times higher than the entire series between the Lakers and Pistons in the NBA Finals. Although this has little to do with players like Gao and Chris Paul who play for university teams, their head coaches and team administrators can earn salaries of no less than $10 million annually. This compensation is far higher than what many renowned NBA coaches currently receive. However, this double standard has also led to widespread resentment among NCAA star players. After all, the NCAA uses the guise of the world's purest basketball event to generate revenue, yet enforces rules prohibiting players from partnering with any external sponsors while offering such high salaries to university head coaches and administrators. They use sponsor money to develop team facilities but deny players the chance to collaborate with benefactors. They might as well make broadcast fees public and let fans enter for free. Despite the complaints, this proves the NCAA's influence in the United States. In his regular season debut in the Atlantic Coast Conference, Gao led Wake Forest University in a full game against the invincible North Carolina 4. Although they ultimately lost, the talent and highlights he displayed in this match quickly attracted the attention of a group of media outlets and NBA scouts. Gao, you were the standout player of the game tonight, putting up impressive stats of 25 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 blocks. You were the first player in Wake Forest Demon Deacons history to record 7 blocks in a regular season debut. Even Tim Duncan didn't achieve that. Sitting in the bright and tidy team meeting room surrounded by a sea of cameras and reporters, Gao attended his first press conference in life. So do you think you will become the second interior player from Wake Forest University to enter the NBA? Asked a white reporter from Winston-Salem Basketball News, clearly there to build hype for Gao. I don't think that's up to me, sir. After the loss, Gao was in low spirits. Anyone who loses their NCAA debut, especially after such a stellar performance, would not feel great. Coach Skip Prosser noticed Gao's frustration and waved his hand, signaling the press officer to move to the next question. Then a familiar face appeared, a Chinese-American reporter from North Carolina Real News, who spoke in halting Mandarin and Hao Gao. Tonight we saw many local Chinese fans in the Joel Coliseum stands holding your posters and jersey numbers. They are clearly thrilled by your arrival. We truly hope you can become the next Yao, make it to the NBA, and lead Asian basketball to prosperity. Go. Clearly this guy was already a devoted fan of Gao Da. His hopeful and encouraging words somewhat eased Gao Da's gloom after the game's defeat. After this game, Gao Da's name and influence spread rapidly across the United States at an unimaginable speed. Almost every fan following North American collegiate basketball knew Wake Forest University had produced a Chinese interior player with explosive athleticism. Even the once invincible North Carolina nearly fell from their pedestal in the game. In Winston-Salem and nearby cities, Gao Da quickly became a household basketball star. In this era, before online media was fully established, people mainly relied on newspapers and television to learn about current events and news. WJZY Charlotte TV, WSKY TV, Ottoman Exclusive TV, and CNN, three influential television programs, broadcast the game the next day. The combination of Chinese international students at Wake Forest University and Chris Paul quickly topped the national trending headlines. This meant that Gao Da's fame was spreading at an astonishing pace to every fan group in the United States that followed college basketball. In the following days, whether Gao Da went to a restaurant for a meal, attended class, or hung out privately with teammates like Paul, crowds of fans would swarm him everywhere asking for photos and autographs. At first, Gao Da was unaccustomed to the feeling of being mobbed like a star wherever he went. But soon he grew accustomed to this high-exposure lifestyle, as his good roommate Chris Paul told him. This is a process every college player on the verge of becoming an NBA millionaire goes through. Gao Da's explosive popularity must be attributed to the widespread and universal nature of American college education. Oh, and also to the high population mobility among Americans. This is also why American fans tend to love college basketball more than the NBA. Unlike in China, where the population is more concentrated and less mobile compared to the US, Americans' sense of belonging to a city is far weaker than their attachment to their alma mater. This explains why most Americans, even after leaving college life, often keep up with school-related news, most typically identifying as fans of their university's sports teams. These successful university programs also use their glorious histories to attract five-star high school players from various states, giving rise to the traditional powerhouses in the NCAA Division I, such as North Carolina, Duke, Kansas, and Georgetown. This is the essence of the so-called celebrity effect. For Gao Da, although he lost the season opener, he gained fame in the draft stock market. As for whether he will become the next Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University, a classic example of his alma mater's celebrity effect, let us wait and see. After losing their first game of the season against North Carolina, Wake Forest demonstrated the formidable momentum of last season's ACC regular season champions, winning 9 consecutive games in the following 9 regular season matchups. They displayed overwhelming dominance against various university teams within the same Atlantic Coast Conference division. With a monthly record of 9 wins and 1 loss, they were second only to the North Carolina Tar Heels, who maintained a perfect 10-win record in the same month. The inside-outside duo of Paul and Gao Da, reminiscent of the NCAA version of the Glove and Raymond combination, led the Wake Forest Demon Deacons to triumph over formidable opponents, averaging a net victory margin of 3 points per game. During this period, Paul, as the undisputed core of the team, averaged 14 3 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals per game. His suffocating defense on the court, coupled with the highest defensive WS value among ACC perimeter players, left countless media outlets and fans in awe. He absolutely possesses the qualifications to serve as a starting point guard for an NBA playoff caliber team. Flawless on both ends of the court, the max-level build. A smaller version of Tim Duncan among NCAA perimeter players was the finest compliment for Chris Paul during his college years. Of course, one must overlook some of his unsavory antics on the court. Since June of this year, Paul's draft projections have never fallen below the 8th overall pick, and he has now surpassed 2 other talented big men to become one of the top 3 hot prospects in the 2005 draft. As for Gao Da, evaluations of him have been mixed. The majority are positive, with only a small fraction of media outlets casting doubt on his draft stock. In the 10 games since the season began, Gao Da has averaged 36.7 minutes per game for Wake Forest, starting every contest with explosive statistics, averaging 17 4 points, 13 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and a staggering 5 blocks per game. This is a stat line that anyone would recognize as that of an interior beast rarely seen among players across the 32 NCAA Division I conferences. Emeka Okafor, the Final Four MOP from the University of Connecticut Huskies, and a junior selected with the 2nd overall pick by the Charlotte Bobcats, barely matched Gao Da's numbers in his final college season. The difference lies in the fact that Okafor, as the primary core of the traditional powerhouse UConn, possessed a versatile skill set and polished low-post footwork, having proven his leadership ability during his college career. In contrast, Gao Da, a freshman who has only played 10 official NCAA games, has yet to demonstrate sufficient offensive initiative in past matches, with his scoring methods largely relying on pick-and-rolls, putbacks off offensive rebounds, and mid-range jump shots. This is the primary reason why some media outlets have been pessimistic about Gao Da. Nevertheless, considering the potential Gao Da has shown at this age, comprehensive evaluations from the authoritative sports media outlet ESPN Draft have placed him among the top 10 picks in next year's draft. Among current NCAA interior players, this ranking places him behind only Andrew Bogut of the University of Utah, Marvin Williams of the University of North Carolina, and Charlie Villanueva of the University of Connecticut, following Okafor. This includes strong interior players such as Channing Frye and Ikem Ibekwe of the University of Arizona, Sean May of the University of North Carolina, and David Lee of the University of Florida, all of whom rank behind him. Such high praise has brought Gao to not only increasing attention but also opponents in every game who seek to dunk over him or lead their teams to victory over Wake Forest, thereby boosting their own exposure in the draft market. These individuals have become essential nutrients for Gau's astonishing average of 5 blocks per game. This achievement allowed him to break another team record set by predecessor Tim Duncan, the fastest to reach 50 blocks in the history of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Gao accomplished this in just 10 games, while even Tim Duncan needed 21 games during his college career. Currently, Gao leads the entire Atlantic Coast Conference in average rebounds and blocks, making him the ACC's reigning rebounding and shot-blocking champion. Especially his daunting average blocks, which more than double the second place, Sean May's 2.1 blocks per game. To be honest, Gao finds it somewhat puzzling why those guys who relentlessly charge at the basket in every game are so eager to dunk over him. Nevertheless, this does not deter Gao from serving them a taste of authentic Chinese hot pot. On the defensive end, he executes superhuman block moves, and after every rejection of an opponent's layup, the Joel Coliseum erupts in unison tomatoes. Although Americans are unaware of the nostalgic sentiment that the 3 letters TMD hold for every Chinese person. But as long as it is the catchphrase of the team's most popular core player, the fans eagerly mimic it, thus forming a classic scene in the arena. Nearly the entire fan base chants the English word for tomatoes. This has become a picturesque spectacle in the Demon Deacons' home stands. Gao himself finds it both amusing and exasperating. His outstanding on-court performance and influence earned Gao the ACC's Player and Rookie of the Month honors for the first month. This honor unexpectedly unlocked his first badge. Copper Dream Shake increases the likelihood of defenders biting on post fakes and enhances the player's shooting percentage in the paint. This badge will significantly boost his threat level in the low post in upcoming games and effectively compensate for his limited offensive arsenal inside. This aligns perfectly with the Demon Deacons coaching staff's current training goals for Gao. Coach Skip has prepared a detailed and comprehensive muscle-building plan. The ACC regular season schedule is not too demanding, allowing him to complete the plan while playing games during the season. However, the process will undoubtedly require Gao to endure pain beyond ordinary tolerance, and the target weight gain is modest, only around 7 pounds, approximately 3 kilograms. The goal is to enhance his ability to defend against traditional interior players in unknown situations while preserving his current defensive recovery speed and agility as much as possible. This is undoubtedly Coach Skip's tactical measure to further elevate Wake Forest's competitive ceiling, leveraging Gau's strength while mitigating weaknesses. Such an approach will inevitably have some impact on Gau's current performance, leading to a temporary decline in competitive form and on-court display. But from a long-term development perspective, strengthening his muscles and improving interior defense is immensely beneficial for Gao, who aspires to enter the NBA. At the same time, the growth in his own strength is something he welcomes. Soon Gao spent 2 long months in this state of pain and pleasure. Time swiftly arrived at the end of December, at this cusp of crossing from 2004 into the 5th year of the new century. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons players, having just concluded their Christmas holidays, gathered together once more. They shared their Christmas gifts with one another and silently made wishes and aspirations for the new year amidst the revelry. Gao and Paul had arranged to meet in Los Angeles over Christmas to witness the classic showdown between the Miami Heat and the Los Angeles Lakers, the 2004 Christmas Day game, where the Shark returned to Staples Center. Heat versus Lakers. This marked the first time Shaquille O'Neal, the league's premier center, returned to Staples Center after being traded to the East Coast during the offseason, competing on the same court with his former protege Kobe Bryant. It was considered one of the classic NBA games in the hearts of countless Shark fans and Kobe enthusiasts in later years. Team manager Ampoya had secured 2 tickets to the Christmas game through a friend, intending to take his son to Los Angeles for the holiday, but an unexpected obligation prevented him from going. Thus, the tickets fell into the hands of Gao and Paul, who were helping set up a Christmas tree at Paul's home. Hey Gao, just wait, in the future you'll visit this arena as an all-star player. Amidst the explosively fervent atmosphere of the arena, Paul, mingling among countless fans, jumped up and wrapped an arm around Gao's neck as he spoke. What did you say, Chris? It's too loud here, I can't hear a thing. Gao, standing head and shoulders above the crowd, had no trouble with sight lines. Even seated, his view of the game was unobstructed. You damn bastard, I said, you're an incurable fool. Thanks, Chris. But I don't need a beer right now because I haven't reached the legal drinking age set by the U.S. government. Shit. Throughout the entire game, it was a grudge match between the dynasty duo of Kobe and O'Neal. From the tip-off, Kobe relentlessly drove into the paint, attempting to score over O'Neal, who guarded the Heat's restricted area. But the Shark was not one to be easily cowed. Facing the Black Mamba's provocation, he displayed a defensive intensity rarely seen in recent times, emphatically blocking Kobe's first shot attempt. Yet Kobe, during his number 8 era, was notorious for his stubbornness. A Mamba mentality. On his second attempt, he hit a jump shot over O'Neal's aggressive help defense. Then a scorching hot Kobe knocked down 3 consecutive three-pointers, propelling the Lakers to a 135 lead over the Heat, nearly a 10-point advantage, and forcing a Miami timeout. Watching the game live, Gao was equally awed by Kobe's terrifying scoring ability during this period. His enthusiastic cheers even made Paul sitting beside him feel a twinge of jealousy. Ultimately, the game was dragged into overtime amidst such intense physical confrontations. With O'Neal fouling out the Heat's number 3, Dwayne Wade led his team to a narrow 104-102 victory over the Lakers, securing the win. Kobe, the number 8 Flying Warrior, scored a game-high 42 points. For the Heat, O'Neal contributed 24 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while Wade put up 29 points, 10 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. After the game, Gauda and Paul departed reluctantly, needing to catch the earliest flight back to Winston-Salem. The day after their departure, in a small corner of the lower left section of California's Orange County Register, a news item reported the visit of the Wake Forest Twin Stars to Staples Center. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office of the Miami Heat, far away in Miami, a computer played footage of Wake Forest University's recent game against Georgia Tech. Behind the desk, sporting a slicked-back, immaculate hairdo, the godfather of the Heat, Pat Riley, watched the game footage with unwavering attention. His gaze never left the Demon Deacon's number 10. "Stan, it's me." He picked up the phone and dialed someone. The person on the other end was clearly surprised to receive a call from Riley at this time, his tone flustered and uneasy. "Don't worry, buddy. I'm not going to hold you accountable for that foolish timeout you called in Los Angeles during the regular season." Riley placed the cigar in his mouth, took a puff, then exhaled the smoke with an expression of satisfaction before continuing. "Were those 2 young men from Wake Forest University at Staples Center last night?" "Probably. Maybe, I think." Riley frowned, extinguished his cigar, and threw it heavily onto the table in front of him. "You can't even handle such a simple task. What use is a fool like you with a head full of swill?" The current Heat head coach, Stan Van Gundy, broke into a sweat on the other end of the line. "Sir, please let me explain. I did give the tickets to Adam, but I'm not sure if he passed them on to those 2 young men." "So you're saying you don't even know if they came or not?" Riley's anger was about to boil over. Wait, sir." At the airport, on the team bus carrying the entire Heat roster, Van Gundy suddenly caught sight of a newspaper being flipped through by team veteran Alonzo Mourning. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, he snatched the newspaper directly. Mourning, whose newspaper had been inexplicably taken, was about to flare up, but upon seeing it was head coach Stan Van Gundy, he suppressed his anger and was about to demand an explanation. "Those 2 young men were at Staples Center last night. I saw a report about them in the newspaper. They were at the game between us and the Lakers last night." "Newspaper? What newspaper?" Riley didn't delve into that question, forcefully suppressing his temper to ask, "So you haven't actually made contact with them?" The fatal question came again. Van Gundy, who also served as the Heat's director of player personnel, broke out in a fresh sweat and hastily explained, "Sir, the Demon Deacon's general manager is a friend of mine. I will convince Gao to meet through him." Riley was not satisfied with his assurance, but this was not the time to dwell on the matter. What angered him was Stan Van Gundy's unreliability, planting the seed for a coaching change. "Gao? What Gao? Who is Gao?" The triple fatal question echoed in the minds of the Heat players who overheard the conversation. They exchanged glances, all equally intrigued by the identity of this Gao. "Gao? Sounds like the surname of Yao from Houston. Could he be a compatriot of Yao's?" In recent years, if anyone had left the deepest impression on O'Neal while facing him, it was undoubtedly the Chinese player drafted by the Houston Rockets in 2002. O'Neal immediately guessed that Gao might be a fellow countryman of Yao. Wade, sitting in the bus while still wearing his endorsed sunglasses, coolly remarked, "I don't care who this Gao is. But in next month's game against the Rockets, I'm definitely going to dunk over that big Chinese guy Yao." Wade, already hitting his career peak in his sophomore year, was brimming with confidence. He hadn't forgotten the grudge from his rookie season when he was on the receiving end of a sky-obscuring Chinese hot pot from the veteran Yao. The teammates' reactions varied. Eddie Jones, Udonis Haslam, Damon Jones, and others laughed and endorsed Wade's idea, confidently asserting that Yao Ming would become Wade's next poster boy, just like Kobe Bryant the night before. Only Mourning and O'Neal wore somber expressions, revealing different sentiments. As fellow centers, they knew all too well how difficult it was to handle a big man with shooting touch footwork and surprising agility. Moreover, the Houston Yao stood at 2.26 meters. When he planted himself in the paint, he was like the Empire State Building in New York. Opposing players couldn't even see the rim, let alone attempt a posterizing dunk. Their attention quickly shifted from Gao to Yao. Meanwhile, Stan Van Gundy, having barely managed the general manager's inquisition, was now fretting over how to obtain the contact information of that Chinese student from Wake Forest University. 1,000 miles away in Miami, Riley watched the recent game footage of Gao Da with burning intensity, as if beholding an uncut gem. Help-side defense that can cover every corner inside the three-point line, historically gifted physique, an evident nose for rebounds, and a reliable mid-range shot. Somehow the face of Kevin Garnett, the peak Timberwolves' big ticket, surfaced in Riley's mind. This physique and the versatile, oversized skill set on the court, aside from Gao's current lack of playmaking ability, made him a complete mirror image of Kevin Garnett in college basketball. A player like this, only a freshman, nearly the same age as Garnett when he entered the NBA draft. So many strikingly similar shining points. How could Riley not link the two? Billy Knight, the general manager of the Hawks, was a rather peculiar man. To be precise, among the management of the 30 NBA teams, he was quite an odd character. He possessed neither the ruthless mercilessness of Danny Ainge and Pat Riley nor the sharp intellect of Greg Popovich and Mitch Kupchak, and his draft judgment was rather average. However, he had a habit: he would wake up at exactly 5:45 a.m. every day and head to the arena to meditate until he returned to his office at 9 a.m. He called it the union of soul and flesh to feel the profound cultural heritage of the most historic franchise in the NBA. On the first working day after the Christmas holiday, he had just finished his meditation and was preparing to head to his office. At the office door, he encountered a man who surprised him greatly. Sheldon. Knight was somewhat astonished. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in North Carolina scouting potential interior players from several ACC college teams? What was worth him personally rushing back to Atlanta to report to the team? Sheldon Hunter was 36 years old, at an age with both the elderly and young to support. As a semi-professional player who had played in overseas leagues for 3 years, although he didn't have as glorious an NBA career resume as the team's general manager Billy Knight in his youth, he was still considered an outstanding basketball player. After retiring, he honorably landed a job as a scout for the Hawks, which was a perfect fit for his expertise. Sir, I think you must see the scouting report on this Wake Forest freshman with your own eyes. Though Sheldon's expression was excited, it could not hide the fatigue on his face. Clearly, he had flown back to Atlanta overnight. Moved by the scout's dedication, Knight immediately opened the office door and invited him in personally, pouring him a cup of coffee. Taking the file folder from Sheldon, Knight returned to his desk and pulled out the latest scouting report and a game tape. Half an hour later, Knight took off his glasses and rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of lingering satisfaction. I finally understand what this scouting report means by generational physical talent. Your suggestion is that we should incorporate this freshman named Gao into the team's rebuilding plan. Sheldon had drunk several cups of coffee and was now full of energy. Yes, sir. Do you know that Gao has already climbed into the lottery pick positions on the authoritative draft prediction lists of ESPN Sports Illustrated and Basketball Today? He's only 18 years old. Even without considering the vast Chinese market behind him, his physical test results and performance in the Atlantic Coast Conference alone are well worth a lottery pick. The eagerness on Knight's face was unmistakable. Only a fool wouldn't see the basketball talent in Gao, and even just for the Chinese market behind him, plenty of NBA teams would be willing to use a late first-round pick to select him. But he also had his own concerns, so after much deliberation, he made a compromise. From now on, I want you to provide me with a scouting report on Gao every month until the start of March Madness next year. Adhering to the principle of letting experts handle their own field, he assigned this task to Sheldon. After all, the latter's duty was to discover talented young players for the team, helping them rebuild or push for the playoffs. San Antonio. On the training court, the starters and bench players formed two teams for an intra-squad scrimmage, but the team's cornerstone Tim Duncan sat on the sidelines in loose training gear, laughing and chatting with head coach Greg Popovich. Incidentally, Crawford wasn't around, so Duncan freely displayed his villainous grin. Tim, have you been following the games of the Demon Deacons lately? I heard they added an incredible freshman this year, a Chinese international student it seems. Popovich subtly steered the conversation toward Wake Forest University. Hearing his question, Duncan suppressed his smile and adopted a thoughtful expression. Sir, are you talking about Gao? Popovich's heart leaped with joy, and he seized the opportunity. How is the recovery of your foot injury going? The team is in good shape right now. I can give you some more time off. How about visiting your alma mater? Duncan was taken aback. Visit his alma mater. When had Greg ever been so generous? There's a saying, the most unsettling thing is unexpected concern, even from the people closest to you. Yes. Popovich's beaming smile reminded one of the kindly old man's picture hanging outside every KFC. But only those familiar with the old fox Popovich knew that he was a man with a hidden dagger behind his smile, a kind-hearted face, with a dark heart, a ruthless figure, with a glorious record among collegiate coaches. What do you think of him? Who? Gao. Popovich was speechless at Duncan's obliviousness. Who else could it be? Duncan felt even more baffled. Sir, our goal this season is to compete for a championship. We need ready-made talent. Popovich retorted with irritation, who said, I want to select that Chinese youngster in next year's draft. I hope you can visit your alma mater more often, interact more with the young players, and especially get in touch with this Gao. Ideally. Popovich paused, finally revealing his true intentions. Advise him as an alumnus to enjoy his brief college basketball career. Preferably like you win all the honors he can before considering entering the NBA. Duncan nodded thoughtfully. Time quickly entered January 2005. Wake Forest University's first opponent of the new year was the Duke University Blue Devils. They traveled to Durham, a college town, to play their first regular season game of the new year at Duke's home court, Cameron Indoor Stadium. It was worth noting that Duke's home court was always the most intimidating in the NCAA. Their fans were known as the Cameron Crazies. Whenever there was an important game, the open spaces outside the stadium would be filled with various camps and countless tents. In 1999, Sports Illustrated ranked this stadium as the fourth best all-around venue among all professional and college sports teams, earning it the title of America's most oppressive home court. Duke University's .482 home record over 3 years was strong evidence of this. In their current lineup, starting guard J. Redick and center Sheldon Williams were the undisputed inside-outside core. They entered the 2006 NBA draft and were selected in the lottery by the Magic and Hawks respectively. As the saying goes, Duke, North Carolina, the Celtics and Lakers of the NBA. When the bus carrying God Paul and other Wake Forest players arrived outside Cameron Indoor Stadium, the scene was not only crowded with nearly 10,000 fans of various skin colors, but also 40 to 50 broadcast fans parked in the lot. It was noteworthy that even when North Carolina visited Wake Forest for the season opener, it hadn't drawn such a massive crowd. At that time, no one believed the latter could stand against the renowned Four Horsemen of North Carolina, with the team's only real strength being sophomore Chris Paul. Now, with the rising fame of the inside-outside duo of God and Paul, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons have been ranked as high as 4th in the latest NCAA team power rankings. Considering there are 346 teams in the entire NCAA Division I, Wake Forest placement in the top 5 has proven their terrifying strength, earning recognition from the vast majority of fans and media. In this nationally televised marquee matchup, God spotted an old acquaintance. Before the game, while checking his gear, he was informed by head coach Skip to head to a temporary meeting room for an interview. Guided by arena staff, God arrived at a well-equipped small meeting room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, he saw a middle-aged man with a cheerful grin on his face. "Hello there, Xiao Gao. Finally meeting you in person." The man approached with familiarity and grasped God's hand. "Holy crap, Wei Ping Bryant." God, seeing that familiar face, had countless complaints to voice, yet what came out was merely a curt 8 words. Coach Zhang, taken aback by God's blunt greeting, darkened his expression, yet this manner of address undoubtedly bridged the gap between them. At least it proved that after nearly a year abroad, God hadn't been corrupted by the evils of capitalism and still held a red heart. "Haha, Xiao Gao is truly genuine." Yu Jia, the host of CCTV's Basketball Park, chuckled along. God knew these two all too well. As a popular saying from later years would put it, they represented his full childhood memories. God could even rattle off Coach Zhang's classic quotes off the top of his head. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Yu Jia." Before he could finish, God waved his hand to interrupt. "I know you two all too well. Back home I used to watch your shows all the time. No need for introductions." Yu Jia and Coach Zhang exchanged glances. This Xiao Gao was indeed a young man from their own training system, and his natural affability and pleasant Mandarin were truly delightful. God was equally delighted, as the arrival of these two undoubtedly proved that people back home had begun to take notice of him. Some domestic fans and media must already know about this underground worker fighting alone in American college basketball. After more pleasantries, Coach Zhang got straight to the point, ready to begin the interview. Given the time constraints before the game, they first asked a few casual questions, mostly about God's background and family, all of which he answered honestly. Finally, "Xiao Gao, you've been ranked in the top 10, even top 5 in some draft projections. It's safe to say you're a lock for the NBA. So do you have the confidence to follow in Yao Ming's footsteps and become the next Asian all-star big man?" Prior to this, Coach Zhang and his colleague had seen news about God in some domestic media reports, but everyone knew what the Chinese media was like back then. Think of the Korean media's antics a decade later, exaggerating to absurd and ridiculous extremes. Its credibility was still very low, hence Coach Zhang's query today. God's reply came swiftly, but his tone had shed its earlier lightness. He answered the question with gravity and sincerity. "I will enter the NBA, and I will strive to follow in Brother Yao's footsteps. I can't guarantee how great my future achievements will be, but I won't back down from any challenge, because I know behind me stand 1.3 billion people." Coach Zhang and Yu Jia were so stunned by that final line that their jaws nearly dropped. The implication of those words was profoundly resonant. Likewise, they knew that if this report aired back home, God's popularity would skyrocket to terrifying heights, potentially rivaling Yao Ming's in no time. What they didn't know was that God's heartfelt exclamation, "Behind me stand 1.3 billion people," was inspired by classic quotes from later years about the national football and basketball teams. "Can't find 5'11" people who can play ball out of 1.4 billion. God soon bid them farewell, and when they next saw him, the entire Cameron Indoor Stadium was cheering his name. "Let's welcome Winslow's Chinese beast Gouda." The announcer's electrifying voice, amplified through the speakers, reached every corner of the arena, accompanied by the roaring cheers and screams of over 10,000 fans. Among them were many local Chinese fans who had brought their families to watch God's game, offering their support to this fellow countryman of the same skin color whom they had never met. From the stands, Coach Zhang and his companion were instantly drowned in the wave of cheers, exchanging stunned glances, their awe palpable. Never before had they imagined a yellow-skinned Chinese player, one not even playing for the home team, could command such overwhelming support. Such is the charm of American college basketball. As long as you have talent, even if you don't play for that university, you can earn respect and accolades. And now, as the most popular freshman in the Atlantic Coast Conference, God, his influence here clearly surpassed Coach Zhang's expectations. Tonight, Gaude's opponent was Sheldon Williams, one of the Duke Blue Devils' twin towers. Standing 6 feet 9 inches 2.06 m, the Black Center had dedicated 4 full years to Duke University. This was his junior season, averaging 12.7 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks per game, making him the core pillar of Duke's interior defense. Entering the draft after 4 years in college, one couldn't help but wonder if this gentleman harbored deep affection for his alma mater or sought to emulate Tim Duncan, leveling up his character to max before entering the NBA. However, surveying Sheldon's entire collegiate career, his accolades were undoubtedly among the most illustrious in Duke Blue Devils history. Not only did he earn the ACC Defensive Player of the Year award, but he was also selected to the Associated Press All-America First Team. Moreover, he was one of only 3 players in NCAA history to amass over 1,500 points, 1,000 rebounds, 350 blocks, and 150 steals. This resume was remarkably glorious, securing him the 5th overall pick by the Atlanta Hawks in the following year's draft. Not only did he make it to the NBA and become a millionaire, but his college jersey number 12 was also retired by Duke University, even though he fizzled out after a few years in the NBA and ended up playing in overseas leagues like the CBA. It's undeniable that this guy's life was quite fulfilling. Yet what truly earned Gaudet's admiration was not these achievements. What he respected most was how this fellow tamed Candace Parker, dubbed the female LeBron James, a WNBA juggernaut, with a trophy cabinet overflowing with honors. The two married in 2008 and had a daughter. However, none of this hindered Gaudet from repeatedly turning this veteran into a mere backdrop on the offensive end tonight. The beast from Wake Forest once again concluded an attack with a violent posterizing dunk. Our poor Sheldon boy looked like a limp shrimp drained of all vitality, reduced to a mere background for the dunk under the basket. In one play, Gaudet received a pass from Paul, took a dribble drive into the paint, and rose up. Sheldon Williams, leaping desperately to block in the key, felt as if he had been run over by a fully loaded freight truck. Then there was nothing else. Having successfully gained 3 kilograms, Gaudet's weight now reached 240 pounds, 109 kilograms. This weight, while preserving his original agility and speed, greatly enhanced his physicality in the game. This was the primary reason why his finishes around the rim had become increasingly violent and his posterizing dunks more frequent over these past few games. The cheers in Duke University's home arena grew fainter, while several Chinese fans holding signs that read "Go Gaudet Go Wake Forest" faced verbal attacks from nearby Duke supporters. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly heated, shifting from initial neutrality to a one-sided torrent of abuse directed at the Wake Forest players. Among the crowd, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia were drenched in sweat. However, this was not from the heat, but from fear. Their unmistakable attire as Chinese media reporters attracted hostile glares from a large number of Duke fans. Disgruntled spectators began hurling beer cups and popcorn at them. Is this the intensity of American college basketball? While watching the game, Coach Zhang couldn't help but exclaim before the camera, "I'm afraid even a certain professional league back home can't match this intensity. No wonder American basketball is so formidable. In such a fiercely competitive environment, it's hard not to excel." Amidst his reflections, Coach Zhang also gained a new appreciation for Gaudet's abilities. A player who could dominate a college team comparable to a strong professional team back home at this level of competition. Was he strong or not? "A robust talent pool and a well-established training system are truly crucial," exclaimed teacher Yu Jia beside him. The cameraman wisely shut off the lens, failing to record their conversation. "Look at Xiao Gao's height, his physique, and his ability to body up against these black players. How many times has he dunked in just this first half? Could Yao Ming dunk that many times in a whole game? Oh, look, another dunk. How many times has that Duke number 12 black player been posterized by Xiao Gao? The guy must be dazed by now." The spectacle of a one-sided game always evokes such feelings. No one pays attention to the losing side. All focus is on the dominant force. This was true even for some Duke fans who had already switched allegiances at the scene. Honestly, even Gaudet hadn't expected the renowned Duke Blue Devils to be this fragile at the start of the game. After all, they were a Sweet 16 team in this year's 2005 March Madness. By halftime, the score was 5-6-4-1, a 15-point gap. This wasn't the small ball era of over a decade later where a few three-pointers could erase a deficit. In this era dominated by half-court offense, a lead of over 10 points, especially in the NCAA, with its 35-second shot clock, a 15-point margin was enough to pronounce a death sentence on the opponent. However, fans who watched the entire game knew that Duke's suffering had two main causes. On one hand, the pick-and-roll tactics of Gaudet and Paul from Wake Forest genuinely neutralized their playstyle. On the other hand, credit must go to Duke's leading scorer J.J. Redick, who averaged 25 points per game. This star guard, renowned for his three-point shooting and having made 450 threes in 4 college years, was held to a dismal 4 of 14 shooting, including 0 of 7 from beyond the arc under the full-court pressure of Chris Paul tonight. He nearly bent the rim out of shape for Wake Forest. Such a poor performance was undoubtedly the worst for Duke since the start of the season. When your offense is that abysmal, at least stepping up on defense could keep the game competitive. But not only was his offense lacking, Redick was also thoroughly exposed on defense by Paul's pick-and-roll, targeting nearly getting his shorts taken off. Paul scored 18 points in the first half, a mark he had never surpassed before halftime this season. This illustrated just how atrocious Redick's defensive performance was tonight. In fact, throughout their 4 years in the same conference, J.J. Redick had always been outmatched in his 2-year head-to-head matchup with Paul. CP3, a guard with sharp offensive skills and a knack for pesky defensive tactics, remained a formidable headache for Redick even after he entered the league. Don't be fooled by Redick's performances against other ACC teams, where he could hit numerous threes or keep the game close against the North Carolina Quartet until the final minutes. But against CP3's Wake Forest Demon Deacons, well, Redick consistently produced classic choke jobs. Logically, a super scorer averaging 25 points per game in college shouldn't be suppressed like this, right? Besides three-pointers and shooting, he must have other offensive moves. Future Lakers head coach and NCAA all-time three-point king J.J. Redick tells you, no, he really doesn't. In Coach K's Duke system, Redick was a tactical spot-up shooter who ran off screens to knock down threes. He could shoot, and his ball handling was decent. But against a two-way perimeter player, he could show you what utter futility looks like. Some might ask, how did Duke University consistently reach the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 in recent years only to falter here? One reason is that last year's Duke quartet Luol Deng and Chris Duhon were drafted by NBA teams, immediately dropping the Elite 8 team's strength by a tier. The second reason is the clash of playstyles compounded by the thorough tactical analysis within the same conference. Observe that March Madness opponents are usually from different conferences, leaving only a few days after the bracket reveal to study unfamiliar tactics and systems. Moreover, the NCAA tournament is a single elimination format, which often leads to seemingly unheralded teams pulling off upsets against powerhouses like Duke, North Carolina, or UConn to advance. This is not uncommon, with the team's primary core Redick unable to find his rhythm and the second option Sheldon Williams being manhandled by Gauda. How could Duke possibly win? Were they to rely on point guard Daniel Ewing to step up and take over? Or should Coach K summon the future all-star lineup from the 2008 Olympics to take on the Gauda-Paul duo? Ultimately, Duke University lost this regular season game by a lopsided score of 7-7-9-1. Wake Forest's record improved to a staggering 18 wins and 1 loss, remaining undefeated since their season opener. 18 consecutive victories also set the longest winning streak in Wake Forest University history. For now, there was hope that this record could continue to grow. As the season progressed, news reports and coverage of Wake Forest University's games in the United States grew increasingly frequent. Gauda's reputation in America was thoroughly established, especially in North Carolina and its surrounding regions, where he became virtually a household name. His partnership with Chris Paul was hailed by adoring fans as the ACC's glove and rain man. After they consecutively defeated Duke, North Carolina State, and Georgia Tech, 3 teams that had advanced to the Sweet 16 in the previous tournament, media outlets and experts ranked their duo alongside Illinois' Three Musketeers and North Carolina's Fab Four as the most dominant combinations in the NCAA. Thus emerged the ranking of 4-3-2. Many provocative media outlets even slapped the sensational headline 4-3-2 on the front pages of their sports sections, stoking public debates among the fan bases of these 3 universities to boost exposure and newspaper sales. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in China, Coach Zhang's team from CCTV Sports had visited Wake Forest's game against Duke, bringing a wave of attention to Gauda and his Wake Forest Demon Deacons among domestic basketball fans. Limited by the era's outdated means of news dissemination, people could only learn about current events through newspapers and television news programs. Yet many passionate Chinese basketball fans had come to know this Chinese student playing in the NCAA League through CCTV's broadcasts and Coach Zhang's team's interview with Gauda. Unstoppable. Apart from using these 4 words to describe Gauda's performance on the court, I can hardly find any other adjective to express my awe. Coach Zhang wrote in a report, besides Yao Ming, Gauda is the only example I've seen of a player who not only starts on an American team, but is undeniably its core player. His explosive dunks ignite the fans' passion, and he is an entirely different type of player from Yao. At that time, the focus of domestic fans was largely on the CBA and Yao Ming, who was far across the ocean. Only a small fraction of fans knew about and followed the NCAA and American College League. Coach Zhang's team's reports and publicity undoubtedly helped Gauda open up his popularity, quickly drawing the attention of domestic fans to this young man playing abroad. He, referring to Gauda, won't turn 19 until the end of February. In the American draft system, what does that age mean? Zhang Weiping wrote in his article, this means Xiao Gao is practically one of the youngest players in the NCAA. Averaging 17 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks at his age in a league as fiercely competitive as the NCAA, which rivals the NBA, his age combined with these stats almost guarantees a top 10 draft pick. American newspapers describe him as the best interior player in North Carolina and even the entire ACC, bar none. His visual impact on defense inevitably reminds people of Dikembe Mutombo, the NBA Defensive Player of the Year, who once played for the Denver Nuggets and Philadelphia 76ers. At this point, most basketball fans in China understood this young man named Gao had the potential to become an NBA Defensive Player of the Year or even greater. After all, they might not know the level of the ACC League or what it meant to be the best interior player in the ACC, but they certainly knew Uncle Mutombo, who had just joined the Rockets, as Yao Ming's primary backup. However, excessive exposure and news were not a good thing for Gauda and Wake Forest University at that moment, as it meant more teams, especially several strong ones within the same conference, would be targeting them. Fortunately, they were currently ranked second in the regular season, with the more dominant North Carolina Fab Four, who had not lost a single game in their first 20 contests, drawing the bulk of the attention. Soon they would face North Carolina in a rematch, a game that would also determine the shift in positions between the 2 teams this season. On January 7th, the first Sunday of the new year at the Dean Smith Center on the Chapel Hill campus of the University of North Carolina. Tonight marked the second regular season meeting between the ACC's top-ranked and second-ranked teams. The core players were the red-hot inside-outside duo of Wake Forest and the awe-inspiring North Carolina Fab Four. Yet the spotlight tonight was not on any of them. A black, bald-headed figure in a white loose suit and sunglasses seated in the front row of the stands stole the attention of most fans. Accompanied by a voluptuous and stunning Cuban model, Michael Jordan, the god of basketball, had finished his final NBA season less than 2 years ago, and his figure was already beginning to round out. The moment he appeared at the Dean Smith Center amid the deafening screams and cheers, he became the brightest star of the night, and that was not because of his shiny bald head. Before the game, when asked by a reporter from the Sporting News what advice he had for tonight's North Carolina players, Michael, with his arm around the young model's slender waist, rumbled advice. Why should I give them advice? Young people always have their own ideas. I was the same back in the day. But that's fine. Being young, brash, and thinking you're invincible is a phase everyone goes through. Only by getting through it can you grow. Then, when asked about Wake Forest's dynamic duo that had swept through most of the conference, Jordan, whether to boost his alma mater's morale or due to his own jinxing tendency, declared directly in front of the cameras, the spirit of North Carolina is to crush every enemy in our path. We will not be defeated. Even if we are knocked down, it's only a brief rest. I have great faith in the 4 young men on this team. They will lead us to the Final Four in March. In truth, Jordan was being conservative. Given his arrogant nature, it was already a show of respect to other college teams that he didn't outright boast in front of the cameras that North Carolina is this year's NCAA champion. Then, the moment the game began, the instant Gowda won the tip-off for Wake Forest University and the Demon Deacons secured the first possession of the night, the North Carolina Tar Heels faced their darkest night of the season. Tonight, Wake Forest University's first offensive play came as per tradition from the pick-and-roll coordination between Paul and Gowda. Gowda, cutting to the basket, smoothly caught Paul's bounce pass, leaped high over the helpless Sean May under the rim, and slammed the ball into the hoop. Beep. The referee's whistle blew, signaling an additional free throw. Sean May, knocked to the ground, cried out in protest, unable to accept being charged with a foul on the very first play of his home court. Yet the referee's resolve remained unshaken. Instead, he motioned for Gowda to step to the free throw line. Clang. Gowda's shooting touch hadn't warmed up at the start of the game. The free throw bounced off the rim. Just as Sean May prepared to grab the rebound, Gowda's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. The ball was tipped away first by a large yellow hand. Damn! Gowda roared, quickly leaped for a second jump, snatched the rebound amidst the crowd, pivoted powerfully to shake off Sean May, and gently hooked the ball into the basket. 40A Wake Forest University scored 4 consecutive points to start the game, a process both dramatic and absurd. Michael Jordan's face, dark as the bottom of a pot, turned ugly for a fleeting moment. But soon, with cameras pointed his way, the master of expression management quickly adjusted his demeanor. Gowda high-fived his teammates in excitement. Good shot, you damn bastard, finally gets it. Scoring inside isn't just about dunking, Paul said, cheerfully, uttering words that displeased Gowda. So in your minds, am I just a brute who only dunks? But that play indeed benefited from the newly acquired bronze Dream Shake badge. Ding. Host triggered side quest lead the team to defeat the University of North Carolina on their home court, ruining the basketball gods' pleasant evening tonight. Reward pick-and-roll badge 1. A smirk curled at the corner of Gowda's mouth. His peripheral vision caught Michael Jordan courtside, and an indescribable thrill surged within him, playing in the alma mater of Jordan right before his eyes and slapping him in the face. Hoo-hoo. Could anything hit Gowda's sweet spot more than this? North Carolina quickly retaliated. Rashad McCants got an open catch-and-shoot opportunity at the top of the arc and prepared to launch a three-pointer. Slap. A resounding block sent the ball flying from near the three-point line to midcourt. Paul, who had been screened, burst forward, grabbed the ball first, and finished with a fast-break dunk. 60A The North Carolina Tar Heels, predicted to sweep Wake Forest, failed to score a single point in the opening minute. The high-tech dome screen at the Dean Smith Center replayed the play. It showed Gowda, who had already retreated to the paint, suddenly charging out from the interior like a hawk swooping down on its prey, sharp and precise, blocking McCants' just-released shot. Fans courtside gasped at the sight. Rashad McCants himself was filled with shame and anger. Could there be anything more socially embarrassing than this? After the block, Gowda beat his chest and roared. This image happened to be displayed on the big screen. The usually gentle and low-key Chinese player on the court of the American College League showed such passion and madness, forming a stark contrast with the stunned American players behind him. This moment would be forever recorded in NCAA history, becoming another classic milestone in the globalization of basketball. The Chinese player wearing number 10. Michael Jordan finally began to take Gowda seriously. He squinted his hand, unconsciously stroking his chin, barely paying attention to the Cuban model beside him with her seductive glances. The second Chinese player to join the American League after Yao. Quite interesting. The Wake Forest players seem to have taken some mysterious pill tonight, playing with extreme aggression on both ends. Particularly the guards under Chris Paul's full-court pressure defense made life miserable for the North Carolina perimeter players, led by Raymond Felton. As for Gowda in the paint, he was a towering pillar, almost single-handedly overpowering the quasi-NBA players Marvin Williams and Sean May. If it weren't for Marvin Williams, who played more like a small forward off the bench and occasionally drew Gowda out for isolation plays, North Carolina's interior would have been completely demolished by Gowda tonight. With the North Carolina Big Four underperforming, even playing abnormally, the team remained passive throughout the first half, led around by the nose by Wake Forest. 5,545. Shortly into the second half, an inexplicably distracted Felton was stripped by Paul, who then successfully converted a fast break andone, extending the lead to double digits. The basketball god watching courtside looked far from pleased. A media camera even captured him ignoring the tissue offered by his female companion to wipe his hands. Clearly, Michael Jordan was deeply dissatisfied with his junior's performance tonight. If he was this furious, the mood of Coach Roy Williams on the North Carolina bench needed no further elaboration. During halftime, he singled out everyone, including the Big Four, and berated them, but it yielded no results. Players continued to space out on the court and fumbled pick and rolls. In one second-half play, McCants drove to the basket, but facing an open layup hesitated, fearing Gowda might spring from some corner to block his shot again. He passed the ball back out, resulting in a shot clock violation. In reality, when McCants drove, Gowda had already been pulled out of the key by his teammate Marvin Williams. Even if NBA defensive monster Kevin Garnett had been there, a chase-down block would have been unlikely. But McCants, traumatized by the earlier block, simply gave up a wide-open scoring chance. Jordan, watching from courtside, felt his blood pressure spike. He nearly grabbed his old Bulls number 23 jersey to go out there and teach them a lesson himself. It was clear to anyone watching that the undefeated North Carolina Big Four had fallen into a winning curse. Facing a team of equal caliber like Wake Forest, their problems were fully exposed. The players lost their fighting spirit, the coach fumed helplessly, and the disappointed fans desperately hoped someone would step up and take over the game. In the end, the North Carolina Tar Heels were defeated by Wake Forest University with a score of 8,875 at their home court, the Dean Smith Center. The 13-point margin of victory was also the largest Wake Forest had ever achieved against North Carolina in history. The last time Wake Forest beat the Tar Heels was during the Tim Duncan era. In this game, North Carolina suffered their first loss of the 2004-2005 season, bringing their record to 211, tied for first place with their vanquishers Wake Forest. Gowda, the undeniable MVP of the night, was not only the primary contributor to Wake Forest's victory over the Big Four, but also shattered a historical record, playing 33 minutes, making 14 of 19 shots, and scoring 35 points, grabbing 12 rebounds, and recording 6 blocks. He successfully broke the NCAA, a single-game scoring record for a freshman previously set by Syracuse forward Carmelo Anthony 2 years prior, 33 points. This record would later be broken by Zion Williamson, nicknamed Fat Tiger, 35 points. It can be said that in the NCAA, with its shorter shot clock and slower pace, scoring over 30 points in a single game is an immense challenge. After all, it's common for a team's final score to hover in the 50s or 60s. Gowda's 35-point performance was not only a new personal scoring record for his college career, but also broke the Wake Forest University all-time single-game scoring record held jointly by Chris Paul and Tim Duncan, 31 points. The clever use of the screen and roll badge, 35 points. With a slaughter-like style of play, any interior player matched against him will be utterly shredded. The beast from China on the court is simply unstoppable. His influence on both offense and defense is already comparable to any great player who has left a legendary story in the NCAA. This was the exclamation from Buck Nim, the official commentator at the Dean Smith Center after the game. Everyone who watched the game is fully aware that North Carolina, with 4 potential NBA players, was brutally beaten by Gowda under the basket. If Shaquille O'Neal is the most dominant interior player in NBA history, then Gow is the big shark in the NCAA, unstoppable on offense, while also being able to deny all players from scoring on defense. Sports Illustrated published all the details of this game the next day, with renowned editor Jason Smith giving such high praise for Wake Forest University's Chinese beast. Gowda is the most talented player I have ever coached. His performance on the court always reminds you of Tim Duncan of the Spurs. They are the same type of team player, and no one on the court can stop them from scoring. Coach Spick praised Gowda in a post-game interview, calling it a milestone night in Wake Forest history. In response, Gowda humbly stated, "I still have a long way to go to reach Tim's level of play. In fact, our gap goes far beyond influence on both offense and defense, a leadership on the court, the ability to unite teammates, and locker room dynamics. These are all things I need to learn. As for Yao from Houston, I don't think you would compare me to him now, right?" Gowda's humorous response in the interview earned him a wave of support from fans in both America and China. Come on, he is already a superstar at the all-star ballot level. From a certain perspective, Tim doesn't even compare to him, let alone me, who is far from Tim's level. Soon Gowda's interview contents spread across North America following his explosive 35-point performance against North Carolina. Correspondingly, Gowda's name first appeared in the top 3 positions of ESPN's draft prediction rankings. At this moment, the only players ahead of him are the Australian sophomore center from the University of Utah and Darren Williams, one of the Illinois trio. Oh, it's worth mentioning that in 4th place is Gowda's good roommate Chris A. Pao, who loves Chinese food. Thanks to Gowda, Pao's draft stock is significantly better than it was historically, at the same time with rumors that several rebuilding NBA teams, including the Trail Blazers, Bulls, and Jazz, have shown interest in him. Regarding Gowda's draft news, the day after he led his team to a 35-point victory over North Carolina Bucks, general manager Larry Harris stated publicly at the post-game press conference against the Heat, "If we can secure a top 3 or top 5 draft pick this year, we will do everything possible to trade up for the first overall pick and select Gow from Wake Forest. Whether he chooses to enter this year's or next year's NBA draft." This was the first time an NBA executive publicly expressed interest in Gowda. This also means that Gowda has officially stepped into the realm of strong contenders for the 2005 draft, becoming one of the prime candidates for the first overall pick. After losing to Wake Forest, North Carolina unexpectedly suffered a 3-game losing streak. First, they lost to their visiting rivals, the Duke Blue Devils, who were led by the hot-shooting J.J. Redick, who scored 33 points and led his team to an 11-point victory. Then in mid-January against Georgia Tech, with 2 of the North Carolina 4 missing, they lost by a narrow margin of 7,678 after an overtime game. After that, under Coach Roy Williams' guidance, North Carolina quickly regrouped, ending this year's regular season journey with a series of 6 consecutive wins. With a record of 27 wins and 3 losses, it was worse than last year, ultimately allowing them to relinquish the top spot in the ACC regular season to Wake Forest. The Demon Deacons, achieving the best regular season record in their history, 28 wins and 2 losses, retained the ACC regular season title for 2 consecutive years. Especially with their terrifying 25-game winning streak, although it did not break the Atlantic Coast Conference's historical winning streak record, it is because both Duke and North Carolina have previously achieved undefeated records in the regular season. In this case, Wake Forest's 25-game winning streak this year appears even more precious, especially since it occurred in a new century where rules and data facilities are relatively well established. Averaging 23 points, 12, 8 rebounds, 1, 7 assists, 5, 2 blocks and 0, 5 steals, Gouda has also become a strong contender for ACC's Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, and Player of the Year. After the regular season, they quickly arrived at the ACC championship. In this single elimination tournament, upsets and surprise games often occur. In the history of the Atlantic Coast Conference, there have indeed been instances where the regular season champion was eliminated in the first round, just like the Black 8 miracle in the NBA. Although rare, it has happened. Therefore, Coach Spick put in considerable effort to prepare the players mentally before the tournament began, ensuring they do not make the elementary mistakes of underestimating their opponents or becoming arrogant. However, compared to the clear-headed and self-aware Demon Deacons, the external anticipation for them is quite evident. Experts and media began to hype them up as potential champions of this year's ACC championship during the quarterfinals, even claiming that the invincible North Carolina quartet would become their stepping stone. Although Wake Forest easily defeated Maryland's Terrapins by nearly 20 points in the quarterfinals, they still faced a tough battle against the Duke Blue Devils in the semifinals going into overtime. No one expected Shelton Williams to explode suddenly before the game, going 9 for 9 in the first half, catching Wake Forest completely off guard. Even Gouda, the core of the Demon Deacons and a top draft candidate, was stunned. He simply could not understand how the player he had previously dominated could today suddenly be so daring and competitive. Fortunately, in the second half, Wake Forest adjusted their strategy in a timely manner, with Gouda and Paul's inside-outside combination leading the charge, gradually closing the 8-point gap from the first half until the last 23 seconds of regulation time. Wake Forest was still leading by 6 points. As a result, Duke's sharpshooter J.J. Redick stepped up at a crucial moment, sinking 2 unreasonable 3-pointers and making a steal, dragging the seemingly conclusive game into overtime despite Coach Spick calling 2 timeouts from the sidelines to no avail. Fortunately, in overtime, Gouda and Paul's standard weapon, the screen and roll, consistently contributed 7 points and successfully limited Duke's scoring in overtime to under 5 points. In the end, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons successfully passed through Duke with a close victory, advancing to the finals. The biggest contributor to this game was undoubtedly Gouda, who scored 6 points in overtime, as his presence was a point that Duke's entire team could not defend. The new badge Copperstrong wall greatly enhanced his ability to delay screens, providing Paul with ample space for breakthrough and passing, which created numerous scoring opportunities for him. This year's ACC Championship Tournament final was held in Charlotte, North Carolina, at the home arena of the NBA's Bobcats, the Time Warner Cable Arena. Since the arena opened in 2005, no single legal entity or organization had ever held its naming rights. Bobcats games had always been broadcast by Time Warner's News 14 Carolina. As the youngest franchise in the NBA, the Bobcats had a history of less than a year, having been officially established and announced as joining the league just the previous year. At their inception, with the permission of League Commissioner Stern, they were allowed to select players from outside the protected lists of the other 29 teams to build their roster, a process historically known as the expansion draft. Gerald Wallace, Emeka Okafor, and other notable NBA players became the core strength of the Bobcats during this period. Tonight, these 2 NBA players, along with the Bobcats' African-American owner Robert Johnson, were also present at the venue. The buzz surrounding this ACC championship final far surpassed that of other concurrent sporting events, including the finals of the Big East, the Pac-10, and several other major NCAA Division I conferences. Experts dubbed this game the preview of this year's March Madness final, implying that in their eyes the champion of this year's NCAA tournament would emerge from these 2 teams. This was undoubtedly a slight to traditional powerhouses like Illinois, Connecticut, and Kansas. North Carolina is one thing, but what does a small school like Wake Forest have to compare with us? Aside from the 2 top-pick candidates Chris Paul and Gouda, what kind of ragtag players made up the rest of the roster? Yet it was in this very game that the Demon Deacons silenced these critics with undeniable facts. The game was intensely close. North Carolina once led by as many as 15 points, but led by Gouda and Paul, Wake Forest erased the deficit, with half a minute left, tying the game at 7,676. North Carolina coach Roy Williams called a timeout to plan the final play of the game. On the Wake Forest side, Coach Prosser could vaguely guess the personnel for their execution, so he decisively substituted Justin Gray for the team's 2-0-1 tall backup forward Keldon Leon. When the timeout ended, onlookers were astonished to find that aside from point guard Chris Paul, not a single player on the court for Wake Forest was under 2 meters tall. What kind of forward-thinking basketball philosophy was this? For bigs and one small. North Carolina was also somewhat thrown off balance. As Coach Prosser had anticipated after running down the clock, McCants broke free for a shot. Felton, holding the ball at the arc, passed it to the wing for a potential three-pointer. After drawing Wake Forest's full defensive attention, he unexpectedly lobbed the ball to Sean May inside for the finish. But a well-prepared Coach Prosser had positioned Gaudet away from the paint to compress North Carolina's off-ball screening space. His stance was clever, influencing their running routes while allowing him to recover to the basket in time. Consequently, Sean May's dunk was disrupted by Gaudet and missed, creating chaos under the basket in an instant. In that critical moment, the crafty Paul elbowed past Marvin Williams, who was blocking him, and tipped the ball to Gaudet. The latter, of course, wasn't about to let the rebound go awry. He secured it firmly and threw a long pass to Keldon Leon, who was sprinting on the fast break. This backup forward, who had played 3 full seasons for the Demon Deacons with averages of just 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist per game, actually completed a NERGAM winner at the ACC Championship final, witnessed by tens of thousands. This dramatic moment was accompanied by the electronic buzzer, signaling the end of the game. The score was frozen at 78-76, and the entire Time Warner Cable Arena erupted into a frenzy. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons captured the ACC Championship for the 5th time in history, returning to the pinnacle of the Atlantic Coast Conference after a 9-year hiatus since 1996. In the moment Keldon Leon completed the near-game-winning layup, Marvin Williams of North Carolina's Fab 4 collapsed directly onto the court floor, sobbing into his hands. Sean May, the junior who missed the final shot, stood dazed, his expression blank. The entire court was buried under a cascade of blue and white confetti representing Wake Forest University, and the 206M giant stood frozen, hands on his hips, bewildered beneath the basket. Only Raymond Felton maintained a semblance of grace, embracing and offering congratulations to Chris Paul, one of the NCAA's big three-point guards, before walking into the tunnel without looking back. What you ask about the other one? Rashad McCants left the court immediately after the game ended, vowing to reclaim all the glory during the March Madness tournament. Wake Forest University's center Chinese international student Gao De won the ACC's dual MVP awards. Averaging 23 points, 12, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5, 2 blocks, and 5 steals in the regular season, he was named the 2004-05 ACC regular season MVP. In the tournament, he averaged 22, 3 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks, outperforming his teammate Chris Paul, who also posted impressive stats of 16,105 to become the tournament MVP. Averaging 22, 3 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks in the tournament, he outperformed his teammate Chris Paul, who also posted impressive stats of 16,105 to become the tournament MVP. At the award ceremony hosted by the tournament committee, Gao De, wearing the hat of the ACC tournament champion, covered in drinks and blue and white confetti, stood at the center with his teammates, holding a trophy in each hand, posing for a commemorative photo. In this photo, Coach Prosser and Paul jointly held the ACC championship trophy, standing on either side of Gao De, their smiles bright and radiant. The value of this championship trophy went far beyond mere honor. It meant that the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, as champions of the Atlantic Coast Conference, would directly advance to this year's NCAA March Madness tournament. Amidst the playful jostling of his teammates, Gao De was pushed onto the podium to deliver his championship speech. Looking out at the sea of people in the dark stands and the tens of thousands of eyes fixed upon him, the corners of his eyes suddenly grew moist. Yes, just a year ago he had been an unremarkable Chinese international student, distinguished only by his slightly unusual height. But now, as the core player of an NCAA team, he was about to participate in one of the most popular sporting events on the planet. I think I first want to thank my parents and Coach Prosser for guiding me on this path in basketball, and also my teammates Chris, Justin, and others. Without you, I wouldn't be holding this championship trophy. Gao De's speech was unremarkable, starting with gratitude to those around him, and ending with "It's an honor to fight alongside my teammates and win this championship." The entire speech was flawless, but hardly moving. Until a reporter from the audience suddenly asked, "Will you enter the NBA draft this coming June?" Gao De on stage was caught off guard by this unexpected question. Coach Prosser, Paul, and the other teammates cast questioning glances at the evening's event organizer, as if asking if he had arranged this reporter. The event organizer, a white-haired old man, wore an equally surprised expression. Definitely not him. His instinctive reaction explained everything. As a rising star who had exploded onto the North American sports scene in less than a year, Gao De had never publicly discussed his future career plans, naturally piquing the curiosity of many media outlets and fans. After exchanging a glance with Paul beside him, Gao De leaned toward the microphone. "I think it's time to reveal the answer to this question. I announce that I will bring my talent to the NBA this summer and begin the next chapter of my relationship with basketball." During this period, the meme of the executive vice coach's talent theory had yet to be born. Statements like "I will take my talents to" had not been played out. Instead, they sounded immensely domineering and confident to the fans of this era. Whoever heard such words, regardless of their opinion, would immediately think that the person daring to say this in public must possess sufficiently formidable strength. Clearly, Gao De, who had just led Wake Forest University to defeat North Carolina and claim the ACC championship, was one of the few star players among the various NCAA college teams qualified to utter such words. The day after he announced his candidacy, the headline across all North American sports sections became "Wake Forest's Duncan II declares for the draft, officially launching a charge for the 2005 #1 pick." Meanwhile, domestic media outlets began a massive campaign reporting on Gaude's NBA draft candidacy, even publishing detailed accounts of his background and the reasons he went to study in the United States with great fanfare. Even if half of it was fabricated hype by the media, as long as it achieved the goal of attracting clicks, these unscrupulous outlets had no qualms. As reports on Gaude proliferated back home, more and more Chinese fans grew curious about how such a talented basketball prodigy had slipped through the cracks of the domestic youth training system and ended up honing his skills in America. This brings us to Gaude's father, a former professional athlete with far-sighted vision. Although some domestic youth coaches had dismissed Gaude, this very circumstance solidified his father's resolve to send him abroad for training. After the Yao Ming affair, most domestic fans and media came to understand the gap between Chinese and American basketball, or rather the gap between Asian and Euro-American basketball. Before Yao went to the U.S. for training, the Chinese men's basketball team suffered a crushing defeat to South Korea in the 2002 Busan Asian Games final, losing a gold medal. The following year, after Yao returned, he dominated the paint-mauling teams like South Korea and Iran so thoroughly that the rookie, Yao, nearly beat them senseless. The Chinese men's team unsurprisingly won the 2003 Asian Championship gold. Consequently, the relevant domestic authorities relaxed their previously stringent isolationist-like requirements for players seeking to enter the NBA draft. Not long after Gaude, still in the U.S., received a call from Coach Zhang. The two had met quite frequently over the past month. As the only journalist team granted accreditation to follow Wake Forest University, Coach Zhang's Chinese press corps had covered the Demon Deacons' entire tournament schedule. It was no surprise that Gaude and Coach Zhang had exchanged contact information. A draft press corps. Upon hearing Coach Zhang's intention, Gaude agreed without hesitation. He was more than eager to have someone document his draft journey. It was like a pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy. It seemed that Gaude's skyrocketing fame in China had ignited an insatiable curiosity among fans to learn about this Chinese star, making a name for himself in the collegiate league across the ocean. As for the upcoming March Madness tournament, the Associated Press and ESPN hosted a craziness expert panel to predict the rankings of the 68 teams set to participate. Wake Forest Demon Deacons were ranked second nationally, trailing only the University of Illinois and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Why say that? Because North Carolina and Illinois were tied for first and Wake Forest's second-place ranking was effectively third. After a week of class training back at Wake Forest on the final day of mid-March, Gaude's Demon Deacons finally learned their first opponent in the 64-team bracket, the Texas Longhorns. This Big 12 team, which had fought through the playoffs to reach the tournament, would face the Eastern region's top seed Wake Forest in the second round. It was the nature of the tournament system. Every team entering March Madness via the play-in route would meet the region's top seed in the second round. Gaude was in the middle of a meal when Apao suddenly placed a file in front of him. He casually opened it and glanced at it, cough, cough, cough. As his eyes fell upon two prominent names on the Texas men's basketball roster, he nearly spat his chicken breast onto Apao's freshly styled hair. P.J. Tucker, LaMarcus Aldridge. Their team was his very first opponent in March Madness. Gaude was at a loss for words. Apao beside him had yet to grasp Gaude's reaction when Gaude started making a phone call. Mr. Spicer, I believe I urgently need the game footage of the University of Texas from this season. No joke, both of these players were future legends. Even P.J. Tucker, the Shoe King, was a coveted 3-and-D player sought after by every championship contender. Not to mention Aldridge, a perennial all-star big man, averaging 20 points and 9 rebounds a game. However, after locking himself in the team's video room and watching an entire day of Texas Longhorns games, Gaude couldn't help but doubt the footage's authenticity. That guy with the guard's height, who scored mostly from the paint, was the future elite 3-and-D player P.J. Tucker. Actively boxing out for offensive rebounds, using sheer power to overpower opponents a head taller, his playing style screaming toughness and tenacity. A miniature version of Ben Wallace. Wait, was this how the Shoe King played in college? Gaude's mouth twitched. It was one thing for a player with a guard's frame to venture into the forest of big men for rebounds. Had seen that before. But what was he doing bringing the ball up from beyond the three-point line for a true man's one-on-one, powering through his defender for a layup? What was the point of this tweener style? And his season average of 3. 4 turnovers per game with Shaquille O'Neal level passes and losing the ball on fast breaks after grabbing a rebound. These were routine for the college-era Tucker. He played selfishly too. In an entire game, he only passed the ball 4 times, 3 of which were inbound passes. Still, the Texas game footage showed that Tucker's lower body strength was exceptional. He could hold his own boxing out against interior tanks weighing 30 or 40 pounds more than him. Crucially, he hadn't developed a jump shot yet. On defense, his lack of height and wingspan meant he could handle bulky post players, but against smaller guards or lean quick big men like Gaude, he was a guaranteed mismatch. This guy didn't even make the first-round mock draft this year, and he was ranked in the middle or late second round. No wonder he's waiting until next year to enter the NBA draft, and even then he'll have to wander in other leagues for a couple of years. Gaude muttered. After all, the current league wasn't the small ball era. It abhorred these tweener players who could do a little of everything but excelled at nothing. If Gaude faced this version of Tucker in a game, he would simply use a sag-off and dare him to shoot strategy. If Tucker dared to challenge him in the post, it would be even more interesting. Not long ago, Gaude had been named the ACC Defensive Player of the Year. Defending a center with no shooting, no height, and no skills was exactly what he loved. As for the Longhorns freshman LaMarcus Aldridge, who averaged 12, 3.7, 6 rebounds and 3, 4 assists this season, he truly didn't consider this version of Aldridge a threat. Ding. Congratulations, host. Rewards for winning the ACC regular season and tournament championships have been credited achievement points 4,000. The familiar sound rang out, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of Gaudet's mouth. Strong lower body. Excellent at boxing out for rebounds. Likes to overpower opponents with strength. Strength 4, rebounding 4. Gaudet silently declared. Soon his attribute panel changed name Gaudet, age 19, height 2. 13 a weight 109 kilograms, wingspan 2. 27 static talent S, dynamic talent S, player card pool 0 for 5 season Amare Stoudemire, offensive attributes, ball handling 47, mid-range shot 85-93, growing 3.29, dunk 90-98, growing driving 67-85, growing, playmaking 70-75, post 75-90, free throws 67-80. Defensive attributes, perimeter defense 62, interior defense 77-80, rebounding 86, 824-88, block 66-82, physical attributes, strength 86, 824-89, vertical 95-95, speed 80-85, stamina 88-93, explosiveness 88-95, health bronze iron body. Preliminary enhancement to players' injury resistance, offensive defensive badges, bronze dream shake, increases chance of faking out defenders with post moves, and improves close range, shooting bronze iron wall, enhances screen quality to help teammates drive moments, none current achievement points, none redeemable for 0 enhancement points. Crazy Three's first opponent. The Texas Longhorns are a college team with a storied history, having reached the NCAA Final Four 3 times, most recently in 2003. They have made 5 Elite 8 appearances and 11 Sweet 16 appearances. As of 2005, among all college teams that have never won a national championship, Texas ranks 3rd in total March Madness wins with 30, trailing only Illinois 32 and Oklahoma 33. Perhaps the title of uncrowned king is fitting for this team, which possesses the tenacious spirit of cowboys. As a 16th seed in the East region facing the Cinderella first seed Wake Forest, very few fans believed Texas could advance. In this single elimination tournament, while there have been many upsets and comebacks, of vast disparity in strength usually leaves little room for surprises. Especially since both team star players are big men. A Wake Forest freshman Gaudet ranks first among all NCAA interior players in the latest mock draft by the Associated Press. Meanwhile, Texas starting power forward P.J. Tucker doesn't even crack the top 20. Not to mention that the Demon Deacons also have Chris Paul, a highly touted rookie point guard, as a safety net. The brutal Losingahome March Madness officially begins on March 18th, lasting only 20 days, requiring just 6 games from the first round to the championship. In the NBA playoffs, unless it's a 40 sweep, even a 30 deficit offers hope for a comeback. But under March Madness' unforgiving single elimination format, losing by even a single point sends you home fishing. Who gives you a second or third chance? As Gaudet and Paul sat on the bus nearing their destination, the United Center in Chicago, Gaudet, participating in his first March Madness game, couldn't help but feel awestruck by the sea of people before him. Crazy fans wearing t-shirts and jerseys representing various college teams surged toward the arena from all directions, clogging the perimeter. Curses, greetings, screams, cheers. Mixed with a cacophony of languages both familiar and foreign, the noise was deafening and pierced the sky. Was this scene even more intense than the damn NBA? Gaudet swallowed hard, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. Somehow a spark of fervor quietly ignited in his heart. Playing in such a grand spectacle, the pressure and attention must be world-class, right? Due to NCAA regulations, except for 4 first-round elimination games held at the University of Dayton Arena, all remaining March Madness games are hosted at neutral venues. Once the Final Four is set, subsequent games will be held in NFL stadiums, where nearly 100,000 spectators will watch each game live. The United Center in Chicago, Illinois is the home arena of the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago Blackhawks. Covering 9,650 square feet and seating 21879 fans, it is touted as the largest indoor arena in the United States. To the east of the arena stands the statue of basketball god Michael Jordan. The Wake Forest team had hoped to arrive early and snap a photo with it. But unsurprisingly, enthusiastic fans blocked their bus so badly they could barely drive into the underground garage. A few particularly crazy black guys even clung to the bus windows, pulling out Sony cameras acquired from Waukesha, demanding a photo. Gaudet admired their audacity. If not for the fear of delaying the game, these genuine basketball-loving guys might have pulled off the legendary feat of stopping a bus with their bare hands. Never underestimate the antics of these American black guys. They are capable of making the famous Justin Bieber dance on the street for their amusement. Stopping a bus with bare hands is nothing. The wild, frenzied atmosphere on site was an eye-opener for Gaudet. Little did he know, in most gyms, bars, and clubs across North Carolina, countless fans were clutching beer mugs, eagerly watching the pre-game broadcast of their matchup against Texas. After all, Wake Forest this season wasn't just a top 3 national championship contender. Thanks to Gaudet, they enjoyed a dominant lead in popularity and exposure. American fans wanted to see how far this big man from China could take the Demon Deacons. They also eagerly anticipated seeing them eliminated in the round of 32, or even upset by Texas in the second round. But the outcome might disappoint them. From the moment the game tipped off, or rather after the jump ball, the contest was already decided. In the first possession, Gowda caught a pass from Paul and cut through the middle for a thunderous dunk. Texas number 2 P.J. Tucker stood in the paint trying to draw a charging foul. Unexpectedly, the explosively athletic Gowda didn't play games soaring for a gliding slam to score the first points over him. According to a report from the Winston-Salem Journal, Wake Forest's first basket in each of their 33 games this season came from a dunk by starting center Gowda. Shit. Rookie, box out that guy and don't let him catch the ball easily. A scowling Tucker barked at Texas number 23, LaMarcus Aldridge, the 2004 National High School Player of the Year and a freshman at the university. As the Longhorns' starting center for this game, Aldridge had been tasked by the coach before the match with containing the airborne Chinese beast on the opposing side. But a slightly inexperienced Aldridge looked innocent, silently asking, "How am I supposed to guard a freak like this?" Before I could react, he was already finishing the dunk in midair. After the turnover, it was Texas offensive possession. P.J. Tucker leaned against Chris Ellis outside the paint, actively calling for the ball to post up and answer back. Texas starting guard was a white kid named Charles Warren II. Since their starting point guard from last year, Royal Ivy, was drafted by the Hawks with the 8th pick of the second round, head coach Rick Barnes had no choice but to start a physically weaker white player. Warren II naturally obeyed his team leader's wish and lobbed the ball to Tucker. Chris Paul didn't bother the white kid, dutifully moving to the wing to space the floor. With Aldridge, who had a reliable mid-range jumper, pulled out to the corner, Gowda recalled Tucker's scouting report prefers post-up play and driving to the basket. Passing ability is mediocre. So as Tucker backed Ellis down step by step, Gowda decisively abandoned Aldridge to help defend. To hell with being the third best in the nation. Get out of my way. Tucker muscled Ellis all the way to the basket, creating a sliver of space to gather the ball for a shot, but suddenly shivered. Was the air conditioning at the United Center set this cold? The next second, he caught a glimpse of a massive shadow growing larger on his left. The moment the ball left his hand, before it could even reach the net, it was snatched out of the air in a spectacular interception. The ball was caught firmly in midair by the closing Gowda with an effortless one-handed grab, like plucking the moon from the sky. With the keen help defense of a spider and a wingspan nearing 2 meters 30 combined with sprint speed in the paint that rivals any guard, Texas Tucker looked like his release was in slow motion. A spectacular block and catch in midair. From Wake Forest University, the Chinese beast. The live commentator's voice was electrifying, amplified by the microphone to every corner of the arena. Fans screamed with wild abandon, and the invisible shockwave seemed ready to burst through the United Center's roof. Awesome. Gowda, having completed his first block in the big dance, couldn't help but roar to the sky. At the same time, he didn't forget to pass the ball to Paul on the perimeter. But P.J. Tucker was utterly humiliated, wanting nothing more than to crawl into a hole. Getting blocked was bad enough, but to have it happen with such a humiliating airborne catch. The shame was unbearable. By the time Gowda crossed half-court, Wake Forest's offensive possession was already over. Paul beat 2 defenders on the perimeter with a convincing pass fake that fooled both the Longhorns and his own teammate Kyle Visser, who was waiting for an alley-oop. Paul finished with an easy layup. Wow, Xiao Gao's physical talent is on a completely different level from that number 2. Did you see how high he jumped? His head was almost at rim level. That's about the same as LeBron James, the 2003 number 1 pick. In the press section, Coach Zhang expressed his strong belief in Gowda before the camera. Tucker, with a dark face, decided to drive from the three-point line, this time to attack the basket. But when he looked up, hey, when did the fat guy in front of him turn into the tall, strong Gowda? And Gowda wore an excited, almost perverted expression, backing up on defense while hiking up his shorts and clapping his hands. Come on, baby. Come on, try to score on me. Tucker was speechless. Is this top draft prospect from Wake Forest mentally ill? And why are you showing such an eager expression while standing on the free throw line, giving me 2 or 3 steps of space? Do you think I can't shoot over you? From high school until now, Tucker's inconsistent shooting had always been a weakness, a key point Gowda confidently exploited. Despite being humiliated twice on national TV during March Madness, the stubborn Tucker refused to back down. Under everyone's gaze, he actually shot it. The ball clanked hard off the front rim, bouncing high and far. Gowda simply turned and waved his hand, not even bothering to jump, easily grabbing the long rebound. Thanks. Gowda handed the ball to a pal who was organizing the offense, and as he passed by Tucker, he didn't forget to pat the latter's rear in a gesture of gratitude. Tucker was speechless. His bizarre plays in the first 2 possessions were so unbearable that his younger teammate Aldridge took the initiative to shoulder the offensive burden in the next possession. He called for the ball in the low post, spun past Ellis, used footwork fakes to lift the defender, and then flicked his wrist for a reverse layup. 42. The cornerstone of the University of Texas, P.J. Tucker, had an abstract start, but fortunately, another outstanding interior player was there to cover for him. Watching Aldridge's exquisite footwork and fakes under the basket, Gowda felt a surge of envy. His biggest flaw now was his lack of back-to-the-basket scoring and interior self-created offense. This was the primary factor limiting his rise in the 2005 draft standings. In the next half-court set for Wake Forest University, Paul, with excellent control over the game's rhythm, drove and dished to Justin Gray, who had run to the baseline. Gray's shot was cold from the start, and the ball clanked off the rim. Under the basket, Aldridge, remembering the coach and leader Tucker's pre-game instructions, immediately boxed out Gowda behind him, allowing Tucker to grab the rebound with little effort. Gowda was not discouraged. He turned around and fiercely denied Tucker's tank-like drive. Paul, rotating over slyly, poked the ball away from Tucker and threw a precise alley-oop to Gowda, who was sprinting in transition. After finishing the fast break dunk, Gowda showed no intention of celebrating, his expression blank as he retreated on defense. Did you think he was trying to show off? No, not at all. The reason he didn't want to talk much was that although he had braced against Tucker's drive, he was still knocked around by the powerful Tucker. Fortunately, the decision to boost his strength attributes before the game was correct. Against PJ Tucker's explosive battering ram-style stacking armor was absolutely the right choice. Just 2 minutes into the game, it fully displayed the gap between these two teams to the world. The game grew increasingly heated with spectacular plays from both sides, but the momentum remained firmly in Wake Forest's grasp. The journalists and scouts in suits in the stands almost all focused on the players wearing the No. 10 and No. 3 jerseys for Wake Forest. Reagan Webster, a scout for the New Orleans Hornets, wrote in his notes, "He possesses unparalleled court vision and ball handling rhythm. His timing on passes is at a level rarely achieved, even by NBA caliber guards. His performance as a playmaker inevitably evokes memories of last century's magician, Irvin Johnson." On the bleachers closest to the sexy and fiery cheerleaders, Will Noah, the lead assistant coach and front office member of the New York Knicks, opened a fresh ink-scented document and wrote in the margin, "Wake Forest Gao has the potential to become an all-star interior player like his predecessor Yao. He has the body size and dynamic athleticism every interior player envies. Gao is fully qualified to be the next Kevin Garnett or a top-tier two-way big man like Tim Duncan. In short, if the team can get a top 3 pick this year now, he's the kind of player Isaiah wants and the best pick-and-roll partner and assistant for Stephon." The game on the court continued, but these scouts' eyes were only on Gowda and Chris, Wake Forest star duo. Any one of them taken individually would be a top 5 pick in any NBA draft, fully deserving the title of Super Rookie. And how could the University of Texas, with only 2 star players like PJ Tucker and Aldridge, possibly contend against the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, led by these 2 super rookies? But this was the cruel March Madness, never short of miracles and legendary tales of underdog comebacks. As long as the final buzzer hadn't sounded, no one would give up. Entering the second half, the players from both teams were even more bloodthirsty, doing everything possible to cause trouble for their matchups on defense. The role players knew they couldn't contribute much on offense, so they gave their all on defense, desperately hounding the opposing stars, even if the effect was minimal. But everyone left a highlight moment in this March Madness tournament worth boasting about for a lifetime, except for the University of Texas. No. 2. Shoe King Tucker felt bitter inside. Why is everyone showing off, and only I, the honest man, am getting beaten up? That flying Chinese guy keeps scoring over me, and even that shorty who's barely 59-inch, but shamelessly claims to be 63, keeps eyeing the ball in my hands. By the end of the tournament game, PJ Tucker, the star player of the University of Texas, had only a pathetic 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, along with a team-high 5 turnovers. Shoe King, this game is unplayable. Give me the ball, I want to go home. Soon Tucker found a golden opportunity for redemption. With 3 minutes left in the second half, the University of Texas had the ball. Tucker used a screen set by the white kid Warren 2 to cut to the basket. After receiving the pass, he gathered the ball and rose up against Gowda, who was guarding the paint. With his aggressive and determined demeanor, it was clear he intended to make Gowda the ACC's block leader this season, his poster boy. Indeed, in college, Tucker's playing style was very similar to a young LeBron James of the same era. Relying on his tweener style, he could create advantages swinging between the 3 and 4 positions. But this time he was facing Gowda, a freak of nature. Even though Tucker tried hard to shield Gowda, who hadn't fully jumped, Gowda's long arms easily disrupted his vision. Bang! The rim groaned under the strain. Due to the wingspan disparity and Gowda's defense, Tucker's surefire dunk only reached the front of the rim, and he was sent flying by the massive recoil. What the hell? Tucker, stumbling as he landed, was completely broken. How the hell was he supposed to play like this? Good teammate Aldridge grabbed the rebound and immediately went for the putback, but Gowda, who had just landed, shot out again and gave the young Aldridge a harsh lesson. Smack! His mid-range shot was blocked. Now the despairing one for the Longhorns was Aldridge. He couldn't understand how he could get his shot blocked at his height. This was the first time in his life someone had blocked his shot. Was Wake Forest No. 10 raised on springs? Gowda, who had rotated to defend at the free throw line, secured the defensive rebound and threw a long pass to Paul, who was sprinting in transition. Paul easily finished with a dunk. To be fair, being able to finish a dunk in transition at this stage of the physically grueling March Madness tournament showed that Paul's leaping ability and stamina, even if not as good as Nate Robinson's from the University of Washington, were likely close. This brilliant defensive and offensive sequence should have caught the scouts' attention, but Gowda and Paul had so many spectacular plays in this game that the scouts were overwhelmed. However, what was striking was the spiderweb-like help defense range and reaction speed Gowda displayed in this possession. It made the scouts from over a dozen NBA teams unanimously erase the first line under player template in their scouting reports on Gowda and replace it with Kevin Garnett. In the general manager's office of the Indiana Pacers, a middle-aged white man in casual attire with a kind and approachable demeanor was watching a live broadcast of an NCAA tournament game. Surrounding him were Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Indiana Pacers, and Reggie Miller, the team's iconic figure over the past 2 decades, a clutch shooter about to finish his final NBA season. Larry, I think this intriguing young man is worth the team trying to trade up for a pick to acquire him. Rick Carlisle, the NBA's own Jim Carrey, had his eyes fixed on the constantly moving Wake Forest number 10 in the live game. He can definitely be developed as a defensive cornerstone for a team, just like Ron Artest did. As everyone knew, Carlisle was one of the league's rare masters, adept at building defensive systems. Back in 2004, among Eastern Conference teams, only his Pacers could challenge the eventual champions, the Pistons' 5 Tigers. Artest winning the Defensive Player of the Year award owed at least 30% of the credit to Carlisle. This Chinese student's scouting report shows he's a raw interior big man with no low-post technique. His offensive threat mostly comes from teammate assists and mid-range shooting. Speaking of which, Miller, also observing Gowda, paused and added, "I feel his offensive potential is much greater than that of a pure interior blue-collar player. After all, it's rare to see a player over 6 feet 11 inches with such a soft shooting touch. Just like what exceptional big men like David Robinson and Yao from Houston do on offense." His words plunged the other two into contemplation. Miller's remarks opened up their thinking, but the cautious bird decided to wait and see. Gao meets all our requirements for a rookie, but there's a big question mark about his actual height. I suspect, like Kevin Garnett back in the day, he lied about his height just to avoid playing the 5 and banging against Shaq. A player who likes to cut corners like that. Larry Bird watched Gowda freely showcasing his talent in the game, his expression caught between temptation and hesitation. The Pacers faced severe issues this season. Shortly after the season began, the team was embroiled in the most notorious on-court brawl in NBA history during an away game against the Pistons. 3 of the team's starting 5 were suspended, with Ron Artest, who directly attacked a fan, receiving the harshest penalty, a 73-game suspension. The once thriving Indiana Pacers, on the verge of dominating the East, were thus completely derailed. After returning star player Jermaine O'Neal suffered a knee injury. For the Pacers, not only was recovering last season's championship-level form out of the question, but even making it past the first playoff round was a huge question mark. General manager Larry Bird was recently plotting a trade involving starting forward Ron Artest, and it seemed a resolution was imminent. At Jarris Tavern, a record-breaking single-day revenue night had arrived. Nearly hundreds of people crammed into the cramped bar, swelling the struggling establishment like a balloon about to burst. The reserve liquor in the cellar had sold out before 9 o'clock, forcing owner Jerry's to make a resourceful phone call. Soon the drunkards gathered in the tavern to watch the Elite 8 game between Wake Forest and the Florida Gators, gleefully poured fresh drinks down their throats, soothing their restless hearts. Yes, 11 days had passed since Wake Forest defeated the Texas Longhorns 76-57. After advancing to the round of 32, the Demon Deacons eliminated the traditional powerhouse Kansas Jayhawks at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Chris Paul dominated Kansas star guard Keith Langford in their matchup, recording a team-high 25 points, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, leading the team to a 71-64 victory into the Sweet 16. Gowda had an off-shooting night, making only 3 of 11 attempts. But his contribution to the team was no less than Paul's, as he grabbed 20 rebounds over Kansas interior core Darnell Jackson, with 8 offensive rebounds, tying the program's single-game record for offensive boards. He was also the first and only player in Wake Forest Demon Deacons history to snatch 20 rebounds in a single March Madness game, surpassing his predecessor and alumnus Tim Duncan. And tonight, in the Elite 8 game at Atwood Center in Flint, Michigan, they faced their toughest opponent yet in this year's March Madness tournament, the Florida Gators. This team would go on to win back-to-back NCAA championships in the next 2 years. This season, they had already assembled their future championship lineup: starting point guard Torian Green, 2007 NBA, second-round 57th pick; starting forward Corey Brewer, 2007 first-round 7th pick; starting forward Al Horford, 2007 first-round 3rd pick; starting center Joakim Noah, 2007 first-round 9th pick; backup center Chris Richard, 2007 second-round 41st pick; and this year's 30th overall pick senior white center David Lee. Their round of 32 and Sweet 16 opponents were these 2 teams. Heaven knows how overwhelmed Gowda felt knowing all this. Kansas was the 2008 NCAA champion, and Florida was the back-to-back champion in 2006 and 2007. Gowda felt that if they could get past these 2 teams, the Elite 8 and Final Four would be a breeze. Might as well hand the championship trophy to Wake Forest. But in the original timeline, one of these teams was easily dispatched by North Carolina's Fab Four in the round of 64, and the other, touted as a championship favorite, was upset by the Pacific 10 champion Arizona Wildcats, stunningly exiting in the round of 32. Yet now, under some butterfly effect, this Florida team wasn't eliminated by Coach Olson's guard-heavy Arizona Wildcats. Instead, after smoothly entering the Sweet 16, they encountered this year's other championship favorite, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. The 2 teams were tied 68-68 with the last 30 seconds remaining, and Wake Forest had possession. Coach Skip Prosser called a timeout and drew up a baseline screen-and-roll play on the board using Gowda, who had shot 4 of 7 from mid-range over Noah tonight, to draw defensive attention, then setting a screen on the left baseline for Chris Paul or Justin Gray to cut to the basket. This makeshift game-winning play was rather clumsy. Kermit Skip Prosser was never a coach strong in in-game tactics. His strengths lay in psychological coaching and player development. His tactical repertoire was even inferior to that of the team's true brain, Chris Paul. Yet that was precisely why he meshed so well with the stubborn Chris Paul. Wake Forest might be in trouble. Anything can happen in the final half-minute of this game. If young Gao and these kids miss their chance now, it'll be disastrous. Coach Zhang had also arrived tonight. As the game entered its suffocating decisive moment, cold sweat beaded on his palms, and he couldn't help but worry for Gauda and the Wake Forest lads. The game against the University of Florida tonight exuded the word brutal from start to finish. Although the Gators' starting five aside from Chris Richard were all freshmen, like Gauda, they were fierce competitors who had fought their way out of elite North American basketball high schools teeming with prodigies. Especially Joakim Noah Al Horford and the seemingly amiable white center David Lee. However, the first two combined for a mere 2 of 13 shooting tonight, grabbing 14 rebounds over Gauda, the March Madness rebounding king, and preventing him from achieving a double-double in rebounds for the first time since the tournament began. Most importantly, they exerted every effort to contain Gauda, the focal point of Wake Forest University. Though he still managed 13.7 rebounds and 5 blocks, their efforts successfully helped Florida push the East region's top seed to the brink. Consider this 2 years later the only player in the entire NCAA who would require these two to join forces and struggle just to contain would be the 2007 NBA Draft's #1 pick Greg Oden. In other words, the freshman Gauda was already receiving the defensive treatment that Emperor Oden would only experience 2 years later. However, Florida's perimeter players were dismantled by Wake Forest's other core player Chris Paul. As of now, Paul had scored a game-high 20 points, the only player from either team to break the 20-point mark tonight. Pau truly lived up to his status as one of the top prospects for the 2005 draft. His skill was undeniably #1 among his peers. Why say 1-5? Because if they defeated Florida in this game to advance to the Elite Eight, their next opponent would be the University of Illinois. At that time, wouldn't the legendary 1-5 Pau be exposed for what he is? The situation on Florida's bench was equally tense. Noah peeled off his sweat-soaked undershirt, pulling his jersey back on over it. His expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with desperate, death-defying courage as he stared intently at Gauda on the Wake Forest bench. Horford, drinking water nearby, looked like he had just stepped out of a shower, no better off than Noah. Although their stats for this game were unimpressive, combining for less than 10 points, they had succeeded in containing Wake Forest's ace Gauda. This was the primary factor keeping them in the game until the final minute against the Demon Deacons. Yet even after exhausting every trick, both fair and foul on defense, Gauda still managed to score 13 points against them, including a mid-range shot that tied the game moments ago. The moment the timeout sent them back to the bench, media captured Noah violently hurling the towel handed to him by an assistant coach onto the floor. Keep your eyes on that Chinese guy from Wake Forest. Don't let him have a chance for an alley-oop. Joakim, you understand me. Drag him down from above if he tries to dunk. Billy Donovan's roar echoed across the entire bench. Even the hot-tempered Noah dared not challenge the coach's authority at that moment. Al, you're responsible for helping our guards on the perimeter. Wake Forest #3 will definitely take the shot himself in the final moments. He'll have Corey guard him unknown. Torian stay near the paint ready to intercept his pass if he gets stuck. Donovan, a renowned coach who led Florida to 2 NCAA championships, quickly identified the lifeline and key points of the Wake Forest team. But as the long timeout ended and the Demon Deacons players truly started moving on the court, the Florida players completely lost their composure. Because neither Paul taking the ball and going unknown, nor a pick-and-roll alley-oop with Gauda, nor any tactical execution occurred, as Coach Donovan had anticipated. Except for Gauda coming out from the baseline to set a screen for Justin Gray, causing the Florida players to instinctively assume Wake Forest's final play was for a three-pointer. Torian Green, abandoning his assigned position, went to help defend. It was only then that the true executor of Wake Forest's final play emerged. Kyle Sevier set a screen for Paul, briefly shaking off Florida's best perimeter defender Corey Brewer. Brewer's eyes widened as Paul, who had been right in front of him, drove straight down the middle of the lane. Torian Green, who should have been there, had gone to help defend Justin Gray on the baseline. Ellis on the sideline inbound the ball to Gauda, the tallest player on the court. The 3 other Florida players immediately swarmed him, but Gauda, without even looking, tossed the ball behind him. Boom. By the time they reacted, Paul, hanging from the rim and letting out a triumphant roar, had already completed the alley-oop for a near buzzer beater. 7-0-6-8. No one could have imagined that Wake Forest's final play would involve a center passing for an alley-oop dunk to their point guard. Who was the point guard and who was the center? Everyone witnessing this couldn't help but ponder this seemingly absurd question. Yet that's exactly what happened. Wake Forest #3, the 183 centimeters tall Chris Paul, executed an alley-oop near buzzer beater in the nationally televised Sweet 16 game. There were less than 20 seconds remaining in the game. Florida had no timeouts left. Noah quickly inbound from the baseline. Torian Green caught the ball and raced up the court. Under Paul's full court pressure, he had just dribbled near the three-point line when half the remaining time had elapsed. In those brief 10 seconds, fans watching the game could no longer contain their tension. With a collective rustle, they rose to their feet, expressions taut with anxiety. Florida's final play went to Horford in the post. He didn't have time to exploit Wake Forest's slow power forward Ellis. Facing the ACC's new shot-blocking king, Gauda, his back-down attempts were futile. Gritting his teeth, he forced a turnaround fadeaway jumper. But the moment the ball left his control, slap, Gauda leaped almost instinctively, seizing the fleeting chance for a block, and swatted the ball viciously into the stands. Bzzz. Simultaneously, the game-ending buzzer sounded. The game was over. 7-0-6-8. For the first time since 1996, a Wake Forest University advanced to the Elite Eight for the 7th time in program history. Paul immediately rushed over and jumped onto Gauda's back, choking Gauda's neck while shouting with a tearful voice, "Damn it, I knew you were my lucky charm. You can do it. You, this invincible guy. He rambled incoherently, expressing his surging emotions. Who knows how terrified Apao was the moment Horford took that shot. But with Gaudet's volleyball spike block dashing Florida's final hope, Paul's mood like a roller coaster soared to its peak. The other teammates excitedly rushed over too. The Demon Deacons players huddled together. They had matched the record set by the program's first legend Tim Duncan in 1996. No one could stay calm at that moment. Except for Gauda, crushed at the very bottom. Damn it, you bunch of crazy bastards. Get off me right now, you're going to break my back. Unfortunately, amidst the exhilarating cheers and screams of over 40,000 fans in the arena, no one paid any attention to Gaudet's pained groans. In Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the city erupted in celebration overnight. In a single night, Gauda became the hottest prospect among the 2005 draft class. De Yao had come as well. Their Elite Eight opponent was the Arizona Wildcats, the team that had eliminated Florida in the original timeline. This guard-heavy team, coached by Lute Olson and featuring athletic young players like Salim Stoudemire, Mustafa Shakur, Jared Bayless, and Nick Wise, had become the biggest Cinderella story since the start of March Madness. In the original timeline, they had fought all the way to the Final Four before falling to Darren Williams and the University of Illinois. Their star scorer Jared Bayless was thoroughly outplayed by the powerful D. Will, and the team's fate was sealed. But now they faced Gauda and Chris Paul, a duo no less formidable than Illinois Three Musketeers. This was destined to be a fierce battle. Just as the media and fans anticipated a great Elite Eight showdown, the game itself unfolded with surprising calm. From the start, the Wildcats were led around by the nose by Wake Forest. Coach Olson's three-guard offense was perfectly countered by the Demon Deacons, who had Gauda. In just the first half, Gauda scored 14 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, and blocked 2 shots against Arizona's senior big man Channing Frye, leading Wake Forest to a 4,337 lead. In the second half, as Stoudemire and others began to find their rhythm, Arizona tried to close the gap, only to be hit by a dimensional reduction strike from Chris Paul. Using his overwhelming physicality for his position and his unpredictable, elusive changes of pace, CP drove past the Wildcats' perimeter players, leaving them questioning their existence. He scored 7 consecutive points, pushing the lead to double digits and forcing Arizona to call a timeout. By this point, fans could already foresee the game's final outcome. Unsurprisingly, the University of Arizona lost 6,671. Wake Forest advanced to the Final Four with relative ease, where they would face the North Carolina Tar Heels, led by their 4 freshmen. The attention and exposure for this game were far less than Wake Forest's previous tournament games. It wasn't because the North Carolina 4 freshmen lacked popularity. On the contrary, both teams from the same conference making the Final Four generated immense buzz, among the highest of any team in the March Madness tournament. But the reason this game received less exposure was that Wake Forest had already swept North Carolina in their 2 regular season meetings. Fans had grown accustomed to seeing North Carolina's star big men Sean May and Marvin Williams dominated by Gauda of the Demon Deacons in their matchups. This even earned Gauda the nickname Tar Heel Killer. Notably, North Carolina's freshman, the 2004 National No. 2 high school prospect Marvin Williams, second only to Lincoln High's Sebastian Telfair, was assigned by Coach Roy Williams to guard Gauda in the Final Four. Not only did he fail to limit Gaudet's scoring in the paint, but he also fouled out early in the second half after picking up his 5th foul due to the defensive effort, finishing the game with a modest stat line of 4 points, 4 rebounds, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. After this game, his status as a top prospect for the 2005 NBA draft was severely damaged. The Final Four clash between Wake Forest and North Carolina was attended by scouting teams from nearly every NBA team and watched by millions nationwide on live broadcast. In such a crucial game, the former National No. 2 high school player Marvin Williams was thoroughly outplayed by a freshman from China. One can only imagine how low his draft stock would fall. The final result of this Final Four game was also predictable, to most 7,773 in overtime, as Wake Forest, led by Paul and Gauda, defeated North Carolina, the original timeline's NCAA champion. At this point, Wake Forest's momentum to win the 2005 March Madness championship was solidified, and their championship buzz completely overshadowed that of the other finalist, the University of Illinois. North Carolina's elimination in the Final Four was both expected and a minor upset. Although due to the March Madness bracket format, fans knew that only one team from the East region, North Carolina or Wake Forest, could reach the final. Most had still believed North Carolina had a higher probability of making it. After all, there was a gap in roster depth between the two teams. However, the phenomenal NCAA talents of Paul and Gauda had single-handedly elevated the Demon Deacons' ceiling to an unimaginable height. Furthermore, North Carolina's 2 rookie big men, Marvin Williams, who played more like a small forward, and traditional center Sean May, were both suppressed by Gauda throughout the game. Gauda easily dominated the paint, scoring a game-high 26 points along with 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 assists, leaving North Carolina's 2 NBA lottery prospect big men helpless. The Tar Heels' elimination was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, Marvin Williams, after being ejected early in the second half for a malicious push on Gauda while competing for an offensive rebound, was doused with a drink by a white fan in the tunnel, nearly sparking a serious altercation. In his scouting reports, evaluations like mental toughness needs improvement and poor emotional control began to appear, further worsening his already declining draft stock. 3 days later, the NCAA tournament final would be held at the Scottrade Center in St. Louis, Missouri, featuring the University of Illinois from the Chicago region and the biggest Cinderella team from the group of death Austin region, Wake Forest University. After the Sweet 16 lineup was set, ESPN, TNT, and Fox Sports divided the 4 March Madness regions based on game locations: the Chicago, Albuquerque, Salt Lake City, and finally the Austin region. The University of Illinois hailed from the Chicago region, while Wake Forest University was the year's Cinderella team emerging from the Austin region, which was packed with traditional powerhouses like Duke, North Carolina, and Utah. Before the game, Zhu Yanjun, a special correspondent from China's basketball pioneer, secured a precious pre-game interview opportunity with Wake Forest center Gao Da. Do you have anything to say about tonight's game against the University of Illinois? Looking into the camera, Gao Da spoke in standard Mandarin, appearing serious, yet confident. Tonight could very well be the last game of my NCAA career, so I will give it my full attention. I don't want to end my NCAA journey with regrets, and I believe my teammates feel the same way. Reporter Zhu Yanjun then asked, "We saw De Yao in the VIP section earlier. Did you invite him to watch the championship game tonight?" Gao Da was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had not been informed that De Yao would be attending his game. No one had told him. Seeing his reaction, reporter Zhu Yanjun immediately understood. Not wanting to take up too much of the players' pre-game warm-up time, he refrained from asking the several related questions he had prepared. After answering a few questions briefly, Gao Da returned to the court ready to take off his warm-up gear. A simple glance around the arena was enough. Good heavens. What caliber of VIPs were seated courtside? Among those he recognized and could name were several famous NBA executives from later years. Celtics GM Danny Ainge, Heat president Pat Riley, Spurs president and GM R.C. Buford Mavericks owner Mark Cuban and his wife. According to assistant coach Botter and roommate CP, the VIP suites also hosted other NBA dignitaries, and even the ever-busy league commissioner David Stern was present tonight. Nearly every major figure in professional basketball had gathered here, a testament to the immense influence and popularity of the NCAA March Madness tournament. Not to mention the celebrities who loved watching basketball: Spike Lee, the shining star Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, with his 18-year-old supermodel girlfriend, the latest in a long line, and California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger were all seated courtside at the Scottrade Center tonight. It was a basketball feast where stars had gathered to witness the crowning of this year's true NCAA champion. With so many celebrities here tonight, how could Michael miss this event? He is the walking emblem of basketball. Inside a certain VIP box, LeBron James, the forward of the Cleveland Cavaliers and the 2003 NBA No. 1 draft pick, asked while covering his mouth with sunglasses on. Catching a glimpse of his friend's mannerism, seemingly afraid of being exposed yet yearning for attention, Dwayne Wade couldn't help but roll his eyes. "This is the VIP section. No media or reporters will barge in to see what you're doing." "Sorry bro, the recent incident hasn't been good for my image. My team doesn't want any more bad press, especially not in public where the media can overanalyze my actions and words." Hearing Jameis' explanation, Wade's chiseled jaw was etched with speechlessness. He thought to himself it was just a minor quarrel with Savannah, but the local Cleveland tabloids had blown it up into a sensational headline: "James cheats Savannah, becomes a resilient single mother." For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that his good brother LeBron was too sensitive and burdened by his own image, or to indignantly defend him, denouncing the unscrupulous local tabloids for their lack of boundaries. Nevertheless, he answered Jameis' question. Wake Forest eliminated his alma mater North Carolina in the Final Four. Now the fans of UNC are practically flooding Wake Forest's official website. Why would Michael show up at the championship game between the Demon Deacons and the University of Illinois right now? After hearing this explanation, James felt relieved. Though he never attended college, he knew how prestigious and popular the basketball programs at UNC and Duke were in North American basketball circles. "I heard the one who single-handedly eliminated UNC in the Final Four is this number 10 from Wake Forest." Walking to the edge of the box, James took off his sunglasses and looked at Gao Da, who was about to jump for the tip-off with a look of interest. "What? Interested in this big Chinese guy?" Wade raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution in his eyes. "No. I just heard some rumors about him. I'm curious to see how he performs in this game." Tonight, Gao Da was unusually calm. No, calm might be an understatement. It was eerily serene. He didn't even bother to shout during Coach Spike's pre-game motivational speech. Facing the crucial championship game, a nationally televised super event, he had only one thing to say to his good roommate CP3. "Good luck, Chris. If you have any trouble handling the ball, just pass it inside. They'll take care of everything." Perhaps these words sounded arrogant and dismissive. But at this moment, Gao Da indeed had the right to say so, because he had evolved again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ming quest making a name in NCAA completed. Reward credited moment: Karl Malone's elbow bronze quick release under the basket. 1/0 achievement points credited exchanged for 10 enhancement points. What happens when a top-tier interior player who already averaged 18, 4 points, 11, 2 rebounds, and 4 blocks per game in the NCAA tournament evolves again? Gao Da 2.0 with attributes like breakthrough 6-7-7-0-8-5 inside scoring, 7-0-7-4-9-0 interior defense, 7-7-8-0-8-0 tells you. At this level of competition, no one can stop him from scoring in the paint anymore. Boom. On the opening play, Gao Da received a pass from Paul in the low post. Back down, Illinois center James Augustine turned, gathered, and rose for a violent two-handed slam. "What the heck? Starting off so explosively." Gasps echoed from the court and the stands. Everyone was stunned by Gaudet's brutally simple interior dominance. Watching courtside, Wade even saw a shadow of his teammate Shaquille O'Neal in his prime in that play. As for Gaudet, his feeling in that moment could be described in one word: ecstasy. The moment Karl Malone's elbow brought him not only increased strength in post-up battles, but also an additional damage-dealing effect. Didn't you see Augustine, Illinois, too? 08M, 240-pound white center grimacing in pain and yielding the path after just one clash. On the transition, the Illinois Big Three were no pushovers. On their first offensive possession, they responded in a way unique to a guard-oriented team. Deron Williams, with his flashy crossovers and explosive change of direction, easily broke through Paul's half-court pressure. As Lutherhead's defender on the wing was about to rotate, Deron's pass, as if foreseeing the future, found a wide-open Lutherhead. This sharpshooter, who later played alongside Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady in Houston, was a formidable force in college, averaging 15.6 points per game, team high, and hitting an average of 3 3-pointers per game over the past season, setting Illinois' single-season three-point record. Swish. The ball, as if equipped with a guidance system, nestled perfectly into the net. Damn it, do your job on defense, you idiot. I don't need you covering my ass. A flustered and irate Paul started his self-directed "it's not my fault" show again. Gray Crawley. At least she won't make you look like a clown exposing your fragile side in front of millions. Deron wore number 5 in college shit. Paul's veins bulged from Gaudet's trash talk, but he understood that the latter was trying to ignite his fighting spirit and snap him out of it. But why did Deron have to be his personal kryptonite? Paul, an All-American defensive guard, was blown by in an instant. Where was the justice in that? Fortunately, CP3 quickly answered back. His pick-and-roll with Gaudet successfully misdirected Illinois point guard and center, giving Paul unknown space to finish inside off the glass. After scoring, he couldn't help but shoot a smug glance at Deron, who was left in the dust. Little did he know that Gaudet's Malone's elbow had played a significant role in creating that easy scoring opportunity. What the hell? That Chinese guy actually elbowed me during the pick-and-roll. Deron rubbed his sore neck, stretched it out, and after inbounding, the ball headed straight to Wake Forest's half to run the offense. This time he chose not to isolate Paul again. Instead, he called for a screen from the power forward, intending to exploit the space created by Gaudet being drawn out of the paint, setting up an alley-oop with teammate Brandon Bass. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Bass did get an open dunk opportunity, and Deron's pass was still sharp and precise. But Wake Forest's defensive system revolved entirely around Gaudet's one-man help defense. Bass' dunk attempt was swatted away by Gaudet, who rotated quickly. As Deron and Paul scrambled for the rebound, near midcourt, Paul subtly grabbed and tugged Deron's arm to delay him. Bang! CP3 secured the rebound and went coast-to-coast for a layup. 63, just over a minute, and Wake Forest led thanks to the brilliant coordination between Paul and Gaudet. Wake Forest CP3 is arguably the top guard prospect in this year's draft. So what are we waiting for? If we get a top 3 pick, unless it's the number 1 overall pick, why wouldn't we choose him? Inside a certain VIP box, Jazz general manager Kevin O'Connor said to Jerry Sloan with slight excitement. But clearly Sloan, who had his own ideas, was not swayed by his words. He didn't answer O'Connor. The latter was troubled by some off-court sponsorship issues for the Utah team. When a person is emotionally unstable, their suggestions cannot be taken. As for the number 1 overall pick, O'Connor mentioned, if the Jazz got the first pick in the draft lottery, everyone knew what to do. Wake Forest's outstanding big Chinese man. In their circle, this was already an unspoken consensus. If possible, Sloan naturally preferred to select Gaudet to the young interior talent touted as a younger Kevin Garnett. After all, the word talent was visibly written all over him. The camera returned to the court with Wake Forest University in possession of the ball. Justin Gray prepared to inbound from the sideline, while Chris Paul actively maneuvered using a screen to create space and receive the pass. Deron Williams shadowed him closely, lowering his center of gravity, ready to block Paul's drive at any moment. He was fully aware of the formidable prowess of this rival. After all, having been ranked among the top 3-point guards during their college years, they had thoroughly studied each other's game footage and technical styles. But Paul in this possession clearly had no intention of engaging him in a direct confrontation. Instead, he lobbed the ball to the post and then drifted away to the weak side. This decision was unsurprising given the glaring disparity between the two teams' interior players. It was only natural for everyone to leverage their strengths against opponents' weaknesses. It was an innate human tendency. Damn it, Paul, I'm begging you, don't pass him the ball. Augustine was on the verge of tears. The game had barely been 5 minutes, and he felt like several of his ribs were about to break. Every single possession, he was getting hammered in the chest. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand this kind of punishment. Gal, please have mercy. No more elbows, seriously, no more. If this keeps up, he'll be down for the count. Augustine's pleas clearly failed to soften Gaudet's heart. However, in this round, Gau chose not to forcefully attack under the basket. Instead, he received the ball near the free throw line, turned sideways, and prepared to drive. Seeing this, Augustine groaned inwardly, but moved swiftly, rushing forward to block the path. Yet Gaudet executed a right-handed drive with a single dribble, blowing past the tightly defending Augustine in one step. He took 2 powerful strides, causing Brandon Bass, who was preparing to help on defense, to instinctively step back as he watched Gaudet soar for a one-handed slam dunk. In tonight's March Madness championship game, Xiao Gao is undoubtedly the most consistent scoring powerhouse for Wake Forest University. This is very smart play. Look from point guard Paul to power forward Ellis. Wake Forest roster on paper is almost entirely outmatched by Illinois. Coach Zhang was still analyzing eloquently in front of the camera, but Yao Ming sitting beside him like a small mountain had already discerned the underlying truth. How could Xiao Gao at such a young age be so adept at these dirty tricks in interior battles? Looking at the entire game aside from the initial few possessions where he faced double teams, Gao had finished almost all his other scores in unknown situations. Yao Ming, a former interior player himself, was astonished by the toughness of Gao Des' playing style, which coincidentally resonated with the current Chinese men's basketball team's spirit of grit and fearless aggression. On the sidelines, Illinois head coach Bruce Weber couldn't help but rub his forehead and sigh. Augustine was at least considered a star interior player in Illinois, so how had he turned into a mere layup line for Gao? Fortunately, the three amigos, led by Darren Williams, quickly regained their composure. First, D. Brown stole the ball from Gao, then initiated a fast break, combining with Brandon Bass for a 4-second quick-hitting play, finishing with an alley-oop dunk. Paul, who had hustled back on defense, was brutally posterized by Bass. This is where we must mention the significant tactical changes the University of Illinois had implemented over the past 2 seasons. Utilizing the speed advantage of the 3-guard lineup consisting of D. Brown, Darren Williams, and Luther Head, they executed various off-ball tactics with multiple screens and movements. The only stable ball-handling point on the court was Darren Williams, while the others served as offensive finishers. This system severely tested the core ball handler's court vision, passing awareness, and organizational skills. This approach coincidentally mirrored the 3-forward lineup of North Carolina, except that the University of Illinois roster had a shorter average height, but greater speed. In essence, it was a weakened version of the run-and-gun strategy. Teams employing such tactics shared common strengths and weaknesses. Their offensive firepower was overwhelmingly fierce, but they faltered against opponents with strong defensive intensity. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons happened to be a team with outstanding defense. On the perimeter, they had Chris Paul, and in the paint, they had Gao Da, whose defensive coverage extended to the 3-point line. On the next possession, Paul used Gao Des' screen to drive left, was double-teamed, and passed to Justin Gray, who was left open on the baseline. Gray missed the 3-pointer. Gao Da grabbed the offensive rebound and rose powerfully under the basket to dunk over Illinois forward Brandon Bass, successfully avenging his good brother Paul. The bronze fast break finisher badge greatly enhanced Gao Des' threat under the basket, especially in terms of physical attributes like jumping and explosiveness. This allowed him to easily dunk over defenders in the paint. Such enviable historic physical talent. Many scouts and management personnel from NBA teams in the stands thought to themselves, Chinese basketball is truly remarkable. First there was Yao Ming as the #1 pick, and now there's Gao Da, a prospective top pick with talent comparable to Howard and Garnett. It was foreseeable that for at least the next 5 years the Chinese men's basketball team would pose a formidable threat to the dominance of the American team. My goodness, he not only easily grabbed the rebound amidst the crowd, but also dunked over a defender over 2 meters tall. The commentator's incredulous voice echoed through the entire Lewis Sports Center. The passion of over 8,000 fans on site was ignited, and they chanted Gao Des' name, offering him their screams. Looking at Augustine's despairing expression on the court, and Bass, who alternated between being the dunker and the posterized defender, Coach Skip of Wake Forest stood with arms crossed, smugly eyeing Coach Weber of the opposing team. You have your clever schemes, and I have my countermeasures. Let's see who laughs last. On the court, Gao Da and Paul bumped fists. Their eyes met, and both saw the determination and resolve in each other. No player from the University of Illinois would leave here with a smile tonight. This was the oath sworn by the 2 core players of the Demon Deacons. Illinois' 3 core players responded on the next possession. D. Brown's passing skills were no less impressive than Darren Williams, and Luther Head nailed the team's 3rd 3-pointer of the game from the baseline. 37-37, the 2 teams were tied at halftime. At the start of the first half, Wake Forest, relying on Gao Des' performance, dominated Illinois, once extending the lead to 7 points. However, as a team with championship potential, Illinois gradually erased the deficit through the excellent control of their big 3. The entire first half of the finals could be described as Gao Des single-handedly battling the 3 stars of Illinois. At halftime, he had scored 16 points, setting a personal record for points in a half during the March Madness tournament, along with 8 rebounds, including 5 offensive rebounds, which were also an NCAA career high for a half. Gao Da held nothing back on offense tonight, while also leaving a deep impression on the spectators and scouts with his defense. In one play, Illinois had the ball, and Darren Williams passed to D. Brown, cutting to the basket. Gao Da retreated from the free throw line to block the shot. Brandon Bass secured the rebound, but fearing Gao Da under the basket, passed to Luther Head, who was open on the perimeter. Head was on fire in this game, scoring 11 points in the half. Just as everyone expected Head to hit a 3-pointer that could change the game's momentum, Gao Da, charging from the paint, delivered another block, demonstrating to all what it meant to have all-encompassing defensive coverage within the 3-point line. Startled into a cold sweat, the Illinois players realized that Gao Des' defensive deterrence was no less formidable than his threat under the basket. Augustine indicated he had the most say in this matter. Since the game began, Gao Da had not missed a single shot over him. He made all 6 field goals and 4 of 5 free throws, achieving a true shooting percentage of 96. Sean May, who was dominated by Gao Da in the original timeline, was already made to call Augustine daddy during the 2005 March Madness Finals. Now Gao Da could easily handle both Sean May and Marvin Williams combined. As the game entered halftime, Coach Spike was in the locker room busily arranging the defensive tactics for the second half. He aimed to stifle Illinois' relentless transition offense by neutralizing one of the three musketeers, a single move that had allowed the Illinois trio to dominate Wake Forest in the first half. Except for Chris Paul and Gowda, no other Demon Deacon player could keep up with Illinois' offensive rhythm, sometimes even leaving players unguarded or swarming one opponent while leaving others open. This forced Gowda to step in and clean up their messes, leaving him utterly exhausted by halftime. Having expected the championship to be theirs after overcoming North Carolina, they found Illinois, a team on par with the Tar Heels, to be no pushover. In summary, the Wake Forest duo countered the North Carolina quartet, who in turn dominated the similarly styled Illinois trio, and the trio left the Wake Forest pair helpless. Well, indeed. NCAA was a giant triangle where every team was destined to be outmatched by another. Chris, you need to take on more defensive responsibility in the second half. With Gow inside, you don't need to worry about leaving your man or fouling. Just shut down Illinois number 5 as much as possible. Coach Spike's intent was clear. He wanted Paul to reduce his offensive role and focus more energy on perimeter defense, alleviating pressure on Gowda. With Wake Forest's journey in this year's March Madness reaching this point, Paul desired more than anyone to stand on the highest podium and prove himself as the best NCAA point guard of the year. Thus, facing Coach Spike's request, he felt no resentment or rebellion. Instead, he nodded naturally and placed a hand on Gowda's shoulder, who was also panting heavily. Brother, the team will rely on you to break through. Remember what we said the night we won the ACC tournament championship? Under Paul's intense gaze, Gowda said nothing more, nodding with unwavering resolve. Let's go kick all their asses. Damn, that's just crude and uncultured. Paul punched Gowda's shoulder, laughing and cursing. At that moment, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons united as one. Though future differences in work status and social standing might drift them apart, recalling their days playing for Wake Forest, where a dozen teammates who loved basketball fought for glory, would instantly rejuvenate them. Champion, 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 national champion. This was the Demon Deacons' sole declaration as they began the second half massacre. The second half commenced swiftly in that technologically modern arena packed with fans and celebrities from around the world. The championship final they were watching might become one of the most classic March Madness games in NCAA history. Supporters of Wake Forest and Illinois were scattered throughout the arena, their thunderous cheers and flowers honoring their heroes. This was one of the most globally popular sports events. This was March Madness. This was where countless miracles were born. The first possession of the second half went to Illinois. Darren dribbled forward, called a screen to get past Paul, gathered the ball just inside the three-point line, and shot in one fluid motion. Swish. The ball went through the net, 37-39, with Wake Forest trailing by 2. Gowda watched helplessly as Darren scored the latter, shooting decisively, leaving him no chance to contest. It seemed Illinois' true core was about to take over. The mid-range jumper, Darren's most reliable scoring weapon throughout his career. After scoring, Darren remained unusually calm, but his gaze fixed on Wake Forest Gowda during the retreat. He knew better than anyone that the only variable in this game was the Chinese big man. Gowda was the one player Illinois couldn't contain, much like Sean May, who had ultimately cost them against North Carolina in the original timeline. But Gowda's pressure was far greater than Sean May's. Illinois lineup is too well integrated and balanced. With such a near-perfect tactical system, Wake Forest relying solely on Gowda as a consistent scoring option is in danger. Coach Zhang worried while Yao Ming beside him frowned silently, his gaze softening only when it fell on Gowda. Soon Wake Forest countered. Gowda moved up to set a screen for Paul, who darted like a nimble squirrel through Illinois defense, drove into the paint to draw defenders, and then, boom. Amid Augustine's horrified stare, a shadow loomed from behind like a storm cloud. Brandon Bass, already airborne to block Paul, was shoved aside by a tremendous force before he could react. Gowda arrived and posterized him with a wildly exaggerated C-shaped dunk for a second time. What the hell? Countless times the scouts and executives who prided themselves on seeing it all couldn't help but swear. Strangely, such a morale-boosting dunk didn't elicit any surprise from the Demon Deacons on the court. They retreated like robots, silent and swift, denying Illinois any chance to push the pace. The score was tied. Both coaching staffs clenched their fists, unconsciously their expressions tense as they observed every move on the court. At this moment, any incident could become a fatal factor, altering the game's direction. Not a single mistake could be made. But unexpectedly, for a long stretch afterward, neither team managed to score. Until the 4th minute of the second half, after a timeout, Wake Forest took a slim 2-point lead through Gowda's mid-range shot. Illinois offense seemed to falter as the Demon Deacons players savagely hounded every Illinois player on defense. Darren's passes were no longer seamless. Luther Head didn't get a single open 3-point attempt in the second half. D. Brown's layups were repeatedly blocked by Gowda. Brandon Bass was benched by Coach Weber. Only James Augustine remained true to his nature, constantly ground down by Gowda, yet barely able to lift his head. Wake Forest gradually seized control of the second half. With Paul seating the ball, Gowda turned into an NCAA version of Shaq, wreaking havoc in the paint, scoring, helping, blocking, rebounding, sweeping. He was nearly unstoppable. In the nationally televised championship finals second half, nearly everyone watched him single-handedly school Illinois interior players. Compared to the increasingly formidable Wake Forest, the Illinois players showed signs of fatigue. When they could no longer unleash their fluid offensive firepower, they could only watch helplessly as Gouda scored inside. The gap widened slowly until Darren Williams and Brandon Bass executed a pick-and-roll, bringing the game to its final minute with a score of 6,658. Illinois hadn't given up. After 2 consecutive timeouts, Coach Weber tried to use them to restore his players' energy. But Wake Forest remained vigilant, unwilling to fall on the eve of victory. Leading by example, Gouda and Paul applied half-court pressure right after the timeout, with Darren struggling to move under Paul's relentless tricks. Time ticked away. With the 30-second shot clock nearly expired, Illinois still couldn't find an open shot, forcing Darren to launch at the last second. Swish. The ball arced in an imperfect trajectory and banked in. 6,661. The referee signaled it was good, cutting the lead to 5, sending a chill through Wake Forest. Paul and Gouda coordinated the inbounds pass. Illinois quickly fouled, reaching the 10th team foul, granting Wake Forest 2 free throws. Thump thump, thump, thump thump, thump, thump thump, thump. As Paul stepped to the line, the Wake Forest fans in the stands couldn't stop their hearts from racing, their breaths quickening. Rebound. Box out. Watch your boxes. Gouda under the basket kept his post. Swish. Paul calmly sank the first free throw. With an 88 season average, he rarely felt this nervous. The lead stretched to 6. Victory was within reach. Don't panic, don't falter. Paul's heart thumped uncontrollably, but Gouda met his eyes with encouragement and high-fived him. Clang. Unfortunately, Paul missed the second. Illinois grabbed the rebound, and the clock resumed as Darren quickly received the ball. 10-9, 8-7. Fans in the stands and on the sidelines pressured the Illinois players, hoping to intensify their stress. Led by Darren D. Brown and Luther Head, the Illinois players began to unravel. No one could stay calm, facing a 6-point deficit at this stage. On the bench, the substitutes looked ashen, heads and hands utterly despondent. BZZ banged. The sharp buzzer drowned out the ball's impact on the backboard. The final score stood at 6,761, and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons claimed the 2005 NCAA championship. It was the first NCAA title in their program's history. In that moment, amid the flurry of golden confetti, the 12 Demon Deacons sprinted across the court, weeping with joy, embracing, without care, tears glistening in every eye. The arena erupted into a sea of celebration. At that instant, regardless of nationality, race, or skin color, they embraced, rejoicing for the 12 outstanding young men on the court. Champion. This is the magic of NC. Let's zoom in on Xiao Gao and his teammates. At this moment, they're the only protagonists on this planet. Congratulations to the first Chinese to ascend and win the NCAA title. His name is Gouda, from China. Coach Zhang and the CCTV crew joined the jubilant crowd. His face beaming, he raised his hands and repeated excitedly, champions, champions. The young men on the court continued celebrating their hard-earned title in their own way. At the center of the crowd, like the stamen of a flower, Gouda looked at the ecstatic faces around him, the last shred of unreality slowly fading away. In that moment, he felt a pang of melancholy. Perhaps after this NCAA championship, he would never cross paths again with the teammates he had fought alongside for a year. Many of them had persisted solely out of love for basketball, lacking the potential and talent to become NBA players like Paul and Gouda. For them, this NCAA title might be the only honor in their lives tied to basketball. But no matter what, this moment was real. The 12 young men of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons had become the protagonists, standing atop the world of basketball. The massive screen at the Lewis Sports Center looped highlights of Wake Forest players' most brilliant moments in the game. Among them, Gouda and Paul's highlights were the most numerous. It was evident that the Final Four MOP would be born from this duo. The most captivating performer and holder of the most explosive stats tonight was undoubtedly Gouda, who went 13 for 13 from the field. Yes, he replaced Sean May of North Carolina in the original timeline to become the player with the highest single-game field goal percentage in NCAA championship finals history. 32 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 blocks, and a game-high 7 turnovers. This was his stat line in the championship final against the University of Illinois. The flaw of 7 turnovers did not overshadow his merits. Although it exposed Gouda's immaturity in ball handling, this was a common weakness among most traditional centers and would not significantly impact his draft stock. With this performance, Gouda set another record in NCAA history, becoming the first college player to achieve a 3.0155 stat line while accounting for over 60 of his team's total points. If NBA teams were still hesitating, among him Utah's Australian center Andrew Bogut and former top 5 high school star Marvin Williams before this game. Then after this championship final, even if the management of the team with the top pick in this year's draft let a dog that had watched a Wake Forest game decide, there would be no second answer. Gouda with a single game had completely solidified his status as the top favorite for the 2005 draft's #1 pick. The Illinois Three Musketeers, Darren D. Brown and Luther Head, watched dejectedly from a corner as Wake Forest erupted in frenzied celebration. The eyes of every Illinois player and fan were tinged with redness. Especially Darren Williams, who now resembled an enraged bull, his usual calm and rationality drowned by immense disappointment. His eyes red, he stared at Wake Forest #3, who was clinging to Gouda's back and refusing to get down. Darren knew deeply that he hadn't lost to the Wake Forest Demon Deacons as a team, but had simply lost to the Chinese big man on the other side. He swore that if he could switch places with that 183-centimeter guy who preferred to keep his height undisclosed, he would have done far better than the latter. Wasn't it just about riding the coattails of a superstar interior player? Who couldn't do that? Go ask the Black Mamba in Los Angeles or the Glide in the 90s. Which of them didn't do it better than that damn Chris right now? Just wait, damn Paul Wellmead in the NBA. Filled with hatred and regret, Darren Williams ended his college career and officially stepped forward into his professional journey. There's no suspense anymore. Huh? Coach Zhang laughed like a child, his face beaming. Xiao Gao is definitely the MOP tonight. Even Paul can't take it from him. At that moment, the awards podium had already been set up by the staff, and the host ready walked up. What a wonderful night. What a spectacular game. Let's give a round of applause to the players who delivered an incredibly great game for us tonight. After thunderous applause, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons are the ultimate winners of this year's NCAA, having just captured the first championship trophy in school history. They are the kings of the ACC regular season and the tournament champions. They are the pride and rulers of the entire conference. They stormed all the way through March Madness, and no matter how formidable the opponent, none could dull their edge. Before the tournament began, people talked about North Carolina, Kansas, Illinois, Florida. Wake Forest was rarely mentioned. These young men, with their passion and sheer strength, shattered every doubt and voice of underestimation. The host's prepared speech was highly infectious, and soon the audience's emotions were stirred. Gauda and his Wake Forest teammates were already teary-eyed. No one understood the hardships of their journey better than themselves. When Coach Spick trembled as he received the heavy championship trophy, the nearly 50-year-old man couldn't hold back his tears. In American basketball circles, there's a joke. Perhaps anyone with a bit of basketball knowledge could be the head coach of an NBA team, but the qualifications needed to coach an NCAA team are so demanding that even Phil Jackson couldn't meet them. Though exaggerated, this saying highlights how NCAA head coaches require even higher tactical acumen than NBA coaches. This championship trophy was the first national championship in Coach Spick's over a decade-long college coaching career. This explained why he was so emotional, even more so than young players like Gauda. In American basketball, an NCAA championship title adds a halo to a coach's legacy that is even more exaggerated than an NBA championship. Coach Spick, filled with emotion, thanked everyone from the school administration to the players and every gym staff member, especially Paul and Gauda, whom he praised to the skies. It embarrassed the two of them. The media's flashbulbs flickered incessantly. Coach Spick stood at the center holding the championship trophy with Gauda and the other Demon Deacons surrounding him, creating another classic moment of glory in NCAA tournament history. Soon as the black-based golden trophy was wheeled onto the stage, the most anticipated moment arrived. No one noticed that upon seeing the trophy for the first time, Paul, who had been standing beside Gauda, unconsciously took a small step forward. This small step allowed him to see the name laser engraved on the trophy a split second before everyone else. It was a tiny detail unnoticed by anyone except Gauda, who was right next to Paul. Pao seems to really care about this trophy. Gauda suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Oh well, since they slept under the same roof and saw each other every day anyway. Tonight, let Pao sleep holding my MOP trophy. Emphasis on tonight. The host didn't drag out the suspense for too long and soon revealed the answer. The most outstanding player of the 2004-05 NCAA tournament is Gauda. When the host pronounced Gauda's name with a somewhat awkward accent, the faint hope in Paul's eyes quickly dimmed. 32 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 blocks. The first man in NCAA tournament history to shoot 100 from the field in a final. Even though Paul also recorded a double-double tonight with 11 points, 12 assists, and 3 steals, it still couldn't shake Gauda's standing in the eyes of the voting judges. His teammates automatically made way, and all eyes turned to him. Congratulations, Gau. This award lost all suspense the moment the game declared Wake Forest the victor. Taking the trophy from the host and embracing him, Gauda, barely containing his excitement, raised his Final Four Most Outstanding Player trophy high. We are the champions. These simple words ignited the more than 8,000 fans in attendance who screamed, cheered, and applauded for him. It's Xiao Gao. This award was never in doubt. Coach Zhang grinned from ear to ear, as happy as if he himself had led a team to an NCAA title. Yu Jia beside him also looked gratified, his gaze towards Gauda growing more fond. He's truly an extraordinary young man. Yao Ming also gave his assessment of Gauda at this moment. Unexpectedly, this single comment piqued Coach Zhang's interest. Seizing the moment before the camera shut off, he suddenly posed a question to Yao at the same age: who do you think is stronger, you or Xiao Gao? As soon as this question was asked, the atmosphere in the box dropped to freezing point. Yao Ming showed a contemplative expression, clearly giving the question serious thought. Soon he had his answer: Xiao Gao is stronger than me. Then he earnestly gave his reasons. Everyone has seen that the competitiveness of the NCAA is far greater than our domestic CBA. Regardless of the gap between professional and semi-professional, the difficulty for Xiao Gao to lead a college team to a national championship in a foreign land is certainly much greater than when I won the CBA championship. The issues involved go beyond individual skill. Even though Yao Ming spoke implicitly, Zhang Weiping instantly understood his meaning. Meanwhile, in a VIP box on the third floor of the Lewis Sports Center, a bespectacled white-haired old man showed a satisfied smile. The attention and exposure from this game were unprecedented in NCAA history. It wasn't just North American media. The largest market in Asia, China's CCTV, had sent a reporting team for a live broadcast. This was highly beneficial for David Stern's efforts to expand the Chinese market. At the same time, Stern didn't mind offering some benefits to Gowda, who had contributed to the NBA's overseas market once he entered the league. After all, you have to spend money to make money. Any player who helps advance the NBA's commercial globalization will receive strong support from the league. Go and conquer the NBA with the title of national champion, young man. Money, fame, beautiful women. Everything you desire is here. Stern suddenly had an unexpected idea regarding this year's draft lottery. As for how much his idea would impact the future development of the NBA, that remains unknown. Awakening from a drunken stupor, Gowda found two sizzling bodies lying naked beside him. The previous night, the Demon Deacons had reveled at a private club in Atlanta catering to celebrities and politicians. As they left, nearly every player had taken several hostesses with them. For these semi-professional players, their male hormones, surging the curvaceous and alluring young women, were undoubtedly the best remedy to alleviate the physical fatigue brought on by grueling schedules and intensely competitive games. The two Mexican models Gowda saw upon waking were his spoils from the night before. Even the younger one was 4 years his senior. It was already the second week after the end of the March Madness tournament. As this year's champion team, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons were undoubtedly the hottest topic in North American basketball at the moment. Apart from the first 3 days after winning the championship, when they obediently followed the arrangements of the school and team management for a victory parade around Winston-Salem, they subsequently flew to Atlanta, Georgia on a proposal from Chris Paul. They embarked on a week-long leisure vacation. Feeling a burning dryness in his throat, Gowda walked to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and downed it in one gulp. He then turned and sat down on the hotel's leather sofa, his eyes vacant as he tried to empty his mind. Before long, the sound of pattering footsteps came from the room. Gowda opened his eyes to see one of his bedmates from the previous night, a model with delicate, exquisite features, running over with his phone. "Gow, your phone call." Gowda took the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. As suspicion arose, the model took the liberty of pressing the answer button for him. "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Gowda?" A steady voice came from the other end. Just as Gowda was about to ask about the caller's purpose, the hem of his bathrobe was suddenly pulled open and a chill draft swept in. The model, who had been standing so vivaciously before him, suddenly noticed a cleanliness issue on the hotel floor. She bent down to begin cleaning up the trash for the hotel. This piece of trash was quite white and large. Gowda sucked in a sharp breath caught between relaxation and surprise. The person on the phone instinctively sensed something amiss, but bound by professional ethics, continued speaking. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jeff Schwartz, the lead agent at Excel Sports. Do you have some free time recently? I'd like to have a chat with you. If it's convenient, give me your current address and my team, and I will be there within a day." The caller's words conveyed a sincerity that would not rest until its goal was achieved. Gowda's mind quickly dismissed certain impulses. He pushed aside the model, who was kneeling on the floor picking up trash, walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, and said with a serious expression, "It's an honor to receive your call, Mr. Schwartz. I've heard of some of your achievements." Schwartz, on the other end of the line in his office somewhere in Connecticut, was not surprised, as he had already made a considerable name for himself in the North American tennis sports agency circle. The famous Sampras and Hingis were among his many notable clients. This was also the greatest source of confidence for him to leave his former employer IMG in 2002 and establish his own agency, Excel Sports. Gowda quickly reviewed the basic information about this future NBA super agent, realizing that at this time Schwartz already held contracts for many NBA first and second-tier players: Jason Kidd, Paul Pierce, Lamar Odom, Tyson Chandler, including Darren Williams, the star player of the University of Illinois team that Gowda had recently led his own team to defeat in the NCAA championship finals. It was worth noting that up to this point, Schwartz's primary business scope was still in the tennis and golf industries. His biggest name client was golf major champion Tiger Woods. Not to mention that more than a decade later, he would surpass other famous NBA agents like Rich Paul and Bill Duffy, amassing a total contract value of up to $30 billion, ascending to the throne of the top agent in the entire American basketball circle. This man had spent many years deeply studying law, earning a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Miami, and later pursuing further studies at Temple University, where he obtained his master's and doctorate degrees. It was precisely this solid professional competence that allowed him in a very short period to rapidly grow from an obscure half-baked sports agent into one of the top-tier powerhouses in the field. Of course, it was also inseparable from his shrewd and far-sighted vision. "So, Gow, would you be willing to spare an hour to spend a brief and wonderful afternoon tea time with me?" No wonder this man could become the top one NBA agent in the future. With such linguistic artistry and a naturally humorous way of communicating, who wouldn't feel a warm breeze listening to him? Especially since this was when Gowda had yet to enter the professional league and could be considered as having nothing. Gowda did not refuse. After agreeing on a meeting time and place, the two ended their conversation. Half an hour later, the model, who had finished picking up trash, climbed onto Gowda's shoulders seeking a kiss, but he pushed her down. After all, even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Hugging the two Mexican models as he went back to sleep for a while, Gowda was already pondering the relevant topics for the upcoming meeting. In the Buckhead neighborhood of northern Atlanta, one of the safest and most affluent communities with the lowest crime rates in the city. Of course, it wasn't entirely free from clandestine theft brawls or even marijuana dealing. After all, this was the third most violent city in the nation, trailing only Chicago and New York, with a violent crime rate more than double the American average. The fact that Schwartz chose to meet at a relatively safe private club spoke volumes about his meticulous and considerate approach. While this might seem normal a decade later in early 2000s America, it was all too common for fearless semi-professional agents with gang ties to frequent gun-ridden ghettos to scout players. God took a cab alone to the private club named King of Stars. Upon entering, he stated his purpose and was soon led by a waiter through a labyrinth of corridors into a luxurious private room. Inside sat a middle-aged white man with refined symmetrical features and an elegant demeanor, a steaming cup of coffee before him suggesting he too had just arrived. God, who was 20 minutes late due to traffic, breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, Mr. Schwartz. There was some traffic on the way, so I'm late." He offered an apologetic smile as a greeting, then awkwardly squeezed into the seat across from him. Schwartz, who seemed affable, didn't hold God's lateness against him. Instead, he pulled a magazine from his briefcase, placed it on the table, and slid it over. "This is the latest issue of Sports Illustrated. You've probably already heard about it from friends or your coach." Jeff Schwartz adjusted his glasses and spoke in a genial tone. "The news of you and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons winning the March Madness Championship has become the hottest sports topic in both North America and Asia. Media outlets like Sports Illustrated and ESPN have given it front-page coverage across the sports section." In other words, God. It seemed Schwartz wasn't diving straight into business. Instead, he was gradually guiding God to understand his immense commercial value and exposure. Curious, God picked up the magazine. The cover featured a historic moment, him climbing onto the basket at the St. Louis Sports Center, cutting down the net while surrounded by teammates, a tradition for the MOP of each NCAA tournament. Seeing God's unorthodox reaction, Schwartz couldn't detect even a hint of excitement on his face. This left the self-proclaimed Sharpie seasoned negotiator feeling somewhat disheartened. In other words, God, you've become one of the most commercially valuable sports stars on the planet, surpassing even a majority of NBA All-Stars. Do you know why? God flipped through the magazine, glancing at the articles that lavishly praised him and Wake Forest, then looked up and answered earnestly, "I know why. I'm Chinese." Schwartz was taken aback. The carefully prepared script he had in mind crumbled instantly, and the professional elite persona he had painstakingly built up shattered. At the same time, he added a new assessment of God, self-aware and handsome enough to know it. Since that was the case, Schwartz decided to drop the pretense. Yao in Houston is a phenomenal generational center and currently the NBA's golden ticket to the Asian market. To put it bluntly, his influence in Asia, especially among the Chinese community, surpasses even Michael Jordan's. And you? Schwartz shed his composed exterior, his gaze now sharp and predatory like a cheetah's. "You share the same Chinese identity as Yao, but you have superior physical gifts and your skills aren't fully defined yet. You have the potential to become the basketball god of Asia. Surpass Yao, become a historic big man like Shaquille O'Neal or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar." His voice grew more impassioned as he fully immersed himself in the career blueprint he was painting for God. This tactic had worked flawlessly on less intelligent players throughout his two-decade career as a sports agent. Whenever he pulled this out, those black players would soon bow before Jeff Schwartz, weeping and declaring things like, "I've drifted through life without meeting a worthy master," or "If you don't abandon me, I'd be honored to call you my godfather." But clearly this tactic of painting rosy futures didn't have the desired effect on God. In God's eyes, Schwartz now merged with the image of his former exploitative and scrupulous boss from his past life. With an inscrutable expression that seemed to say, "I see right through you," Schwartz quickly mentally separated God from the stereotypical players of centuries past. "All right, sir, let's talk about what you can do for me right now." God finally shifted his attention from the magazine to Schwartz. God had a favorable impression of this future top NBA agent known for his low-key style and solid reputation. Compared to peers like Rich Paul, Bill Duffy, and Rob Pelinka, what appealed to God most about Schwartz was his visionary, precise grasp of public opinion and unwavering commitment to helping players. Unlike Gianlian's agent Fagan, who prioritized short-term gains at the expense of a player's future development. In fact, over the past few days, God and Coach Spicer had received calls from several prominent NBA agents, including Yao Ming's agent Bill Duffy. But after a few phone conversations, God wasn't satisfied with any of them, until he got a call from Schwartz which reminded him of this perfect candidate. That was the main reason God agreed to meet him in person today. Hearing God's words, Schwartz showed no surprise, merely studying the young man with a scrutinizing gaze before speaking earnestly. "You're truly one of a kind. Among the players under 20 I've dealt with, your attitude toward issues is remarkably mature and direct." "You're right, God. There's no need for me to analyze your post-NBA career plans now. Let's talk about practical matters like the upcoming combine and pre-draft training plans." He then resumed his confident demeanor and said sincerely, "You can decide whether to sign with me based on my performance during this period. He'll provide you with a training plan for April and May. Within a few days, assemble a professional tryout team and find a training facility to your liking. You can even bring your buddy." Schwartz hinted, clearly aiming to recruit Paul as well. God smiled, finally getting the answer he had come for. This wasn't freeloading. Both he and Schwartz were smart men. The way smart people dealt with each other was often direct and purpose-driven. Beating around the bush only bred mutual disdain. "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation, Mr. God." Schwartz took a sip of coffee, then stood up with a professional smile, extending his hand. God reciprocated with equal courtesy and a smile. "Pleasant cooperation." On April 13th, the second Thursday after Wake Forest defeated Illinois to claim the NCAA championship, the NCAA a tournament committee announced the All-American First Team roster. MOP of the Final Four Gao was selected as a center. In the original timeline, this honor belonged to Florida senior center David Lee. However, in this year's Elite Eight clash, the Florida frontcourt trio of David Lee, Joakim Noah, and Al Horford were virtually dominated by Gao alone, ultimately causing the Gators to fall short in the Elite Eight. The title of All-American First Team center naturally fell to Gao. Not only that, but Gao's good buddy CP3 also made it onto this year's list. Although CP3 recorded 11 points and 12 assists in the final against Illinois, while Darren Williams scored 17 points and dished out 10 assists against him, it didn't stop him from riding the coattails of the NCAA championship team and being selected as a guard on the All-American First Team. However, what made CP3 gnash his teeth was that the Bob Cousy Award, typically given to the nation's top point guard each year, was awarded to Darren Williams, who lost in the finals. This indirectly acknowledged Williams as the uncrowned king of the NCAA, leading many media outlets and experts to label CP3 as a championship rider, causing his draft projection to drop by one spot. This infuriated CP3, sending his blood pressure soaring, especially since his good roommate Gao achieved an unprecedented feat this year, becoming the first freshman in NCAA history to complete a Grand Slam of honors. Let's enumerate the accolades Gao has earned this year in American college basketball: the Naismith Award, the John R. Wooden Award, ACC All-Conference First Team, ACC Regular Season MVP, ACC Tournament Champion, ACC Freshman of the Year, ACC All-Defensive Team, and Defensive Player of the Year, NCAA Champion, Final Four, MOP All-American First Team, and AP All-America First Team, and All-Defensive Team. The title of NCAA's greatest freshman ever was bestowed upon Gao by numerous authoritative media outlets like ESPN and TNT, and it's sealed for good. Now, domestic media coverage of Gao is overwhelming. Chinese freshman studies in the U.S. dominates the NCAA. The next Chinese-born no. One pick is here. Is Yi Jianlian the hope of Chinese men's basketball after Yao Ming? No, 19-year-old Chinese youngster Gao tells you, I am the next leader of Chinese basketball. Gao, in front of domestic fans, you can call me Xiao Gao, I want mind. But abroad, in front of the American people, what should you call me? 2 no. 1 picks in 4 years. The Chinese are dominating the NBA. At the next Beijing Olympics, we're going to win the championship on our home court. Gao, who had internet at home, read several domestic reports about him and exclaimed, good grief. He knew how reckless domestic media could be, how boldly they could boast, but he never imagined it would reach such an exaggerated extent. Damn, they even shouted slogans like "Down with American imperialism" at the Beijing Olympics. If they didn't win a medal, or if they stopped at the quarterfinals like in the original timeline, wouldn't they be drowned in public criticism? Dominating the NBA. The last king who claimed to dominate the NBA is still struggling for a playoff ticket in some small-town city. This kind of hype is dangerous. However, Gao had indeed won every honor available, making his college career complete. Domestic fans and media were already envisioning his days after entering the NBA. Some media outlets, even those unrelated to sports or basketball, began hyping Gao's draft stock, using such flattering, almost killing with praise rhetoric that Gao couldn't fathom how they wrote it, as if him not being the no. 1 pick would be a conspiracy. Look at the media from Japan and South Korea. What? You say the Japanese media now call Gao Emperor of the Empire Asia and basketball, China Mori Hisashi Gao. The South Korean media have already dispatched people to Gao's ancestral hometown, reportedly investigating evidence of intermarriage with Koreans dating back to his great-grandfather's generation. Gao remarked that the Japanese are suffering from Chinibyo hyperactivity while the South Koreans have simply pickled their brains from eating too much kimchi. But when it comes to absurdity and off-the-wall antics, domestic media take the cake. Recently, a headline titled Rockets GM Dawson publicly discusses feasibility of trading Tracy McGrady for a top 3 pick in 2005 emerged. It dominated the headlines for 5 days straight, garnering nearly 10 million clicks. However, it wasn't entirely the media's fault for blindly hyping. After all, the Chinese market at the time was focused on either watching Yao Ming or following Gao's draft news. Fans had this demand, so the media naturally had to meet it. Moreover, Yao Ming had been in the NBA for nearly 3 years, making the Houston Rockets the de facto home team for Chinese fans. The prospect of 2 Chinese big men joining forces in the Space City to form a Twin Towers lineup was the most anticipated scenario for domestic fans. This only shows how highly the Rockets were regarded in the hearts of Chinese fans during this period, all because of Yao Ming. So high that any NBA-related rumor would be twisted by domestic media to involve the Rockets. In the words of a decade later, this was grabbing the key to traffic. Half a month after winning the championship, Gao and Chris Paul ended their rare vacation and embarked on a journey to Las Vegas. There, Schwartz's team had rented an entire fully equipped training facility for them and meticulously assembled a professional training staff. This demonstrated Schwartz's difference from other agents. He wasn't in a rush to quickly enhance the players' commercial value by increasing their exposure and public recognition. Instead, he took a long-term view, investing heavily to improve the players' intrinsic abilities, helping his 2 newly signed draft prospects actively prepare for the NBA combine. Only when the players garnered interest from NBA teams or even draft promises would his true collaboration with Gao begin. However, during this period, Schwartz inevitably received calls from multiple sporting goods sponsors. The immense commercial value of the new MOP Gao behind the Chinese market exceeded even his most optimistic estimates. Throughout the period until mid-April, Gauda and Paul spent nearly every day immersed in the training facility accompanied by basketball. A team of trainers operating near NBA standards tailored specialized regimens for the guard and the interior player based on the upcoming joint tryout events scheduled for early June. On April 20th, a local time in the United States, the Miami Heat defeated the Orlando Magic 98-93 on the road, securing the top seed in the Eastern Conference with a 5,923 record as they entered the playoffs. This marked the Heat's best regular season performance since the post-Alonzo Mourning era. The outstanding record and the team's burgeoning championship aura validated Riley's decision last summer to trade half the roster in pursuit of Shaquille O'Neal. The combination of a 23-year-old Flash and a 33-year-old Shark was the most formidable duo in the league with no equal. Meanwhile, the 2004-2005 NBA playoffs officially commenced. Teams that failed to secure a playoff berth, the so-called lottery teams, had already begun preparing for this summer's draft tryouts, keeping an eye on the major players about to enter the trade market. These team executives always believed they could achieve what Riley, Logo, and Bird, the annual Executive of the Year winners, had accomplished in free agency. Players yearned to prove themselves, and these professional managers were no different. After another month of training in Las Vegas, Gauda and Paul finally received 3 days off. Paul eagerly tried to drag Gauda to Phoenix to watch Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and the Suns, but Gauda declined. He planned to use the 3-day break to return to China and visit his biological parents and family. Left with no choice, Paul embarked on a flight to Dallas alone. After a brief trip home, Gauda had just landed in the United States when he received a call from Schwartz. "How are you and Chris together? I'm at JFK Airport in New York now and heading to Whistler to pick you both up. Pack your bags, the battle of the prodigies is about to begin." Was the tryout about to start? Gauda had just finished watching Game 5 of the NBA Finals between the Spurs and the Pistons back in China. A brutal clash decided by a single point, and before he could fully digest it, he was informed to meet up with Paul for the NBA tryouts. Indeed, although the ultimate winner of the finals had yet to be decided, the NBA draft lottery had concluded a day earlier. Gauda had also noted the top 10 picks this year and found them roughly matching his vague memories of the 2005 draft class, suggesting that the so-called butterfly effect had not occurred. After all, the NCAA and NBA were leagues apart. Gauda, crowned king in the NCAA, could hardly influence the direction of the NBA regular season. However, having been photographed and surrounded every time he went out to buy soy sauce back home, Gauda could no longer contain his eagerness to play. Upon receiving Schwartz's notification, he immediately called Paul. A day later, Schwartz briefed Gauda and Paul on his tryout plan in a hotel presidential suite. First, Gauda was the biggest prospect in the 2005 draft class. Whether it was the Milwaukee Bucks with the first pick, the Atlanta Hawks with the second, or the Portland Trail Blazers with the third. At this point, some might wonder, wasn't the third pick in 2005 owned by the Utah Jazz? They used that pick to select Darren Williams, Paul's lifelong rival, and later formed the new Utah duo, with Carlos Boozer eliminating the Yao Ming Rockets, favorites of Chinese fans in the playoffs year after year. In reality, the third pick originally belonged to the Portland Trail Blazers. At the 2005 draft lottery, Blazers owner Paul Allen secured the third pick for the team. However, on draft day, the team management unexpectedly traded the third pick to the Utah Jazz for the 6th and 27th picks in 2005, along with a conditional future pick from the Detroit Pistons in 2006. This trade, initially intended to boost the team's competitiveness and return to the playoffs, was later rated by scouts as one of the top 10 worst management blunders of the 21st century NBA. The Portland Trail Blazers subsequently missed the playoffs for 3 consecutive years. Returning to the main topic, among these 3 teams, the Atlanta Hawks showed the most enthusiasm for Gauda. Team general manager Billy Knight had been spotted by the media at Wake Forest University games since March Madness, attending in person on multiple occasions. In public interviews during May, he repeatedly stated that if the team had secured the first pick, they would have unhesitatingly chosen center Gauda from Wake Forest University. Although the Bucks ultimately won the lottery with a 6-3 probability, this did nothing to dampen the Hawks' enthusiasm. According to NBA insider Talek Bruce, Billy Knight was actively negotiating with the Bucks management, offering next year's first-round pick and cash to swap picks. Unfortunately, the Bucks front office had also developed a strong interest in Gauda. They believed that Gauda's current readiness and future potential far surpassed all other interior players in this draft class, including their original primary target Andrew Bogut, the sophomore center from the University of Utah. To that end, they quickly contacted Gauda's interim agent Jeff Schwartz, expressing their desire to hold a private tryout for Gauda as soon as the NBA tryout period began. The first stop for Gauda and Paul's tryouts was Milwaukee, a major industrial city in Wisconsin. Furthermore, as a top prospect, Gauda could entirely decline tryout invitations from NBA teams outside the top 5 or even top 3 picks. Back in May, when the NBA released the 78-man list for the Chicago combined, Gauda and Paul had made a brief appearance, playing few official games before heading back. Facing opponents he had already dominated in college, he found little interest. However, there were rare instances of overconfident high school players, such as 5-star recruit Andrew Bynum from St. Joseph High School, who actively provoked Gauda during training and was decisively beaten 212, nearly being shut out. Such incidents were uncommon, as talented players with poor judgment like Bynum were truly rare. After the private tryout in Milwaukee, Bucks general manager Larry Harris and head coach Terry Porter were astounded by Gauda's latest physical measurements and data report, staying late in the office to review it. The following day, as Gauda and his group were about to leave Milwaukee, Larry Harris personally led a delegation to their hotel for a face-to-face meeting. He spoke earnestly. "We will select you with the first overall pick in 2 weeks and promise to build a championship contending roster around you. However, you must be patient for 1 or 2 years. The team's second priority this offseason is to resign star player Michael Redd, who will become your best teammate and mentor throughout your career." Clearly, the Bucks management had made a sincere commitment, even prioritizing Gauda over resigning their current core player Michael Redd. But the condition was that Gauda would need to develop quietly in Milwaukee for a year or two, during which Michael Redd would remain the team's leader. In the original timeline, even after selecting the Australian #1 pick, the Bucks' leader for the next 4 seasons was still all-star shooter Redd. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that the Australian pick lacked the skill to perform. Faced with the Milwaukee Bucks management's overtures, Jeff Schwartz, speaking on behalf of Gauda, replied bluntly, "If you need an obedient center, then the 5-star high school prospect from North Carolina might be a decent choice. If not, you could opt for the sophomore from the University of Utah. In terms of immediate impact alone, he's an excellent NBA caliber starting interior player. But if you want to waste everyone's time, then go ahead and draft Gau in half a month and follow your plan to let that stat patter Michael Reed lead the team. I will do everything in my power to have you trade Gau away within a year. You know me, Larry. I have the ability to do so. I have the capability." Schwartz went all out, directly confronting Larry Harris, who wanted both immediate impact and future potential. Harris' goal was simply to hedge his bets. If Gauda didn't pan out, the team would continue building around Michael Reed. If Gauda succeeded, Michael Reed would be relegated to a secondary role or even traded for useful resources. In the original timeline, the Bucks management did exactly that, but Gauda was no Andrew Bogut. He didn't have the patience to play some 2K manager simulation game with them in the frozen Milwaukee. He needed an NBA team that would immediately establish him as the core upon entering the league. His playing style and demeanor required ample ball possession to attract fans and media attention. Only then could the Chinese market behind him be leveraged to its fullest potential. The conversation ultimately ended on a sour note, with no one knowing what Bucks general manager Larry Harris would do next, or whether they would still firmly choose Gauda in this year's draft. 2 days later, Gauda and his group appeared at Atlanta Airport. Upon landing, they immediately drew the attention of a large number of local fans. Many fans gathered outside their hotel, holding up huge banners and posters, with some even wearing Gauda's Wake Forest University No. 10 jersey. They hoped this gesture would increase Gauda's fondness for the city of Atlanta, facilitating the team's upcoming individual workout with him. Clearly, Wake Forest University's championship this season had greatly boosted the reputation of the Demon Deacons players in the surrounding states, naturally, including Georgia, where Atlanta is located. The fans' enthusiasm for Gauda was unimaginable. Even on his way to the Phillips Arena for his workout, a steady stream of fans came to show their support. "You're practically the Michael Jackson of this city." His friend Paul couldn't help but tease with envy. He looked out the car window at the Atlanta residents wearing Gauda's jersey, enthusiastically calling for him to stop for photos and autographs, feeling a pang of jealousy. "Damn it, I'm also a core player of this year's NCAA championship team. Why don't I get this kind of heroic treatment?" Gauda's workout in Atlanta went very smoothly, without any incidents like being cornered for negotiations by the team's general manager, as in Milwaukee. Before leaving, he not only received a draft promise from Billy Knight, but was also secretly informed of inside news regarding a recent NBA trade. Once the free agency market opened in July, the Hawks would put their starting forward Antoine Walker, who had only been with the team for 1 season, on the trading block. The latter averaged 21 points per game this season, undoubtedly a top-tier scorer in the league. Billy Knight's move was essentially hinting to Gauda that once he joined the Hawks, he would immediately be the leader of this NBA team, and trading away Walker would bring in resources to build a playoff-caliber roster around him. This promise was quite tempting to Gauda. On the flight to Salt Lake City, Gauda had a brief discussion with Schwartz. "What do you think are the chances that if I publicly state I don't want to go to Milwaukee like Steve Francis did in '99, and the Bucks would still take me with the first pick?" After more than 2 months together, his relationship with Schwartz had evolved to a point where they could talk about anything. Schwartz, with over a decade of experience in the sports agency world, was often amazed by Gauda's ideas and eloquence that transcended the era's limitations, making their communication increasingly direct. Schwartz pondered for a moment, then looked up, still 100%. This answer was not surprising, and Gauda showed no shock. If their roles were reversed, he would make the same choice. Seeing that Gauda didn't press further, Schwartz understood that he already had his answer. Given Gauda's current hot trend and the vast Chinese market behind him, the NBA would be very willing to see his second Chinese No. 1 pick. Even if the Bucks management changed their minds due to Schwartz's tough stance, league commissioner David Stern wouldn't allow it. Moreover, although Billy Knight was an eccentric, he wasn't a fool to have become an NBA general manager. Since Gauda didn't want to stay in Milwaukee, they could still draft him. The initiative was in their hands. After all, Gauda's college performance was evident, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he could develop into a top-tier interior beast within 3 years. By then, those who could go toe-to-toe with him would be Houston's Yao and the soon-to-retire Shaq, and oh, maybe that constantly grinning high school kid from Orlando. The Bucks management could use the No. 1 pick to select Gauda, hold out for a good price, and then spread the word naturally, attracting many teams coveting Gowda with generous trade offers. The final stop of Schwartz's workout plan was an individual tryout with the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake City. The Jazz held the No. 6 pick this year, a position where Paul was likely to be selected. Moreover, the Jazz roster indeed needed a point guard to support the system of veteran coach Jerry Sloan. This was Schwartz's backup plan for Paul. The purpose was self-evident. Invited by the Jazz's front office, Schwartz brought Paul and Gowda to Utah for the tryout. However, this time the individual workout was for Chris Paul, with Gowda playing a supporting role. Chris Paul, who had been a minor figure in the previous 2 stops, received unprecedented attention here. Not only were the general manager and other staff waiting courtside during his workout, but Coach Sloan, who rarely appeared at team tryouts, also made a rare appearance. After Paul's shooting consistency test, the old coach held Paul's hand, smiling and conversing with him for a long time. Faced with this legendary coach's proactive goodwill, Paul was flattered and didn't forget to shoot a triumphant look at Gowda, as if to say, "See, the great Chris Paul II wouldn't be ignored. Coach Jerry Sloan has a discerning eye and recognizes I have a brighter future than you," a dunking oath. The smug Paul finally got one over on Gowda, but he still didn't think he would drop the 6th pick and be snatched up by the Jazz. Indeed, the arrogant Paul now looked down even on the 6th pick. Currently, the Bucks holding the No. 1 pick and also lacking a starting point guard, along with the New Orleans Hornets, who had the No. 4 pick, were his primary targets. Gowda's tryout with the Jazz was far less complicated than his previous sessions with the Bucks and Hawks. To be precise, the Jazz management never truly believed he would drop to the 6th pick for them to snatch, so the entire tryout process was hurriedly wrapped up. After a simple physical assessment, only 2 technical drills remained: post footwork and face-up drives. Watching Gowda rely more on his exceptional athleticism to overpower defenders under the basket before finishing his moves, Coach Sloan by the sidelines gave an imperceptible shake of his head. In his mind, what difference was there between Gowda and last year's high school phenom selected 1st overall by the Magic? Although the scouting report listed his templates as the Raymond Sean Kemp and Sons forward Amare Stoudemire, in Sloan's view, those 2 at least possessed refined post-up techniques or dazzling face-up offensive moves. And Gowda, while perhaps mid-range shooting was a notable highlight, and also one of Gowda's few reliable self-created offensive weapons. During the weighted resistance rope drill, an 82 shooting accuracy stirred a faint ripple in old Sloan's heart as he observed Gowda's shooting consistency, but it vanished without a trace in an instant. He understood that this post-Millennian Stockton Jazz needed disciplined tactical executors, not a player like Gowda who operated outside the system, or rather carried his own system. There were 2 prime examples of system-carrying players in the league today: LeBron James in Cleveland, a wing ball-dominant engine, and Dwight Howard in Orlando, a defensive system monster, showcasing historic help-side abilities. Though at this point he was still a raw blue-collar worker, his potential as an all-time interior defensive titan yet to be fully unearthed. And neither of them had even touched the playoffs yet. At least for now, the theory that a system-carrying player could lead a team to a championship seemed unworkable. Not to mention them. Even a maxed-out character like Tim Duncan, the terrifying presence who won a title in his 2nd year, only joined the championship contention after Popovich's Spurs coaching staff established the Twin Tower system centered around him. In short, while Coach Sloan acknowledged Gowda's talent as top-tier in NBA history, he remained steadfast in his system-first philosophy, showing no sign of changing his mind. Just as Gowda was preparing to bid farewell to Schwartz and Paul before returning to Winslow University, an unexpected call reached Schwartz's phone. The caller was Portland Trail Blazers general manager Steve Patterson. "I hope you can bring Gowda to Portland. We can sit down and talk." After hearing Patterson's intent, Schwartz almost doubted his own ears. "Are you joking with me, Mr. Patterson?" At this year's draft lottery conference, the owner Paul Allen represented the team and ultimately secured a fairly decent 3rd pick. However, in today's NBA, the Trailblazers are notoriously known as the rookie graveyard, with a team full of players involved in scandals that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Coupled with the chaotic management and the impact of frequent coaching changes, the team's reputation in the NBA has plummeted to an all-time low. Initially, the Portland Trail Blazers were indeed on Schwartz's trial list, but after discussions with Gowda, they ultimately chose to forego this option. Because no professional player wishes for their career to begin with a prison team riddled with chaos and frequent off-court incidents. Moreover, the chances of the 3rd pick selecting Gowda were simply too slim, so even though the Blazers had previously sent Schwartz an invitation for a trial, it was left unread and discarded. In the waiting area, Schwartz covered the microphone of his Motorola, directing his gaze towards Gowda, who sat across from him, while the person on the other end of the line seemed to sense something, quietly awaiting a response. Beside him, Paul desperately shook Gowda's arm, signaling his best friend to quickly decline. But Gowda was lost in thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he made a decision that even he found somewhat absurd. "Let's give it a try, Jeff. What if they present us with an enticing offer?" Paul and Gowda soon parted ways at Salt Lake City International Airport. Schwartz arranged for another agency team to take Paul to New Orleans for the trial, while he personally led the way following Gowda's last-minute change of plans to head to the large city of Portland in Oregon. Gowda and Schwartz's team quickly met with the Blazers management, but their meeting took place not at the Rose Garden Arena or some rented training facility. Instead, it was in a luxurious private club box. When Gowda was let in by the Blazers' vice president, former Warriors player Kevin Pritchard, he nearly thought he had mistakenly entered a high-stakes business arena. Because sitting in the center was a distinguished old man in a suit, specifically a refined white gentleman wearing glasses who exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Paul Allen, one of the richest people on the planet, the founder and chairman of Vulcan Inc., a computer giant from Seattle who co-founded Microsoft with Bill Gates. At the same time, he was a businessman with wide-ranging interests, the chairman of Charter Communications, a shareholder of DreamWorks, and he held absolute control over the NFL Seattle Seahawks and the NBA's Portland Trail Blazers. Although he didn't leave much of an impression on Chinese basketball fans in later years like his friend Ballmer, he possessed an extraordinary passion and madness for sports. Paul Allen was undoubtedly the wealthiest owner among all NBA teams, ranking 6th on the global billionaires list with a net worth of $22.7 billion in Forbes magazine earlier this year. In 1988, driven by his love for professional sports, he invested $70 million to acquire the Portland Trail Blazers. Over the course of 18 years, the Blazers made it to the finals twice in 3 years, in 2092, but unfortunately faced the Chicago Bulls during their first three-peat, with the Clyde Drexler becoming a backdrop among many eras. Paul Allen's championship dreams gradually shattered with each passing year until last season, when the team traded away their star forward Rasheed Wallace, marking the beginning of the Portland prison era. This left him utterly disappointed, with the Blazers redirecting his focus more towards managing the NFL Seattle Seahawks. Until this January, when the team's general manager Patterson handed him a game tape from Wake Forest University, promising him that the team would undergo a complete reform this year. And today he was here for that purpose. "We will do everything possible to select you this summer, Gao, even if it means putting the entire team on the trading block." As he watched this figure, usually only seen on the covers of economic magazines, seriously say this in front of him, Gowda admitted that at that moment his brain completely froze. Had anyone told me that such a business mogul would personally try out for me before I arrived? Unlike Gowda's bewilderment, Schwartz quickly regained his senses after a brief mental storm. This was the benefactor who had offered maximum contracts to Little Flying Mouse Stoudemire, the now out-of-shape Rain Man, and the aging Penny Hardaway. Among today's NBA team owners, he ranked second only to the notorious Dolan of New York, a philanthropist. "Mr. Allen, I believe you may have misunderstood. The initiative in the selection does not lie in our hands. As this year's NBA draft prospects, we cannot guarantee that any NBA team will select us. It is also possible that we may not be selected at all." Schwartz quickly showcased his top-tier sports agent professionalism, fearlessly facing a business titan like Paul Allen, adhering to a policy of do not initiate, do not refuse, do not take responsibility. Ahem. Patterson beside him realized that the owner was getting a bit anxious and hurriedly interjected. "Our purpose in requesting this meeting is merely to let Gao and his team understand our determination. We will not ask Gao to reject offers from other teams, as that would violate league regulations and be considered disgraceful." Patterson quickly seized control, representing the Blazers in negotiations. "We have already contacted the management of the Bucks and Hawks, who hold the top 2 picks, and we can use our draft rights for the next 3 years as trade chips to move up. However, what we want to confirm now is..." He shifted his gaze to the silent Gowda. "What are your feelings about the city of Portland? Or rather, do you think the Trailblazers would be a suitable team for the start of your professional career?" This question, deceptively gentle, struck directly at the heart of the matter, leaving it up to Gowda to respond. In this box, 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Gowda, each carrying different meanings, while he displayed a contemplative expression. Instead of asking such an obvious question, why not just ask how many of this year's draft prospects want to be selected by the Blazers? Gowda rolled his eyes internally, but to be honest, meeting team owner Paul Allen today did give him a different perspective regarding his career planning. Although the Portland Trail Blazers have a notorious prison reputation, it is not without its advantages for someone like Gowda at this stage. The notorious bad boys like Zach Randolph, Little Flying Mouse Stoudemire, the Kobe Killer Ruben Patterson, and shot-blocking specialist Theo Ratliff. These seemingly fierce players who exude a gangsta vibe turned the Blazers' locker room atmosphere into a Cold War reminiscent of the US and USSR, where even a small altercation could lead to a brawl. But ultimately the reason was that seasoned locker room leaders like Sabonis and Pippen, who could keep these troublemakers in check, had either left or retired, allowing the young players, each vying for supremacy, to engage in a chaotic free-for-all. What if a figure like Karl Malone, who could perform on and off the court, emerged? The outcome would be self-evident. Gowda quickly grasped the underlying dynamics and was no longer as resistant to showing goodwill towards the Blazers management. With everything prepared now, it was just a matter of what changes the draft conference would bring a few days later. When it comes to the most memorable NBA Finals matchups in the eyes of future fans, the battles between the Cavaliers and Warriors, the Spurs and Heat, the German machine, facing off against the East Coast's Big Three, and the classic rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers all come to mind. These are unforgettable classic matches, but if fans were to vote on the most fiercely contested, yet least entertaining finals, the 2005 showdown between the Spurs and Pistons would undoubtedly make the list. Two teams that emphasized defense met on the final stage, each being a defensive powerhouse from their respective conferences. After 7 grueling battles, the victor was finally decided. The San Antonio Spurs claimed the 2005 NBA championship with a 43 victory, with their star Tim Duncan averaging 26 points and 14.1 rebounds. From the perspective of that year, neither the Spurs nor the Pistons had any players with particularly flashy play styles. Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Tayshaun Prince were all players who exhibited a straightforward, practical style of play. Wait, is there a strange character mixed in here? Excluding the unconventional Argentine Demon Blade as its factor, this finals was essentially a defensive clash. The Pistons certainly didn't lose unfairly. The only area where they fell short compared to the Spurs was in the contributions from Manu and Horry. The Argentine Demon Blade that year needs no further introduction. Armed with the aura of the core of the 2004 Athens Olympic champions, he wreaked havoc on the NBA stage, averaging 21-64 in the playoffs, making him undoubtedly the second most important player for the Spurs championship. The finals also became the one point the Pistons' five core players could not contain, which is why many fans feel he should have been the finals MVP that year. Horry, the clutch assassin, scored 5 of the team's total 7 points in the critical game, 5 overtime, and hit a key three-pointer with just 5.8 seconds left, successfully helping the Spurs secure the series. When witnessing his senior Tim Duncan return to Wake Forest University with the championship trophy and finals MVP trophy, Gowda felt honored to share the stage with him as a junior. The North Carolina Today newspaper featured a photo of the two Demon Deacons from Wake Forest on the front page as the headline news, declaring that year as the Wake Forest year in American basketball. Gowda, a freshman at Wake Forest University, led his team to the NCAA championship, while the Spurs' Tim Duncan, a product of Wake Forest, lifted the championship trophy in the NBA. The representative figures of these two generations became the biggest winners in their respective leagues that year, and Wake Forest University suddenly became a super prestigious school on par with North Carolina and Duke in the minds of top 5-star high school players across America. However, NBA team executives noticed a small detail in this photo. Why did Gowda, registered at 2.08 m, seem to be slightly taller next to the 2.13 m Duncan? As of June 28, 2005, due to the time difference, many domestic fans were eagerly glued to their televisions in the early hours waiting for the NBA draft to be broadcast live on CCTV5. At this moment, the lights of countless homes in China twinkled in the night, reminiscent of the last time a Chinese athlete made them feel so excited yet anxious. Yao Ming. The excitement surrounding the NBA draft remains high every summer as it pertains to the prospects and trajectories of all 30 teams for the following year. Compared to the finals, which only attracts 2 sets of interested parties, the exposure of the draft is significantly greater, especially this year, when the finals viewership hit a record low. However, the surge in interest for this draft was not solely attributed to that. Attention from Chinese fans was the main reason for the unprecedented excitement surrounding this year's NBA draft. In fact, when it comes to the quality of the incoming rookies, the class of 05 does not compare well to previous years, especially considering the presence of Yao Ming in 02, LeBron and Wade in 03, and the perfect player Okafor in 04. This year's spotlight and attention were almost entirely focused on Gao, the Chinese player from across the ocean. The first freshman in NCAA history to achieve a Grand Slam of honors. The holder of the single-season scoring blocks and rebounds records at Wake Forest University. The first foreign MOP in the history of the NCAA tournament. The strongest freshman in ACC history. Even though the American populace had been utterly amazed by Gowda's performance over the past year, every time they reflected on his short one-year NCAA career, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, often exclaiming, "What an honor collector." Sports Illustrated, Fox Sports, ESPN, and various other media outlets extended numerous invitations for interviews, but Gowda remained humble and did not indulge in vanity. He listened to Schwartz's arrangements and chose to participate in a few key commercial events while turning down most invitations from the fame-hungry world. This allowed many NBA team managements to see his unique humility and clarity as a Chinese player, inadvertently clearing some obstacles on his path to the draft. It can be said that Gowda has now become the hottest prospect. No one doubts that the Milwaukee Bucks, holding the first overall pick, would choose any other rookie, as prior whispers had already circulated that Gowda's team had reached a verbal agreement with the Bucks management. Gowda is now practically a lock for the Bucks. At Madison Square Garden in New York City, Gowda, the top prospect among this year's rookies, was invited into the green room, becoming the first Chinese player in NBA history to attend the draft live. Many domestic media outlets, including the CCTV Sports Channel, were granted the opportunity to broadcast the NBA draft live due to Gowda's presence. Hey Lao Gao, long time no see. Gowda's father Gao Wujuan was once a member of the national team's reserve squad. He naturally knew former Chinese basketball player and current coach Zhang Weiping very well. Accompanied by Gowda's mother, they were invited to participate in an interview with Coach Zhang. The two middle-aged individuals dressed appropriately, and despite the passage of time leaving marks on their faces, they only exuded an unspoken sense of composure and maturity. As a former professional player, Gao Wujuan was quite adept at handling these interview questions, ensuring he didn't embarrass his son in front of the vast audience of Chinese fans. However, when asked how he raised Gowda, who had the potential to become the second Chinese first overall pick in NBA history, a rare look of pride appeared on Gao Wujuan's usually stern face. I come from a military background and have always been open in my educational approach towards him. If he wants to pursue professional basketball, I will fully support him. But if he has other aspirations, I won't oppose. In any case, his achievements up to this point have little to do with me. It's all because of his own hard work. Facing such humble words, Coach Zhang certainly took them lightly. After a relaxed interview session, Gowda's parents met with him under the guidance of the staff. Dressed in a custom Armani suit, Gao Da looked particularly sharp today and quickly settled down with his parents at a spot closer to the stage. Schwartz was also present beside Gao Da as part of the family entourage, while Paul sent another agent to accompany him. After 2 months of specialized training, Gao Da had gained some weight and no longer resembled the skinny frame he had when he first entered Wake Forest University, especially with a nearly 1:4 shoulder-to-head ratio that provided a significant visual impact. "Are you nervous?" Schwartz chuckled as he looked at the young man, seemingly noticing Gao Da's discomfort. Gao Da adjusted his tight suit collar, constantly aware of the cameras around him, as the spotlight occasionally shone on him, attracting waves of scrutinizing gazes. There was no doubt that Gao Da was nervous. It's likely that no young person at the scene was completely at ease. He forced a smile and nodded, then cautiously leaned toward Schwartz's ear, expressing his concern. "What if the Bucks pick me tonight and no trades happen?" Schwartz seemed to have it all figured out, but did not respond to Gao Da's question. Instead, he offered a few words of comfort and then lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. Soon as the opening music played, countless cameras turned on and the faces of most participating rookies appeared on televisions worldwide. "That kid is really handsome, huh? Of course, this is our China's second Yao Ming, named Gao Da, who has dominated the American College League without rivals." "Dad, what are you looking at? Still up at this hour? What do you mean sleeping? Is this a time to sleep? Our China's second NBA first overall pick is about to be announced, and you're thinking of sleeping. NBA draft. Is it like the talent show in America, like Supergirl? Huh, who is this handsome guy? This is our pride, you know Yao Ming, right? He's better than. Maybe not yet, but in the future, who knows? Yao Ming. Is he an actor? That's Yao Chun, my silly daughter. What are you looking at, buddy? Watching the NBA draft. Hey, I'm watching too. Did you see Xiao Gao come out?" "What Xiao Gao? Call him Gao. Good, don't be so informal. He might be older than both of us." Such conversations occurred repeatedly in millions of households across the country. The name Gao Da officially took the stage in the history of Chinese basketball on this day. The venue was filled with reporters, and the flashes of cameras rang out mercilessly as a short, bespectacled Jewish man slowly walked onto the stage. Phew. Phew. Accompanied by the reserved program, booing sounds erupted from all sides as David Stern, wearing a professional smile, began the 2005 NBA draft journey. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NBA draft. I am David Stern." After a humorous opening, Stern took the envelope with a green deer head pattern handed over by a staff member. Seeing this, many Chinese fans watching the live broadcast on CCTV held their breath in unison. In the green room below, top draft prospects, including Gao Da, Marvin Williams, and Andrew Bogut, straightened their backs, sitting upright and offering polite, yet composed smiles as the camera swept by. The Bucks finished last season with the 4th worst record in the league, securing the '1 pick with a 6% probability. American experts analyzed that the Bucks management was actively scouting this year's outstanding interior rookies. Their starting center for the 04-05 season was '95's #1 pick Joe Smith, and their star player was the renowned sharpshooter Michael Redd, an all-star caliber guard. Coach Zhang briefly introduced the Bucks' background before the camera, silently praying that Gao Da would be selected with the first pick. The Bucks were indeed one of the most suitable teams for Gao Da's rookie career start. The team's other core player was an exterior guard, and the interior strength was relatively weak. Keith Van Horn, a power forward known for his shooting, would complement Gao Da's defensive and interior scoring abilities. Once in the Bucks, Gao Da would be groomed as the team's interior core, much like Bogut in the original timeline. But everything depended on the name written in the envelope submitted by the Bucks front office. With the first overall pick in the first round of the 2005 NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select. Looking at the 3 brief letters on the paper, Stern smiled into the microphone. "From Wake Forest University, the center Gao." These words quickly spread through the speakers to every corner of Madison Square Garden Theater. After a brief silence, everyone's faces showed an expression of just as expected. Tonight's draft was broadcast live by ESPN to 202 countries worldwide, meaning fans from at least 200 countries had their eyes fixed on the Chinese player under the spotlight. The moment Stern announced his name, Gao Da's chest heaved violently, and his eyes reddened instantly. But soon, under Schwartz's subtle signal, he composed himself. After embracing his parents and the familiar draft prospects at nearby tables, a staff member handed him a cap representing the Bucks. Andrew Bogut, Marvin Williams, Darren Williams, Chris Paul, and other top prospects of the 2005 class cast envious and jealous glances at Gao Da. Yet they also understood that the suspense for this year's NBA draft #1 pick had vanished ever since Gao Da and Paul led their team to the Elite Eight. Whether it was the talent and potential Gao Da displayed or the vast Chinese market behind him, every lottery team coveted such conditions. Chinese fans were overjoyed. This was the second Chinese NBA #1 pick in just 2 years, making 4 picks in 2 years. Who dared now to say Asian basketball or Chinese basketball was inferior? Coach Zhang Yujia and son Zhengping in front of the camera were beaming with joy. Yet the diligent Coach Zhang still managed to introduce, "Our new #1 pick Xiao Gao is an undeniable possessor of top-tier basketball talent. Fans who watched his college games know he can finish efficiently after pick and roll like the Suns' Amare Stoudemire and also perform indiscriminate defensive help and sweeps like Kevin Garnett. TSK. Most importantly, Xiao Gao inherits the trait of Chinese interior players, a remarkably soft shooting touch for a big man. I say he'll make a name for himself in the NBA soon." Laughter erupted. The three Chinese sports commentators weren't the only ones delighted. Stern, shaking hands with Gao on stage, was equally pleased. He had a rare moment of appreciation for the Bucks management, which had made frequent blunders recently, though this year's #1 pick was an open book exam regardless. Years earlier, the old man had considered it an extremely foolish decision for Herb Cole, the Bucks owner at the time, to entrust the team to Larry Harris. After all, despite 15 years with the Bucks, Harris had made no significant contributions and achieved little in management. He survived so long solely due to his father, Del Harris, a former Bucks head coach. "I've been watching you for a long time, young man. It's hard to believe that Chinese basketball has produced two outstanding big men like you and Yao in just 5 years since the new century began." The amiable Jewish old man looked at Gao, who due to height difference had to bend down to listen to the president's words. "Welcome to the NBA." Stern embraced Gao, then ceded the stage to him. The new #1 pick's victory speech was ordinary. In fact, similar public speeches worldwide followed the same standard procedure. First, he thanked his parents for their support during his growth, then mentioned his teammates and coaches at Wake Forest. Gao sincerely expressed gratitude before the camera for the Demon Deacons' cultivation over the past year. Finally concluding with the words, "I will perform at a level matching this draft pick in the NBA," he successfully ended his speech as the #1 pick. At that very moment, with these words, Gao fully ignited the ambition of the 2005 rookie class. These talents, who didn't believe they were much inferior to Gao, secretly vowed to leave a lasting, unforgettable impression on the #1 pick during their rookie season. After stepping down, Gao was led backstage by Schwartz, where a crowd of reporters quickly surrounded him. With the help of Schwartz and staff, Gao didn't accept interviews immediately. Instead, he followed Schwartz to a lavishly decorated room backstage to watch the remainder of the draft. The subsequent events gradually deviated from Gao's memory of the 2005 draft. The Atlanta Hawks, holding the second overall pick, did not select Marvin Williams, one of the North Carolina Four, as in the original timeline. Instead, they used the second pick to choose the leader of the Illinois Three Musketeers, the shooting expert, Deron Williams. From Deron's bewildered expression in the camera shot, it was clear that the Hawks management had not made prior promises to him or his agent. This was a deviation from historical trajectory, and Gao gradually realized that his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect on this draft now unstoppable. With the third pick, the Trailblazers selected Andrew Bogut from the University of Utah. Gao exchanged a knowing glance with Schwartz, and they continued watching without comment. The #1 pick falling to third. For Bogut, who led Utah to the Sweet 16, it wasn't too disappointing. After all, the 2005 draft was considered weak, and without Gao, few would have paid attention to it. Bogut could no longer maintain his forced smile on camera. He removed the Trailblazers cap as soon as he stepped off stage, and his dark expression during the interview clearly conveyed his resentment. After all, the Portland Trailblazers were notorious for their all-villains roster. Damon Stoudemire, Zach Randolph, and Ruben Patterson were all seasoned troublemakers in the league. Sending a rookie like Bogut into that NBA team would likely result in him being mentally broken in the locker room within days. He was probably already contacting his agent to find a way to refuse reporting to Portland, much like Steve Francis did in '99. With the fourth pick, the New Orleans Hornets selected Gao's good roommate Chris Paul. During the Hornets' solo tryout day earlier, Paul had already received a draft promise from general manager Bob Johnson through the agency team Schwartz arranged for him. This wasn't too surprising. Although Chris Paul from Wake Forest had consistently led most of his fellow guard prospects in draft prediction lists, in April and May the draft always had its upsets. Though Paul was caught on camera with a dark expression when Deron was picked second by the Hawks, it didn't affect his mood now. During his conversation with Bob Johnson, Paul learned he would directly serve as the core of this NBA team in his rookie season. Wasn't that better than the big oaf Gao going to Milwaukee to play second fiddle to a second-round guard? Believing he finally had the upper hand over his good roommate, Paul became completely inflated, even revealing his ambition to lead the Hornets to the playoffs in the new season during an interview. Seeing this, Gao nearly burst out laughing. Even the mighty brother 58 only managed to drag the Hornets into the playoffs in his third season. Thinking about how Paul, a first-team All-NBA and second-team All-Defensive player by his third year, would spend over a decade striving for a Western Conference Finals appearance, Gao couldn't help but lament his good friend's tumultuous fate. With the fifth pick, the Charlotte Bobcats hesitated long between Marvin Williams and Raymond Felton of the North Carolina Four. When the 5 minutes were up, Stern announced their final choice. Raymond Felton, the top point guard among the three in the 2005 NCAA class, was selected by the Bobcats. By the sixth pick, the Jazz's front office was in complete disarray. All three top point guards had been taken, leaving the Jazz staff, whose draft target was to find a Stockton 2, at a loss. But head coach Jerry Sloan, present at the scene, calmly wrote Marvin Williams on the Jazz's draft envelope and had it submitted. A minute later, Stern announced the Jazz's selection. With the seventh pick, the Toronto Raptors selected the unibrow Charlie Villanueva from the 2004 NCAA champion UConn. With the eighth pick, the New York Knicks chose senior center Channing Frye from Arizona. With the ninth pick, the Golden State Warriors selected power forward Ike Diogu from Arizona State. With the 10th pick, the Lakers front office faced a dilemma, hesitating between five-star high schooler Andrew Bynum and Sean May, viewed as a Shark replacement. Ultimately, they chose Bynum, the little Shark who was dominated by Gao in the Chicago Combine. Perhaps the Lakers front office reasoned that since both were beaten by Gao, the 18-year-old Bynum at least had potential as an advantage over Sean May. At the 25th pick of the first round after the Houston Rockets selected Darren's college teammate Luther Head, with the 24th pick the Seattle Supersonics holding the 25th pick did not pick the French center Johan Petro, as in the original timeline. Instead, they selected high school guard Martell Webster from the green room. The latter visibly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his name. Before the man with the surname Jordan appeared, no NBA player invited to the green room had ever fallen out of the first round. In the original timeline, this guy being picked by the Trail Blazers with the 6th pick acquired from the Jazz was already quite puzzling. As a local basketball star in Seattle, his entire high school career boasted only 3 notable games: the 2005 McDonald's All-American Game, 166, the Nike Youth Clash, 21-32, and the Jordan Classic, 22 points. In USA Today's All-American high school team, he couldn't even make the second team. Bynum, a first-teamer, was taken 10th by the Lakers. This guy being picked 6th by the Trail Blazers was a minor upset in that year's draft. The Pistons then selected forward Jason Maxiell from Cincinnati, and the first round quickly concluded. In the second round, the Milwaukee Bucks caused another stir. When Gowda heard the name Monta Ellis from Stern on the TV, his mind went blank. This guy was also a formidable player. At his peak, he averaged 25, 5.5, 3 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals per game. He treated the budding Splash Brothers as underlings and was a key figure in the We Believe Warriors upset of the top-seeded Mavericks alongside Baron Davis and Steven Jackson. What's the Bucks' purpose in poaching him with the 6th pick of the second round? For the first time, Gowda felt events slipping beyond his control. Could it be they found a replacement for Paul to convince me to stay? But Ellis and Paul weren't even the same style. This guy would drive into the paint regardless of teammates, scoring opportunities, stubbornly headstrong. The second round of the draft was in full blaze, and inside the Mi Air with Ji Xiong Lu team's offices, the staff bustled like ants on a hot skillet, pacing back and forth without rest. Has Gowda still not picked up? Taylor Bote, vice president of basketball operations and head coach, broke into a cold sweat as he urged impatiently. All the staff could reply mechanically was, "Not yet, sir. Damn it. I told you this was an utterly foolish move." Taylor Bote grumbled inwardly at the avarice and short-sightedness of the owner and the general manager. Even after Gowda's camp had made clear they refused the team's draft assurances, the front office stubbornly chose to use the precious first overall pick on him. They had been dazzled by the Rockets' owner Yalishan de reaping windfalls from the Chinese market, dreaming of funneling fresh ink-scented dollars from Xiao C. Dun into their coffers. Did they ever consider whether Mi Air with JIS market could rival a vast Texas metropolis? When greed swells beyond reason, the result is predictable. After the draft, Gowda's camp simply stopped answering their calls. Refusing to initiate trade talks or even meet the team is a tactic many players in NBA history have used to force their way out. Taylor Bote had once been an all-star guard in Bote Lawn and had roamed the West for years. He could see Gowda's camp's calculating temperament as plain as day. And yet the front office had itself to blame, naively hoping Gowda might be a pliant soft target like Yao Ming. They spent a hard-won first overall pick on him. Now, even if his rookie season began in Mi Air with G, a growing estrangement and the prospect of future turmoil seemed unavoidable. When Lali Holly C, the general manager, finally called, Taylor Bote interrupted with urgency. "I told you Jeff Fu Sherwa Ci is no by air de fei who goes with the flow, and Gao is not Yao. Their hardened stance says it all. Mi Air with G was never Gowda's first choice." When Taylor Bote shouted that last line, the atmosphere in the Xiong Lu office froze. Everyone stopped in mid-step and worked tacitly, holding their breath. Silence stretched on the other end. Unable to get an answer, Taylor Bote swore aloud. No wonder that old Xiao Jika Air chose to walk away rather than stay in Mi Air with G for the money. He was right. I shouldn't have waded into this mess last year. This front office is a pack of short-sighted fools blinded by money. After a while, the team's well-connected general manager La Liha Li Si finally spoke up. "Taylor, what do we do now? We cannot simply stand by and watch the team's asset get damaged," he said. In La Liha Li Si's eyes, the player the Xiong Lu team had drafted, Gowda, had already become indistinguishable from a franchise asset. Just as Taylor Bote was nearing despair, the office landline rang. "Hello," he answered with impatience, though a flicker of hope showed in his eyes. He knew well that only the other 29 NBA teams present at the draft could ring the Xiong Lu team's dedicated line. Either some team had caught wind of the situation or it was a maneuver by Gowda's own camp. Taylor Bote quickly reached a near-final conclusion. "Hello, Mr. Bote." The caller clearly knew the Xiong Lu front office structure and addressed him by name at once. It was confirmed a team interested in Gowda was on the line. "MCD Fu Pa Te Sun from the Kai Tuaja team. Glad you picked up. He'll be blunt," he said. "I heard you were interested in the sophomore center from Utah University." Taylor Bote was taken aback. When had they ever shown interest in that rugged Australian center? "Hello, Coach." Taylor Bote by Lee Naite, another voice said. Long story short, by Lee Naite offered this year's second overall pick plus the first selection of the second round Salim Sitada Mi Air together with the rights to the 59th pick, the Turkish player Xin Kua Kui We, and an additional $400,000 in cash in exchange for Wei Ku Sun Lin University's Gowda. "You finally answered, Mr. Bote. Your private line and the office phone have both been busy." He proposed instead the 2 lottery picks they had chosen this year. The North Carolina guards Lei Ming Defei Dun and Xiao in May, and a protected first-round pick for next year. By the time the draft was winding down in less than 10 minutes, Taylor Bote had received calls from nearly 10 struggling franchises, including Sean, Mao Huang Feng Jushur, and Kaita, each with their own trade packages. After cataloging their offers, he found himself in turmoil, not over which package was more valuable, but whether to part with Gauda at all. Yes, the coach who had spent the previous half hour cursing the front office's greed now found himself struggling with the very same dilemma. In this week draft class, Gauda stood alone as the only rookie possessing all the raw prerequisites to become a transcendent superstar in the mold of Maiku Air Chiao Dan, or Shaq O'Neal. His talent seemed to overflow, anyone could see it. But his hesitation evaporated quickly. DeLuan called the Kai Tuaja front office and asked if they'd include the 2007 first-round pick. 2 minutes later came a swift reply they refused that demand, but were willing to add about $500,000 in cash. Taili Bote hesitated long, then stood firm. Tell CD Fu Pate son that if he truly wants Gao, don't haggle over petty sums. 5 minutes passed before the Kai Tuaja returned with only 2 words: transaction completed. As Da Wei Citayin rose to deliver the closing remarks, a startling trade announcement broke the room. The Mi-Air Wuji Xiong Lu team sent Gao to the 2005 first-round first pick and Meng Tai Ai Li Si their 2005 second-round sixth pick. The Kai Tuaja team sent into Lu Bo Gute the 2005 first-round third pick, Jiao Rui, Te Jieku, and Li Jiseng Chiesi, along with assigning rights to those players, a 2007 first-round pick, and an undisclosed sum of cash. Fans in the homeland in Botelan and in Mi-Air Wuji all erupted. Mi-Air Wuji supporters were especially stunned. The team had already uploaded photos of Gauda in a Xiong Lu jersey and drafted elaborate welcome ceremonies, and now the prize had flown away. They angrily berated the owner and the general manager, and the coach Taili Bote, who had executed the trade, was not spared their wrath. Domestic fans in China were briefly shocked, then quickly switched allegiance from 10-year Xiong Lu devotees to lifelong Kai Tuaja supporters. Chinese fans debated Gauda's prospects for his rookie season with fervor, while American fans questioned how the deal had come to be. Da Wei Citayin wore the same puzzled expression, though he likely guessed the transaction's roots lay with Gauda and the operation behind him. Fortunately, the outcome proved better for Gauda, for the league, and for Stern himself than if Gauda had remained with the Xiong Lu team. This was not merely because Botelan is the largest city in Yilugang, the region's economic and commercial hub, with a denser population and a far more vibrant market than Chile Mi-Air Wuji. 2 other factors mattered more. Nike's headquarters is based there, and the Kaita Tuaja owner Bao Luo Ai Luan is one of the wealthiest proprietors in the league, unparalleled in his investment and passion for sport. Backed by the vast Chinese market, Gauda landing in Botelan would give his professional beginnings a far stronger foundation than Yao Ming's. With that financial might, Botelan might rebuild swiftly and within a few years once again vie at the Western Summit as it did in the early century against the famed OK duo. Immediately after the trade was finalized, Gauda unexpectedly encountered Andrew Bogut, the number 2 pick, in the interview area. Bogut awkwardly met Gauda's gaze while the latter approached without hesitation, surrounded by a throng of reporters like stars encircling the moon. Under the lenses of dozens of media outlets, they exchanged their draft caps. There was no friendship between the two. In fact, Gauda harbored a faint hostility toward Bogut due to the latter's unfavorable remarks about China in a past life. Bogut naturally sensed this and held no goodwill toward Gauda either. Not only had Gauda stolen his position as the top pick, but he had also humiliated him in front of so many people. Bogut swore that if it weren't for the crowd, he would have unleashed a kangaroo punch on Gao, just showing him the fierce and rugged nature of the Australian people. Just as Gauda and the freshly minted 2005 draft class were battling wits, with the reporters, another draft pick swap deal emerged. The Utah Jazz sent their 6th overall pick Marvin Williams, the 27th pick Lithuanian player Linas Kleiza from the University of Missouri, and a 2006 first-round pick. The Atlanta Hawks sent the 2nd overall pick Darren Williams. The new Utah duo, which had historically repeatedly thwarted the Rockets' Yao and McGrady in the playoffs, still emerged. The Hawks couldn't avoid fate of getting the bust Marvin Williams. But this time they gained an extra 27th pick originally belonging to the Trail Blazers, along with a 2006 first-round pick from the Jazz. The top pick and the number 2 pick swap teams. The 2nd pick and the 6th pick swap teams. This highly topical news instantly became the hottest topic in North American basketball circles in June of that year. As the 2005 draft class officially debuted, fans began to eagerly anticipate their performances in the new season. During the final group photo session, Gauda, as this year's top pick, rightfully stood in the C position, right beside NBA Commissioner David Stern. Together with the other draftees present, they captured the first group photo of the 2005 class. After the photo session, Gauda, beaming with joy, pulled Chris Paul aside for a few individual shots. "Gao, you can bend down a little, yes, like that. All right, ready to smile. Shit, you short bastard, why are you elbowing my kidney? Get lost, you big oaf. If you stand behind me, we can't both be in the frame together, don't you know that? Ha, I only know that someone seems to have hit the pause button on his height growth during puberty, making him look like a stunted little potato. Fuck, say that again if you dare." Gauda and Paul were engaged in their usual banter when a familiar electronic prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for officially entering the NBA and achieving the hidden honor, Chinese top pick. Ding. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host. Bronze, silver, steel body, new player card unlocked. 94-95 season, Dikembe Mutombo, new moment, the We Believe Warriors Black 8 legend. Achievement points 10,000, total current achievement points 20,000, redeemable for 20 attribute points. Holy shit. Gouda, who was just messing around with Paul, immediately fell silent. Nothing else mattered now. Interviews about being drafted first overall, press conferences, they could all go to hell. He had to go back and thoroughly explore this reward. The prompt in his ear hadn't ended yet. Ding, as the host has officially transformed into a professional player, a new main quest has been triggered, the revival of the Rose City. Quest requirement: within the first 3 seasons of playing for the Trail Blazers, the host must be selected for 1 All-Star game, 1 All-NBA team, and lead the team to the second round of the playoffs. Hey, you damn bastard, why aren't you talking? Paul delivered a heavy punch to Gauda's chest, jolting him back to reality. Chris, want to make a bet? Gouda lowered his head, placing his hands on Paul's shoulders. Why was he suddenly so serious? Had this kid been possessed? Despite a million questions racing through his mind, Paul still cooperated with his buddy. Bet on what? Let's bet on who gets to the Western Conference Finals first. Gauda's eyes lit up, looking utterly confident. Paul, are you for real? Look, you're in New Orleans, I'm in Portland. We're both playing for Western Conference teams. To foster some healthy competition, let's aim for the conference finals and see who can lead their team to the WCF first. What do you say? Seeing Gauda's excited demeanor, Paul couldn't help but shiver. Was there a trap here? No way, the great Chris Paul II is afraid of this. You said you'd surpass EJ and Jason Kidd to become the greatest point guard in NBA history. Gouda used every trick in the book to get Paul on board. As expected, it worked. The fiercely competitive Paul couldn't stand such provocation. He immediately stiffened his neck and accepted the bet. Fine, him in. But what's the wager? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have formed a hidden bond with a future All-NBA first-team guard, the curse of the Western Conference Finals. Reward: a bronze organization badge. As expected, Gouda had successfully verified his suspicions. If the system had hidden honors to discover, then naturally, there were hidden bonds as well. On his very first day at Wake Forest University, Gouda had already earned 2500 achievement points from Paul. Now through this bet, he had obtained an unknown organization-type badge. Gouda was secretly delighted. He had just filled another gap in his game. He was one step closer to his provisional goal of becoming a domestic Kevin Garnett. The wager: whoever loses has to cover all training, food, accommodation, and living expenses for both of us during the off-season. Both of them were about to sign rookie contracts worth millions of dollars with their respective teams, so the stakes Gouda set were nothing to them. Deal. If you lose, you'll also have to give me this year's Final Four MOP trophy. Hearing Paul's unreasonable additional condition, Gouda agreed without a second thought. In his heart, Gouda believed there was no way he could lose this bet. Unless Paul formed a big three and chased a championship 16 years early, given Paul's Western Conference Finals immunity constitution, he wouldn't touch the WCF floor even if given another 10 years. As the curtain fell on this year's draft, some players in the 2005 NBA draft walked away with triumph, while others faced the bitter sting of rejection. Others experienced the harsh reality of the commercial league from their very first day in the NBA, shuffled between teams in rapid succession, like commodities on a shelf, their fates beyond their control. Even a high draft pick like Gouda, backed by the vast Chinese market and possessing some degree of autonomy, could not escape being traded to another team. As for the other rookies, their plight was even more uncertain. On the night the draft concluded, Gouda gave a series of interviews with ESPN, Sports Illustrated, and China's CCTV5. By the time he finally had a chance to meet with the Portland Trail Blazers front office, it was nearly midnight. Unexpectedly, a peculiar figure appeared before Gouda at that hour. Gao. With a clean crew cut and dressed in a high-end suit bought with hard-saved money, Monta Ellis, the McDonald's All-American from Jackson, Mississippi, intercepted Gouda on his way to his hotel room. His expression was solemn, his youthful face carrying a maturity that belied his true age. An autograph kid. Due to the dim lighting in the hotel corridor and the fact that several fans had already recognized him and asked for signatures and photos, Gouda instinctively assumed the young black man before him was just another fan who had slipped into the hotel reserved for invited green room prospects. Ellis was speechless at the address. Damn, this guy is a year younger than me, and he calls me kid. He felt as if he had wasted the $200 he spent on a cab from his motel to get here. This guy's way of talking is infuriating. That was Monta Ellis' first impression of Gouda. My name is Monta Ellis. You might not have heard of me before tonight, but after tonight you and every other NBA player will remember my name. Before Gouda could respond, Ellis introduced himself with an arrogant, cringeworthy tone. Monta Ellis. Gouda finally realized who he was, his expression betraying his surprise at Ellis' sudden visit. He also felt a twinge of embarrassment, having almost mistaken the young man for a fan sneaking in for an autograph. But it was hardly his fault. The hotel corridor lighting was indeed romantic, likely designed to cater to the preferences of couples seeking pleasure. Combined with Ellis' boyish face and unremarkable height, the mistake was understandable. Listening to Ellis' sudden fiery declaration, Gouda felt a strong urge to roll his eyes. I wanted to talk to you about our next steps. Seeing that Gouda wasn't taking the bait, Ellis, feeling awkward, shifted to business. Next steps. Gouda glanced at the high school kid, trying so hard to look serious, recalling some of his future exploits, and couldn't help but smirk. What are you laughing at? Do you think a second-round pick like me isn't worthy of talking to a #1 pick like you? Ellis, misunderstanding Gouda's smile as disdain, retorted angrily. Sorry, no offense. I just think we don't need to be so serious. It feels like. Suppressing his laughter, Gouda broke the ice with a single vivid analogy. Two young bucks fresh out of high school heading to a strip club for the first time excitedly discussing which sexy white girl they're going to take home, when they don't even have enough money in their pockets for a rum and coke. Ellis was stunned by Gao De's humorous comparison, taking a moment to grasp his meaning. It seemed Gao had already guessed his intentions. Why don't we talk inside? Or do you prefer to discuss important matters standing here? Ellis looked up, stared at Gao De's face for a long moment, then silently walked through the door that had just been opened. Gao, do you think this godforsaken place Portland is right for us? After entering, Gao De poured Ellis a glass of water. The latter downed it in one gulp while sitting on the plush sofa, then asked a pointed question. What a stupid question. During this era, the Portland Trail Blazers were a nightmare for rookies. Even seasoned veterans had little say and constantly had to deal with their teammates' volatile tempers. Lest these fake players, real boxers, give you a one-way ticket to the ICU with a deep sleep package. Why are you thinking about that? Gao De took on the role of a life mentor, starting to counsel the second-round pick, who, like him, had been traded from the Bucks to the Blazers. We don't have much of a choice. On the contrary, you should thank God. You've already surpassed countless prodigies to get here. Every year the draft produces only 60 rookies. That means these 60 are the best basketball players in the world aside from the 400-plus active NBA players. Gao De began his psychological conditioning on this inexperienced high school kid. Think about it. How many of the opponents you faced in your 4 years of high school made it to the NBA? Ellis thought about it. It seemed true. Besides Greg Oden, who was named the Parade Magazine High School Player of the Year alongside him, few other high school players seemed to have the potential to be drafted. Seeing the doubt in Ellis' eyes, Gao De pressed on. Making it this far, you've already surpassed so many. Being an NBA player is a dream job for countless professional athletes worldwide. Everyone on this stage is a top-tier basketball player. And you want a year only. Gao De suddenly froze. I'm a year older than you. Ellis quickly filled in the gap, giving Gao De a way to continue. You're only 20. At this age, your future is limitless. Why are you wallowing in self-pity at a time when you should be working hardest to improve your game? Portland might not be the ideal starting point for our careers, but it's a summit that countless basketball players can only dream of reaching. So what reason do we have to complain? Gao De spoke with earnest conviction, sounding utterly reasonable. In his mind, however, he was thinking in the original timeline, your Golden State, we believe team wasn't much better. It was full of tough guys ready to fight at the drop of a hat, playing hard, fighting harder. I refuse to believe you could make a name for yourself on that Warriors team that upset the Mavericks, but become a nobody on this jail Blazers team. A player who dared to tell the whole league Kobe is number one, I'm number two, would never lose his competitive edge just because of a change in environment. Gao, I understand. Ellis suddenly stood up from the sofa, walked over to Gao De with a serious expression, and issued a firm invitation. I'm going to train hard this summer to prepare for the summer league. Want to join me? As his newly befriended brother Ellis looked at him with burning intensity, a certain punchable black face flashed through Gao De's mind. A wave of guilt washed over him. Sorry, CP. I think we should stop contacting each other from now on. I'm afraid Monta might get the wrong idea. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have formed a bond with, we believe, Warrior Monta Ellis. 1. Unlocked the bronze Deadeye Shooter badge. Snap. A double blessing. After seeing Ellis off, Gao De opened the system's attribute panel. After careful deliberation, he decided to exchange for 10 enhancement points, allocating them to Strength 8690 and Interior Defense 7783. Because the system's enhancement points functioned like the effect of a spiritual infusion in martial arts novels, enhancing his physical attributes required a long period of adaptive training to consolidate the gains. It was akin to eating, a gradual process of digestion where nutrients were eventually absorbed to provide energy for every part of the body. Subsequently, Gao De's panel was completely refreshed. Name Gao De, age 19 years old, height 2.13 m, a weight 110 kilograms, wingspan 2.27 m, growing. Static talent S, grade dynamic talent SS. Player card pool 0405 season Amare Stoudemire, 94-95 season Dikembe Mutombo. Offensive attributes ball handling 47, mid-range shot 85-93, growing 3.29, dunk 90-98, growing drive 70-85, growing playmaking 70-75, post 75-90, free throw 67-80. Defensive attributes perimeter defense 75-89, interior defense 83-99, rebound 86-90, block 80-99. Physical attributes strength 90-89, jump 95-95, speed 80-85, stamina 90-95, explosion 88-95. Health status silver iron body reduces risk of injury. Offensive defensive badges bronze dream shake increases chance of shaking defenders with post fakes boosts post shot percentage bronze brick wall enhances screen quality for better teammate drives bronze quick post up increases success rate of explosive dunks temporarily boosts physical attributes 1 bronze dime master slightly improves pass accuracy chance to trigger a precise pass buff bronze mid-range sharpshooter slightly. Due to the new player card Gao De's physical attributes including wingspan and weight would undergo a certain degree of secondary growth. In terms of offensive attributes, Uncle Mew's player card didn't help Gao De much at this point. After all, the highest average points per game in a season for the African Mountain was only 16. 6 points. The greatest effect of this player card lay in the improvements to Gao De's defensive attributes, specifically the increase in potential. This improvement extended far beyond secondary growth in static talent including the physical attributes and techniques needed for defense. Perimeter defense 6'2", 7'5", 8'9". This single change elevated Gaudet's biggest defensive weakness, a traditional big man's nightmare of being pulled out and trained by smaller guards, to a whole new level. Not only that, but the perimeter defense attribute which the original Stoudemire card lacked now had a potential cap, and Gaudet's ability to switch onto perimeter players underwent a qualitative leap. Even in the NBA, it should be considered above average. Next were the interior defense and block attributes. Interior defense 8'0", 8'0", block 6'6", 8'2", 8'0", As everyone knows, Uncle Mu was renowned as a defensive anchor in his career, with blocks and interior defense being his most prominent skills. Especially blocks. Among all big centers in NBA history, he was an undisputed top free player. Those comparable in this skill were only legends like Hakeem Olajuwon, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Wilt Chamberlain. Finally, stamina improved from 88 to 90, with the cap rising from 93 to 95. The increase seemed minimal, but the benefit was the most substantial. The intensity of NBA games far exceeds that of the NCAA. Playing 82 regular season games in a league full of athletic freaks places immense demands on a player's stamina. Through over a year of experimentation, Gaudet found that among all physical attributes, stamina was the hardest to improve because it tested overall athletic ability, not just one aspect. With stamina crossing the 90 threshold, Gaudet truly gained the ability to compete on the NBA court against interior behemoths like Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming. In an era where interior dominant play was still the norm, stamina was the primary factor in determining whether a big man could serve as a team's core. There was also a bronze dime master badge obtained from Paul. Gaudet couldn't yet test how this playmaking type badge would change his on-court performance. But thinking of the successful cases of future players like Jokic, Sabonis, and the big brain Plumlee, a 4 or 5 position player with passing and playmaking skills would inevitably be more sought after than traditional bigs, right? What interested Gaudet most, however, was the moment equipment called the Gold Rush Warriors Black 8 legend. Gold Rushers. Black 8. Add in Uncle Mu, who won his first Defensive Player of the Year award in 1995. This moment equipment was almost certainly related to the first Black 8 miracle in NBA history in 1994. But why didn't it directly tell me the effect like Karl Malone's elbow did? Full of doubts, Gaudet, who had been busy all day, soon fell asleep. Over the next few days, Gaudet took his parents on a thorough tour of New York State. It wasn't until 4 days after the draft that he saw them off on a plane back to China. Meanwhile, Schwartz, who was negotiating Gaudet's rookie contract in Portland, brought him good news. Reebok and Nike have both offered you a shoe contract averaging $11 million a year, but I'd prefer you sign with Nike. On the phone, Schwartz stated his intentions directly. Gaudet understood his reasoning. Although the NBA wasn't yet the Nike League of a decade later, Nike was no slouch against Adidas in basketball products. In the first decade of the new century, Adidas was the true dominant force in the global sneaker market. Their roster included not only big-name stars like Pistons commander Chauncey Billups, the ultra-popular T-Mac in both China and the US, Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan, but also future stars like Gun King Gen 1 Gilbert Arenas, the recent slam dunk contest champion Josh Smith, and 2004 No. 1 pick Dwight Howard. Their brand ambassadors were a dazzling array of talent, no less than the big and small Kings combo of the later Nike era. The slogan "No Brothers, No Basketball" led the glorious trend of the Adidas era at the turn of the century. It could be said that in this period, Adidas held a stronger reputation in the basketball product industry than Nike, but when it came to sales, Nike could pit just the AJ line against Adidas' entire sneaker lineup. What could you do? It was the signature shoe of the basketball god. Adidas executives seemed to have a habit of digging their own graves. When Jordan entered the NBA, Nike was just a small company. Before endorsing Nike, Jordan even famously said, "I've never worn Nike shoes." At the time, he preferred to sign with Adidas, but they had their eyes on the neighboring European continent and ignored the rising basketball star. According to Jordan himself, he approached Adidas multiple times hoping for a contract, only to be cold-shouldered. In a fit of pique, he signed with the then unknown Nike, single-handedly creating the golden 30 years that would rival Adidas. Then there was Kobe. Many don't know that Kobe was initially signed with Adidas early in his career. But at the turn of the century, during T-Mac's years in Orlando, Adidas executives made another foolish move. They dropped Kobe, who already had a championship, to give a big contract to T-Mac, who had just won the scoring title. After that, in the battle for LeBron in the summer of 2003, Adidas management, through their own clever tricks, handed the future star James to Nike. By then, they had offended 3 consecutive faces of the league. Could you blame Adidas for getting crushed by Nike later? Getting 1 multiple-choice question wrong is fine, but getting 3 in a row wrong isn't a matter of luck. Now Schwartz had selected the 2 highest bidders from numerous shoe contract offers and made it clear he hoped Gaudet would choose the rising giant Nike. There was clearly a deeper meaning. Is Adidas still insisting on a long-term contract with me? Gaudet asked on the phone. Schwartz was silent for a moment. Honestly, he understood Gaudet's approach. Before the draft, Adidas had approached Gaudet's team with a 7-year, $77 million shoe endorsement contract. It was personally authorized by Adidas executive Sonny Vaccaro and was the largest endorsement contract for a big man in nearly a decade, surpassing interior superstars like Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan. For context, in 2002, Nike's shoe contract for Yao Ming was only 4 years for $1.6 million. Just 3 years later, their biggest competitor Adidas offered Gauda, another Chinese player, a contract almost on par with LeBron James' shoe deal. This likely wasn't just because Adidas executives had witnessed the terrifying spending power of Chinese fans. However, while the contract's total value was large, the guaranteed portion was only $53 million, a less than 70 of the total. Moreover, the Adidas negotiation team used their American tactics on Gauda, how they had once tried to impress him in a high-tech, luxurious room, reciting poetry, composing verses for T-Mac, and showing off personal brand t-shirts. The result was an unhappy ending. This grandiose, empty approach made Gauda deeply uncomfortable. Coupled with his refusal to sign a long-term deal, demanding a contract term of 3 years or less, Adidas eventually lost patience. Nike and Reebok, who were willing to compromise, entered the final round. Faced with similar contract terms and endorsement amounts, Gauda agreed to Schwartz's suggestion after a few seconds of thought. Most importantly, he and Schwartz likely thought the same thing. Nike's headquarters is in Portland, Oregon. Gauda, the newly minted millionaire. Yao Ming's shoe contract with Reebok averaged around $15 million per year. Starting with him, the price for a No.1 draft pick in the NBA had been set for nearly 4 years. LeBron James' record-breaking rookie shoe deal with Nike at 7 years, a $93 million. Dwight Howard's 3 years, $30 million with Adidas in 2004, and now Gauda's impending 3-year, $33 million contract with Nike. While part of this disparity stemmed from the poor sales of big men's signature shoes, it also highlighted the fierce competition among major sportswear companies for endorsements. For instance, in 2003, Reebok came close to signing LeBron James to a similar 7-year, $90 million deal, only to realize they were being used as leverage by James' agent Goodwin in negotiations with Nike. Similarly, Nike offered Yao Ming a rookie shoe deal averaging $4 per year in 2002, only for Yao's camp to turn around and sign a 7-year, $50 million contract with Reebok. Who could guarantee that if Yao Ming's team had stalled and used Reebok's offer to pressure Nike, they might not have secured a shoe contract approaching 7 years and $50 million? The essence of an NBA player is that he is a commodity. Those with high exposure and strong sales naturally attract the favor of giants like Adidas and Nike. What we can do is merely exploit the competitive dynamics between them to maximize our own gains. These were Jeff Schwartz's exact words. It was he who helped Gauda navigate and negotiate between major companies like Nike, Reebok, Adidas, and even a domestic sportswear brand, shuttling back and forth to secure a satisfactory rookie shoe contract. Gauda witnessed everything Schwartz did for him around the draft. Having such an excellent agent would greatly benefit his future career development. So before signing the shoe contract with Nike, he first formalized his agency relationship with Schwartz, ensuring that Schwartz's months of effort were not in vain. Soon after the draft, Nike's press department officially announced that the new No.1 pick Gauda had signed a 3-year, $33 million shoe endorsement deal and would wear Nike-branded shoes during his rookie season. This news quickly caused a sensation in both China and the United States. With the draft just concluded, Gauda's popularity and influence were at their peak, once again overshadowing other sports news and becoming the focus of heated discussion among fans and media. Meanwhile, Schwartz, having just signed Gauda's agency contract, was not idle. He was actively traveling between Los Angeles and New York, working to build Gauda's personal management team. As for Gauda himself, he had already traveled to Portland to negotiate his rookie contract with the Trailblazers management. Perhaps negotiation was too strong a word for 2 reasons. First, Gauda enjoyed immense popularity among the local fan base. As the No.1 pick and MOP of the Final Four, his grassroots popularity in the United States rivaled that of LeBron James and Dwight Howard from the same era. Second, it was due to the affection of team owner Paul Allen. Reportedly, within 5 minutes of the Trailblazers and Bucks agreeing on a draft pick swap, Trailblazers general manager Patterson received a call from owner Allen. "I want to give Gauda the largest rookie contract in NBA history." This statement nearly made Patterson fall out of his office chair. "Oh, my generous benefactor, the Timberwolves' secret contract scandal was only a few years ago. Please don't act impulsively." Fortunately, Schwartz was not a treacherous partner like Joe Smith's agent, and the Trailblazers management was not as inclined to cross David Stern's boundaries as the Timberwolves front office. In the end, Gauda's rookie contract totaled $22.47 million over 4 years, structured in the traditional 31 format, with the team holding an early renewal option for the final year. According to the NBA rule requiring first-round picks to play 4 years, if Gauda and the Trailblazers agreed to an early extension, the final year of his second contract could potentially include both a player option and a trade veto clause. On July 1st, the first day of the NBA free agency period, local Portland media reported that the signing bonus for Gauda's rookie contract was a staggering $7,000. The check was even insisted upon by team owner Paul Allen to be delivered on the spot, as if he feared Gauda might run away. Notably, both Gauda's rookie contract and Nike shoe deal contained 2 incentive clauses: a $5,000 bonus for being named to the all-rookie first team and a $1 million bonus for winning Rookie of the Year. Did you think the numbers in parentheses were from Nike? No, they were offered by the Trailblazers' incredibly generous owner. Gauda Paul, he really does care, and moved to tears. Starting with next month's Summer League, Gauda would gloriously become a high-earning worker, making millions a month. Since both shoe endorsement fees and NBA salaries were paid monthly based on Gauda's first-year rookie salary of $4.84 million, he would receive at least $1.3 million per month from Nike and the Trailblazers. Of course, this was pre-tax, and according to the agency contract signed with Jeff Schwartz's agency, would take a 13 cut from all of Gaudet's commercial contracts. After deducting league-imposed escrow payments for preventing post-retirement bankruptcy, as well as pension and medical insurance, less than half of the amount would actually reach Gaudet's hands. Nevertheless, this was still a substantial income in the United States. At least for now, with no immediate investment or financial plans, it was enough for Gaudet to purchase a decent apartment in downtown Portland. Additionally, Schwartz had arranged for the training team that worked with Gaudet before the draft and paid approximately $400,000 to hire them as Gaudet's personal training staff for the next 2 years. With everything in place, Gaudet finally devoted himself fully to training. Soon he met up with the Trailblazers' other rookie this year, Ellis. They would represent the Portland Trailblazers in the Summer League held in Orlando in mid-July. You psychology majors all have black hearts. Before 2007, the Summer League was scattered across different cities in the United States, organized by NBA teams or local organizations. Since 2007, the NBA established the Las Vegas Summer League as an official event, which gradually became known as the NBA Summer League, while other smaller summer leagues ceased operations. Currently, only 2 notable summer leagues remain: the Pepsi Summer League, hosted by the Orlando Magic, and the Rocky Mountain League, hosted by the Utah Jazz. As everyone knows, summer is the NBA players' off-season, one of the rare, wonderful holidays in their year. But during this time, many free agents and rookies choose to participate in the Summer League to prove themselves and aim for a spot on the team roster. On July 19th, the Orlando Summer League officially commenced. The opening game of the day was the Portland Trailblazers versus the host team, the Orlando Magic. The Magic made a very foolish choice in this year's draft, using their precious 11th pick to select Fran Vazquez, an interior player from the top European league, the Spanish League. This European big man, with his impressive athleticism and excellent mid-range shooting, inherited the traditional soft touch of European bigs, but was severely lacking in interior skills. His style leaned toward the perimeter, yet he lacked ball handling ability, and his lack of strength was his biggest problem. He recognized his shortcomings, and after being drafted by the Magic, refused to report to the team, choosing instead to stay in the Spanish League to hone his skills. So the only rookie the Magic had for this year's Summer League was Travis Diener, a white point guard selected with the 8th pick of the second round, who was a college teammate of Dwayne Wade. Oh right, and there's also sophomore Jameer Nelson, the 20th pick in the first round of 2004, traded to the Magic after being drafted by the Nuggets. His rookie season averaged 7 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. As the primary backup to Magic starting guard Steve Francis, Nelson was also selected to the all-rookie team this year, alongside Magic rookie Dwight Howard. But what Gaudet remembered most about him was from last year, before Gaudet joined Wake Forest University, when Nelson led St. Joseph's University to defeat the Demon Deacons in the Sweet 16. Nelson hit a game-winning layup against Chris Paul in the second overtime, shattering Wake Forest's entire season's efforts. With such history between them, how could Gaudet go easy on him today? Look here, Gau. Tonight is your first official game since entering the NBA. Anything you want to say? As the most popular #1 pick this year, Gaudet was now followed by a swarm of reporters everywhere he went. Facing the scene where he was surrounded by them, with a dozen microphones shoved in his face, Gaudet was already numb to it. What did he want to say? It's not the regular season. For a game at the Summer League level, if it weren't for fear of gossip, the esteemed #1 pick, Gaudet wouldn't even bother showing up. Maybe there was another reason Ellis, who had just formed a bond with him, needed him. Well, literally needed him. Gaudet was now a walking topic generator. For a second-round pick like Ellis to make a name for himself early and secure the starting guard position, he inevitably had to deal with reporters and media. After all, no matter how well he played, he still needed the news media to promote him right. Gaudet is such a good guy. Not far away, Ellis was warming up on the court, watching Gaudet surrounded by the media, occasionally pointing in his direction, seemingly promoting him. Ellis was so moved, he almost shed tears. Little did he know the conversation between Gaudet and the media was like this. Yes, I think I found a better helper than Chris. See him. Monta, my good brother, he's faster, smarter, and taller than Chris. Sorry, Chris. Gaudet, who had only told the truth with the last 2 words in that sentence, didn't even blush as he spoke seriously into the camera. He will be the spearhead of the team tonight. He will lead us to kill the opponent. The implication was that this low-level league made up of undrafted players and free agents didn't require his intervention. Any new little brother he had taken under his wing could handle the game. Despite what Gaudet said when the game officially began, Ellis, who was ready to showcase his skills to repay the favor, was dumbfounded. Give the ball to Gaudet. This was the only sentence uttered by Trailblazers assistant coach and Summer League head coach Brelhan Yahan when drawing up the plays. Then there was nothing else. The guy didn't even make a pretense of drawing up plays. He scribbled randomly on the tactical board, didn't care if the players understood, and waved them onto the court. Gaudet, are all the team's coaches this lazy? Ellis was starting to doubt life, feeling that this guy in front of him wasn't even as reliable as his high school coach. Gaudet was also very embarrassed. What did you expect from the Trailblazers coaching staff at this time? It was good enough if they showed up for work every day. Besides, the team owner had to pay them disability benefits. What? You ask why they need disability benefits just for working? Take a look at those few troublemakers in the Trailblazers locker room. Which one wasn't a notorious battle-hardened villain in the league? But regarding Coach Yahan's tactics, Tyronn Lue would approve, and Gaudet was also cursing under his breath. This kind of behavior would never fly in an official NBA game, but in the Summer League, while having a reliable coach, or not, made little difference. And so Gowda took the court with his little brother Ellis and 3 teammates whose names he couldn't even recall. Wearing the number 10 jersey, Gowda stepped onto the court, and instantly 5 pairs of eyes focused on him. Without even lifting his head, he knew they were the Magic Summer League, starting 5 sophomore Jameer Nelson, Travis Diener, an undrafted center named Karif Stein, and 2 free agents. The moment Gowda stepped onto the court, the gymnasium, which could only hold 2,000 people, erupted in cheers and screams, making it impossible not to attract attention. "Fuck him, so jealous of your popularity being the center of attention wherever you go," said Ellis, who was walking behind Gowda with a mix of envy and jealousy. Gowda extended his sinful hand, patted the head of his older brother Splash, and said earnestly, "When you are very valuable yourself, you'll find that everyone around you is just as excellent as you are like me. Monty, you are the most outstanding guy by my side." Good heavens, he was using psychological manipulation here. The year-long psychology course at Wake Forest University was really not wasted. Hey, look how he had fooled the high school kid Ellis. "Gowda, you really think so? Of course, I just told the media that you're better than this year's 4th pick. You're the most beautiful, outstanding American guard I've ever met." Gowda's face was full of deep affection, coaxing the uneducated Ellis so much that he almost offered his heart on the spot. "Don't worry, Gow. I will definitely prove my worth and become the best point guard by your side." Looking at the firm expression on the young man's face and his sincere eyes that were almost completely fooled, Gow suddenly decided he could write a book. He even had a title in mind: 3 sentences that made the league's 2nd-best shooting guard devoted to me. Wouldn't that sell like crazy? But soon Gowda discovered a terrifying fact. How the hell is this different from what was agreed upon? At the start of the game, when Gowda overpowered the opposing senior undrafted center to tip the ball back to his own half, he hadn't even reached the 3-point line when a white blur flashed past the corner of his eye. The next second, Ellis, wearing the Trailblazers number 8 jersey, blew past his defender Nelson and threw down a 2-handed dunk over the Magic's unguarded basket. "What the hell? Bro, didn't you say you wanted to be the best point guard by my side? Isn't a point guard supposed to shine in organizing the team's offense? What kind of traditional point guard plays by driving in for a dunk on the opening play? The Oklahoma sewer traditional point guard style?" Stuck outside the 3-point line wasn't just Gowda, but also last year's all-rookie 2nd-team member Jameer Nelson. At that moment, his face also showed obvious confusion, as if wondering how a second-round guard could be so fast. That first-step burst speed was something many starting guards in the NBA couldn't achieve. "That's what you get for hitting the game winner against my brother's team in the NCAA tournament last year." Ellis swaggered past Nelson, showing an expression that said one of the best rookies of 2004 is nothing special, then walked up to Gowda, waiting for praise with a smug look on his face. Gowda snapped out of his shock and instinctively high-fived Ellis to celebrate. "Nice shot, bro. That play of yours was fucking nuclear." Magic's turn. White point guard Travis Diener didn't dare compete for the ball with senior Nelson. He obediently took his man to the baseline and spaced out. Nelson dribbled at the top of the arc, signaling his teammates to clear out. He was going to get his revenge. A mere 2nd-round pick, and so arrogant. Clearly, Ellis' street-style play had angered the academy-trained Nelson, who immediately wanted to strike back. Ellis wasn't stupid. He knew what Nelson was planning. His eyes sharpened, he planted his feet in a defensive stance, and his baby face spelled out him serious, but the next second, Nelson crossed him over with a double crossover, leaving him in the dust. "Wow. If you don't have the defensive skills, why act tough? Is your draft template that old fish from Los Angeles who loves married women?" Seeing this, Gowda was speechless. Now he had to clean up Ellis' mess. Nelson drove into the paint, seemingly intending to challenge Gowda's height. Gowda thought the same. He had seen too many small guys who overestimated themselves and tried to challenge the interior. But he quickly realized something was wrong. After using a pump fake to get Gowda in the air, Nelson passed the ball to the cutting, undrafted senior center Karif Stein. The latter secured his position, caught the ball, and jumped, determined to teach the new number 1 pick, Gowda, a lesson. The spectators in the stands already sensed this could be a posterizing dunk, and the one being dunked on was the wildly popular Chinese number 1 pick, Gowda. Smack. There was no sound of the rim being hammered, only the sizzling sound of a genuine Gao-style hot pot. After landing, Gowda quickly jumped again, using his wingspan advantage to turn and complete the block. Beautiful block. It was a clean defense that no one could fault. After grabbing the rebound, Gowda threw a cross-court pass to Ellis, who had already run to the Magic's half, and Ellis finished with a layup on the fast break. Passing maestro. When Gowda delivered that exquisite long pass in transition, many fans off the court were stunned. Fans of this era had never seen a center initiate a fast break like that. The closest styles to this in the current era were the Sacramento Kings Princeton offense and the Phoenix Suns run-and-gun system. Whoa. Absolutely flawless pass, Gow. I fucking love you. Ellis jumped onto Gowda's back, not caring that the game was still going on, wrapping his arms around Gowda's neck with a beaming smile and saying, "You are the best 5 I've ever played with. It's the 4 position, I'm telling you, I'm a 4. Gowda gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart. If Chris Paul, who was far away in New Orleans, saw this familiar scene of fatherly affection, he would probably be burning with jealousy and roared, "Damn little bastard, get off Gow's back, he's mine." The Trailblazers built a 4-point lead from the start, and the Magic were just beginning their nightmare tonight. "Shoot with confidence, I've got your back," Gowda said, patting Ellis' ass after the first possession, repeating the promise he had made to Chris Paul countless times. Ellis, who had never seen such a good teammate, almost knelt down and called Gowda his godfather on the spot. "Damn, with such an excellent and selfless teammate, even I could lead a team to the NCAA tournament finals." Isn't it just about winning a championship by riding the coattails of a superstar big man? If only my high school grades were good enough, I would have gone to college with Gauda and easily won a few NCAA championships, right? Compared to Ellis, who was gradually adapting to the game's rhythm, the Magic's Jameer Nelson was having a much tougher time. After all, his entire career was spent as a combo guard with a highlight season averaging 17 points. But early in his career with the Magic, at only 183 centimeters tall, he mostly played the role of feeder beside the beast Dwight Howard. It was only after the Magic management completely gave up on developing Howard's post-game that he got some scraps and more shot attempts. So in his current philosophy, driving was meant to attract defenders and create better scoring opportunities for his teammates. But in a game at the summer league level, what kind of teammates could you have? He had just fed the ball to that undrafted center who had it in his mouth and spat it out. What more could he do? With no other option, Nelson had to take matters into his own hands. In truth, Nelson was the only one on the Magic side tonight with any semblance of self-creation ability. As for the others, when they faced Gauda's physique, which was no less imposing than Magic's Dwight Howard, they were lucky if their legs didn't give out. After 3 quarters, the score was 6,751 and the Magic's deficit was heading toward 20 points. The inside-outside combination of Gauda and Ellis was unstoppable. No one on the Magic could guard them. Tonight, the Magic could only rely on Nelson for organization, and the team's newly drafted second-round pick Diener was blocked 3 times in a single possession by Gauda. The huge gap made this second-round pick let out a soul-searching question. Is the gap between a number 1 pick and a second-round pick really this big? In the end, the Orlando Magic lost to the Portland Trail Blazers with a score of 68-81. Despite the outstanding performances of Gauda, who recorded 24 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks, and Ellis, with 17 points, 3 assists, and 3 steals, the Orlando Magic, led by Jameer Nelson, lost the opening game of the Summer League. When the game footage arrived at Steve Patterson's office, he excitedly summoned the new head coach Nate McMillan. I will do everything possible to eliminate discord within the team and build a dynasty like the Lakers centered around Gao. Our goal for the new season is to give Gao unlimited shooting opportunities, allowing him to adapt to the NBA's pace as quickly as possible. He will surely become a big man like Shaq or Yao. McMillan's face was also flushed with excitement. He never imagined that a casual remark from a year ago would become reality the following summer. They had indeed selected the Chinese big man from Wake Forest University. But soon a headache began to set in. How would they seamlessly integrate Gao into this Trailblazers team in the new season? Zach, Ruben, Theo. These troublesome fellows must not corrupt Gao. Perhaps eliminating some uncontrollable elements would be an excellent approach. Both of them coincidentally arrived at the same idea. In the summer of 2005, after the June draft, the attention of Chinese basketball fans quickly shifted to the 23rd Asian Men's Basketball Championship to be held in Doha, Qatar, in September. The tournament ran from September 8th to 17th, featuring 16 national teams divided into 4 groups. The defending champion Chinese men's basketball team was placed in Group B, with their strongest opponent being Iran, who finished 5th in the previous Asian Championship. Gauda was not selected for the Chinese national team roster for this Asian Championship. The Chinese Basketball Association did send representatives to negotiate with his team, but Schwartz ultimately declined, citing Gao's need to focus on preparing for his rookie NBA season. The Basketball Association expressed understanding and was not overly eager to recruit Gao into the national team. They recognized that Chinese players who had made a name for themselves in the United States differed significantly from those nurtured through the domestic youth training system. For now, they could only rely on Gao's father's connections to reach him and persuade him through Yao Ming, who was also playing in the NBA. They believed an answer would come soon. Thus, Chinese fans and media were understanding of Gao's absence from the national team roster for this year's Asian Championship. This was largely due to Yao Ming leading the Chinese men's team to a successful revenge against South Korea 2 years prior, securing the 2003 Asian Games gold medal and the team's impressive 8th-place finish at the Olympics the previous year. These achievements convinced Chinese fans that the men's basketball team's dominance in Asia was unshakable and Gao's return was not yet necessary. Just like Yao Ming, he should first establish himself in the NBA, and dominating Asian-level competitions would come naturally afterward. However, this matter was twisted by the South Korean media into the Chinese number 1 pick is afraid of the Korean giant Ha Seung-jin, scared of losing in the Asian Championship, and has lost his starting spot on the Trail Blazers. Such absurd news, heavily promoted by South Korean media, was met with fierce ridicule from Chinese fans. Gauda afraid of Ha Seung-jin. You're comparing a player who barely got drafted in the 2nd round last year to this year's number 1 pick. Big hippo besides his height. And wait, where do you see he's better than Gauda? You're cracking me up. A guy sent down to the D-League, averaging 4.7 points and 3.8 rebounds, could scare a college superstar who won every major honor. The imagination of the Korean media must come from kimchi, which supposedly contains all the world's nutrients, right? This farce from the Korean media only ended embarrassingly after the Chinese men's team defeated Lebanon 77-61 in the final to defend their title. By then, the Chinese team had already secured 4 consecutive championships in this event, truly establishing themselves as the undisputed kings of Asia. After mocking the Korean media, Chinese fans' attention returned to the NBA as the Asian Championship concluded. By then, the Summer League was over. The Trail Blazers had achieved a 121 record in Orlando, ranking 1st among the 13 NBA teams participating. This type of event primarily featured free agents and rookies with a competitive level far below that of the regular season, though still significantly higher than Gao's college games. Wearing his glasses, McMillan sat in his office reviewing a data report faxed to him, leading the team to a 121 record, averaging 31, 3.17, 3 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 free assists per game. This was the report card Gao produced during the Orlando Summer League. Given that the Summer League at that time had not yet been officially incorporated into the NBA's regular events, lacking regular season awards, playoff honors, or even a championship, Gao couldn't bring back several trophies, like 2009's #1 pick Blake Griffin. Otherwise, he surely would have. The outstanding performances of Gao and Ellis thrilled many Portland fans. They had thought landing Gao as the #1 pick was the biggest surprise of the year, but the high school guard included as a trade throw-in turned out to be an unexpected bonus. 22, 3.6, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 free rebounds per game. These numbers were on par with last year's first-round pick for the Magic Jameer Nelson and the 76ers future star Andre Iguodala. The Bucks management was now deeply regretful not for losing Gao, but for the second-round pick Monta Ellis they had included as a throw-in to balance the trade. With such stats and the attacking prowess he displayed on the court, wasn't he worth at least a first-round pick? In fact, in the original timeline, Jarrett Jack, the 22nd pick traded from the Nuggets to the Trailblazers, averaged less than 15 points per game in the Utah Rocky Mountain Summer League, his performance completely overshadowed by Ellis, the throw-in for the #1 pick. They could have snagged a versatile combo guard with scoring ability, potentially even an all-star with proper development, but now he was gone. Chinese fans even coined a catchy name for the Ellis and Gao duo, AI to AI to combination. Two rookies capable of producing such stats and performances in the Summer League had clearly proven their readiness for the NBA. Do not underestimate the Summer League's quality. In later years, many seasoned European League players seeking an NBA contract would come to compete in the Summer League. However, very few managed to stand out and get selected by an NBA team. 19 years later, wasn't there a young Chinese player who, after going undrafted, chose to stay and play in the Summer League waiting for an NBA contract? This was also a goldmine for NBA teams. In terms of competitiveness, the Summer League already surpassed 95 of basketball leagues worldwide. Niles Walker, the Trailblazers head trainer, have you prepared the training plan for Gao for the new season? McMillan dialed a phone number. Sir, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Gao's training team doesn't seem to trust us. They've rented a community training facility in Portland for closed-door training. Hearing this, he was visibly stunned. At that moment, Gao, who was relentlessly pushing Ellis through weight training, said, "Not enough. The intensity is far from enough. I might have to play the 5 spot in the new season. Post offense and gaining weight are essential." Hearing Gao constantly demand more specialized post drills, his head trainer Dave Smith couldn't help but emphasize the process of gaining weight will inevitably affect your shooting touch. Perhaps you could negotiate with the coach to return to the 4 spot. That way your defensive strengths will be maximized. Gao was fully aware that gaining weight would impact his shooting and that his most prominent asset was his help defense covering the area within the 3-point line. But he had no choice. This Trailblazers team was desperate for interior defense. They had Zach Randolph, who only attacked and never defended, Theo Ratliff, a stats patter, and Darius Miles, the Little Wolf King. Among the main interior players, over 2.05 meters tall, not a single one ranked in the top 50 in isolation defense efficiency. Gao had to maintain his original help defense efficiency while also enhancing his ability to guard against big centers, a frustrating necessity. After all, he was a true power forward. Most importantly, to maximize the effect of Mutombo's veteran player card, Gao's weight, strength, and physicality had to be maintained above the average level for NBA 4s and 5s. A weight of 110 kilograms was far from sufficient. Around 115 kilograms would be ideal. There was less than a week left before the start of the Trailblazers' preseason training camp for the new season. During this period, the Blazers management specially invited the Red Giant, Bill Walton, and the recently retired Roof of the World, Arvydas Sabonis, to develop Gao's interior offensive skills, including low-post footwork and back-to-the-basket techniques. McMillan had an in-depth conversation with Gao regarding whether he would play the center position in the new season. Nate McMillan, a legendary player for the Seattle Supersonics, whose number 10 jersey had been retired by the team, naturally felt a kinship with Gao, who also wore the number 10. As a rookie, McMillan once recorded 25 assists in a single game, a record that still stands for NBA rookies. Defensively, he was equally outstanding, earning 2 selections to the all-defensive second team. In the Western Conference semifinals this past May, he led a tense Supersonics locker room to a 6-game battle against the Spurs as head coach. Aside from Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, players like Danny Fortson, Jerome James, and Vitaly Potapenko, who were largely unreliable, managed to have their moments against the championship Spurs, a testament to McMillan's exceptional coaching ability to maximize his players' strengths. Upon joining the Trailblazers for the new season, the team management gave him a single directive to help young players like Gao and Monta Ellis grow rapidly. Developing rookies and role players was precisely his forte. He told Gao that if he wanted to play power forward, he would have to take on more of the team's dirty work and inevitably clash with the team's current core player Zach Randolph. In the 200,304 season, after veterans like Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen, and the Roof of the World had left, Randolph delivered the best season of his career, averaging 21 points and 10.5 rebounds, earning the NBA Most Improved Player award. Last season hampered by a back injury, Randolph played only 46 regular season games. Now fully recovered, he was determined to solidify his position as the team's leader. Moreover, after drafting Gao, the management carefully considered and ultimately decided to extend Randolph's contract with a 6-year, $84 million deal, building the roster around the two of them. Thus, conflicts over such issues were absolutely unacceptable. The team would not tolerate such a situation. If it occurred, one of them would have to leave, and Randolph likely knew that the one to go would probably not be Gao. So at least for his rookie season, Gao would have to play as the team's center. Soon the day of the Trailblazers preseason training camp arrived. Gao drove a newly purchased Night 15 to the Rose Center Arena, which had yet to be renamed. The Night XV, a super luxury armored SUV that years later would be Dwayne Johnson's vehicle in Fast 5. When he entered the locker room, several people were already seated inside. Boss Ellis was the first to look up and greet Gao. Gao himself wasn't sure why he had become this guy's big brother. After all, this guy was a year older than him, just sporting a youthful baby face. What Gao didn't know was that over the past few months, Ellis had come to genuinely respect this big brother who never forgot to include him in everything: training, meals, games, sleep. Well, they didn't sleep together, but spending almost every day together quickly forged a close bond between them. As for Ellis calling him boss, Gao speculated that perhaps those who hadn't attended college naturally held a certain awe for those who had. Ellis: yeah, right, definitely not, because you keep elbowing me in unanimously. Hey man, welcome aboard, rookie. A menacing-looking black man with a bald head stepped forward, extending his hand for a high five. However, his smile carried a hint of ill intent. Gao immediately sensed that this man meant trouble. Ruben Patterson, nicknamed self-proclaimed Kobe Stopper, once guarded Kobe Bryant in a game and then boasted to the media, calling himself the Kobe Stopper. In the very next game against the Lakers, he was dismantled, becoming a fleeting joke. Your locker is over there, he said with a sly grin, pointing to the locker closest to the door. Go check it out, China boy. We've got a special gift prepared for you. It looked like an ordinary locker, no different from the others. As Gao started to walk over, Ellis grabbed his arm. Don't worry, rookie, we wouldn't put towels covered in shit and piss homemade bombs or stinking socks in there. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his face so expressive that Gao felt an urge to elbow him in the face. The remaining players in the locker room were all league veterans: Joel Przybilla, the 9th pick in 2000, Darius Miles, the 3rd pick in 2000, dubbed the Mini Garnett, and shot-blocking specialist Theo Ratliff. They all looked at Gao with amusement, as if eager to see how the new number 1 pick would handle this hazing. Gao glanced at him, walked to the locker, and opened it. With a rustling sound, a cascade of colorful square packets spilled out like a waterfall. Condoms. Gao's eyelid twitched. He had braced himself for something like the prank Gilbert Arenas once pulled on a rookie, and this was what they gave him. Thank you, Ruben. But I think you could have waited until I had a girlfriend to give me this gift. Turning around, Gao walked up to Ruben Patterson, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a serious expression. This left the veteran stunned. You're not mad, Miles asked curiously. They wanted you to carry them from the locker room to the training court in front of the media. Oh, so that's the trap. Gao shrugged, showing an indifferent attitude. Patterson's expression soured. As they spoke, more Trailblazers players trickled in. What are you guys talking about? Looks like the rookies have already greeted you. Sebastian Telfair and Zach Randolph walked in one after another. Telfair greeted Gao with a familiar grin, then asked Patterson, so does the rookie like our gift? Thanks, I think I felt your enthusiasm. Gao replied with a seemingly genuine smile. The high school prodigy from Lincoln, New York froze, his smile vanishing. Turning to the others, he asked, didn't you tell the rookie he had to carry those things to the training court by himself? Why would I carry them there? Gao turned the tables. Calmly in front of all the Trailblazers players, he grabbed a handful of condoms and stuffed them into the nearby lockers, all while speaking in a composed tone. Let you all feel the rookie's enthusiasm. With the calmest demeanor, he delivered the most direct and effective counterattack. This bold move left everyone present in a state of disbelief, so much so that no one stepped in to stop him as he methodically stuffed a large handful of condoms into each of their lockers. Were rookies these days so audacious? That thought likely crossed every veteran's mind. Meanwhile, Gao's little brother Ellis watched his boss' fierce retaliation with almost palpable admiration. He had been a troublemaker in high school, always ready to respond to any malice on or off the court. But when Patterson had stuffed a box of condoms into his locker right in front of him, Ellis had chosen silence. Hazing rookies, veterans, initiating newcomers. It seemed to be the norm and an unspoken rule everywhere. Gao, still smiling, returned the gift prepared for him to every veteran in the locker room, including Randolph, who had remained silent throughout. Randolph sat in front of his locker watching this seemingly gentle and easygoing Chinese player respond to the challenge in the mildest yet strongest manner. This was Gao's first official encounter with Randolph. In the Trailblazers locker room, a powder keg ready to explode at any moment, an outward veneer of harmony masked attention where any slight disturbance could ignite a blast. That idiot, as dumb as a pig, you think your way of mocking the rookie is original. He didn't even bother to notice you. A discordant voice rang out from the corner, capturing everyone's attention. Theo Ratliff, sent to the Trailblazers in February last year as part of the trade involving Rasheed Wallace, was now a neutral figure in the locker room, whom no one dared to provoke. Not only was he one of the oldest players on the team, but also because of his honey badger nature, he spared no one and cursed at anyone who crossed him. Could you believe that in the 76ers team that once contended with the Lakers in the finals besides head coach Larry Brown, there was someone who dared to boss Allen Iverson around? Theo Ratliff claimed he not only dared to do it, but was traded away by management for doing so in exchange for his plus version, Dikembe Mutombo. Sure enough, upon hearing Ratliff publicly humiliate him, the equally rebellious Ruben Patterson dared not show any anger. Tisk, this guy, despite his ferocious appearance, only bullies the weak and fears the strong. During the 03-04 season, he violently elbowed and cursed at sophomore rookie Kentil Woods in a training session. The latter, being a team underdog, dared not complain. Somehow Zach Randolph stepped up to defend the young rookie, but Ruben Patterson didn't care about these two rookies and sprayed trash talk at Randolph as well. As the insults escalated, Randolph, lacking martial ethics, punched Patterson square in the face, momentarily stunning him. Without a second thought, Patterson lunged at Randolph and a fight ensued. The punch resulted in Randolph being suspended for 2 games and fined $100,000. Rumor has it that during a subsequent team gathering, Patterson showed up with a gun, but Randolph had gotten wind of it and hit at former teammate Dale Davis' house. However, when it came to Ratliff, who was older, had spent more time in the league, and had a more formidable gang background, Patterson didn't dare to utter a single word. Haha, you're right, Theo. Ruben's brain has no wrinkles. It's as smooth as an empty highway in the early morning. Charles Smith, a veteran returning to Portland after 3 years, and a close friend of Ruben Patterson, laughed heartily, delighted to see his friend in such an awkward and passive situation. His laughter quickly infected most of the players in the locker room. Almost everyone turned their mocking gaze toward Patterson, whose face darkened as if it might drip water. At that moment, few seemed to care about the 2 new rookies anymore. Gouda and Monta Ellis watched coldly from the sidelines. The spotlight had suddenly shifted from them, the rookies, to the veteran players, and they seemed out of place in this seemingly harmonious scene. They weren't the only ones out of place. There was also the perpetually silent Zach Randolph. He was the only lone wolf in the Trailblazers locker room. Even the notoriously loudmouth Patterson had a few friends in his own clique. Ever since Kentil Woods was sentenced by the court for animal abuse and subsequently cut from the team, Randolph had become a solitary black bear. No one on the team wanted to get close to him, even though he was the absolute offensive core of the Trailblazers frontcourt. Randolph silently watched his teammates laughing and cursing in the locker room. Everyone kept a deliberate distance from him, and he had no desire to integrate into their cliques. Slap. A large black sports bag landed in front of him, the prominent Nike logo catching Randolph's attention. Randolph looked up with a sour expression, ready to see which clueless fool was looking for trouble on the first day of training camp. But Gauda's smiling face suddenly came into view. Hey man, excuse me. I think I need a temporary locker for my stuff. All noise in the locker room suddenly ceased. Gouda didn't need to turn around to know that everyone was watching him. More precisely, they were watching Randolph's reaction. This clueless guy has already offended me, and now he's actively seeking out the dumbest person on the team. The self-proclaimed Kobe stopper looked on with anticipation, secretly hoping that Randolph and the Chinese #1 pick would engage in a real man's onion in the locker room. Ellis stared intently at Randolph sitting before him, his eyes filled with vigilance. If this terrorist-looking guy started a fight with the boss, should I call the cops immediately, or help the boss by grabbing his legs to give him an advantage? It just goes to show that lacking a college education really shows. At this moment, the smartest move would be to find the coaching staff to resolve the issue, but Ellis was thinking about calling the police. Once the police arrive, whoever it is will be in big trouble. That's the worst solution. Gouda and Randolph locked eyes for a long moment. Randolph wondered if Gauda's action was a provocation. After all, one was the team's current interior core, and the other was a surefire future core. Conflict during the transition between old and new was inevitable. You want the locker next to mine. Simple. Beat me, and my locker is yours. But if you lose, get the hell out of here. Randolph's eyes burned with intensity as he looked up at Gouda, who towered over him, radiating hostility from every pore. Gouda maintained a smile on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing. Were all the members of this Trailblazers team manic depressives with delusions of grandeur? Why did they always want to fight at the drop of a hat? He just wanted to change lockers. He understood the double meaning in Randolph's words, and so did his teammates. On the contrary, these troublemakers were itching to see the two of them beat each other's brains out, only to be punished by the team or the league, so they could enjoy the spectacle. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Gouda and Randolph, waiting for Gauda's response. Ellis tugged at Gouda, signaling him not to act impulsively. His subtle movement was noticed by the veterans. Van Exel, the former Lakers' 6th man of the year, whistled at him. Second-round rookie, this is a battle of giants in the paint. You little bean sprout better not get trampled. Haha. The locker room erupted in laughter again. No one stepped in to stop the situation. Everyone wore gleeful expressions, eager for chaos. It was hard to imagine that 7 months later this very team would pull off one of the most stunning Black 8 miracles in NBA history. The first day I joined the team was far from as smooth as I had imagined. Every teammate here acted like a disgruntled 19th century African commodity, beaten hundreds of times by plantation owners for picking cotton too slowly. They looked down their noses at everyone with a defiant air, as if all had oppressed them for their inefficiency in cotton picking. Fortunately, just as God opens a window, he closes a door. I was astonished to find these fellows weren't too bright. How should I put it? As long as you present them with something convincing, they'll willingly bow at your feet. Take Morant, North American Plantations, Cotton, and Fists. The above is from Chapter 1 of Gauda's Pioneer Diary. On the first training day of the new season, McMillan and his coaching staff set up the court early at the training facility. By the time Gowda and other players changed into their practice gear and entered the equipment venue and trainers were all ready, McMillan gathered the team and introduced Gowda Ellis and the newly transferred Juan Dixon and Steve Blake to the veteran players. This is the first official day we meet, and it's also my first formal training session as head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers. I don't want anyone making excuses to skip or leave midway. Having been an NBA player himself with a career that surpassed most in the room, McMillan's words carried considerable weight with these troublemakers. At least today, none of them dared any tricks, behaving perfectly normal. But later on, no one could guarantee. The first day of training camp wasn't intense. Gowda even found it less tiring than his daily drills at Wake Forest University. After several rounds of sprints, he was the fastest on the team. Watching the veteran players who had all gained weight over the offseason, some with extra flab around their waists, panting and out of breath, Gowda realized he had overestimated NBA players' self-discipline. Only representative players with long careers like Jordan James and Kobe could maintain their physiques year after year, even during the offseason. Even stars like AI and T-Mac were often reported by the media for binge eating during the offseason, needing several games to regain form, a common occurrence every season. Let alone a team like the Trail Blazers packed with lazy troublemakers. After several rounds of fitness tests, McMillan's brow alternated between tight frowns and joyful smiles, making him seem as erratic as a mental patient. But only he knew his joy came from Gowda topping consecutive sprints and agility tests, even outpacing quick guards like Sebastian Telfair, which reassured him of Gowda's personal training team. Despite gaining several kilograms of muscle, Gowda's speed, agility, and stamina hadn't declined, proving the trainer's professionalism. What worried him was the Trail Blazers players' terrible self-discipline, as shown by the latest internal fitness data. Ruben Patterson and Zach Randolph had each gained 33 pounds, about 15 kilograms, in just 3 months, looking like sponges soaked in butter, cans swelling to the point of oozing fat at a touch. And these were just 2 examples. Key players like Theo Ratliff, Juan Dixon, and Joel Przybilla had also visibly gained weight. After about 2.5 hours of morning training, nearly all teammates cast surprised or curious glances at Gowda, puzzled how a center over 10 meters tall and weighing about 115 kilograms could top all 3 tests in stamina, speed, and lateral movement. Due to Yao Ming Deji and the Korean big man Ha Sung-jin, currently undeveloped by the Trail Blazers, they had a stereotype of Asian interior players as traditional centers with poor stamina, slow speed, and reliance on half-court sets. But someone like Gowda, with his outstanding physical gifts and explosive athleticism, truly shattered their worldview. After morning training, every Trail Blazers practice jersey was soaked. When Coach McMillan dismissed them, not a single player moved to leave the court. What's this? Had these scoundrels developed a conscience and decided to do extra practice? The coaching staff exchanged puzzled glances, all turning to McMillan. What's going on? Did I forget something? He asked, sternly facing the players. The veterans dawdled, looking at the ceiling or wandering around, unwilling to follow the assistant coaches back to the locker room for post-training treatment. These troublemakers who loved to stir things up were surprisingly loyal in this regard. Gowda felt utterly exasperated. Sensing something amiss, McMillan singled out the newest rookie, Monta Ellis, the lowest on the totem pole. Tell me what's happening, rookie. Huh, me, coach. Ellis was unlucky enough to be called out immediately, reminding him of his high school days, when he'd be singled out by the teacher to rat on his friends during detentions. But the kid was tough and refused to sell out his teammates, earning approval from the veterans. The 3 bonds of brotherhood: sharing school, sharing fire, and sharing women. Congratulations to Ellis for achieving 2 out of 3 on his first day. The last bond was surely near, as the veterans were eager to share the Blazers' tradition of eating fruit platters with the rookie. Coach Zach and I have a 21-point unyielding challenge, and I invited the teammates to cheer on the sidelines. Gowda stepped forward to save his little brother from the dilemma. Ellis shot him a grateful look while Patterson and others stared at the Chinese rookie in surprise. Was this guy so bold? He was going to spill the bet he made with Randolph. Even more surprising, McMillan didn't look too upset, just glanced between Gowda and Randolph. All right, make it quick. The logistics team will come in to clean the court before noon. Then he led the coaching staff away, unconcerned that these troublemakers might start a fight. Last season under Coach Cheeks, these guys often caused internal conflicts and even physical altercations. He just left. Patterson and the veterans were stunned. The new coach seemed pretty easygoing, trusting them. A bunch of volatile explosives to gather without supervision. All right, let's get started. I can't wait to see Zach teach our little number 1 pick a lesson. Theo Ratliff said excitedly, pulling out a crumpled $100 bill. Place your bets, folks. First come, first served. I bet 50 on Zach. Zach 50. I bet 150 on Zach. I bet 200 on Gow. Sheesh, Travis Outlaw, where'd you get that money? Why does it stink? Hell, I hid it in my underwear in case the new coach searched us. Holy shit. X11. As the betting heated up, Randolph and Gowda walked back onto the court and set the rules. 3s count as 2, 2s count as 1. First to 21 wins, possession changes on consecutive makes. Any objections? Gowda nodded in agreement. Good, I want bully you, rookie. You go first. Randolph sneered and tossed him the ball. Gowda stood beyond the 3-point line. Randolph didn't bother defending the 3, taking a step back. Then swish. Shit. Randolph turned to watch the net, still swaying, stunned. The rookie could shoot 3s. Gowda smiled. Did he really think low 3-point rating meant he couldn't hit them? And leaving that much space, anyone who could play would luck in a couple. 20 Zach, you coward. The rookie just shot right in your face. Get off if you can't handle it. Patterson and the others jeered from the sidelines. Randolph got fired up, grabbing the ball and driving hard into Gauda's chest. Keep going, damn rookie. This time he dared not give Gauda space, reaching in to block his shooting vision and pressing tight to prevent any dribble penetration. Throughout his career, Randolph was often criticized for lazy defense and lack of effort, but his actual defensive efficiency wasn't low. In other words, his sheer weight alone could hold off most big centers in the league. But Gauda wasn't a center, he was a true power forward. During the back-to-the-basket battle, Gauda seemingly casually turned and threw a sharp elbow into Randolph's shoulder. As Randolph let out a pained groan, Gauda used the chance to dribble past him in one step, driving to the basket for a slam dunk finish. Holy crap, did I see that? That Chinese rookie just elbowed Zach in the offense. The sideline crowd was incredulous. They had expected a one-sided slaughter by Randolph, or maybe a physical altercation from rough play, but they never thought Gauda would be the one to provoke first. Ellis' admiration practically turned into little stars. His boss was so tough, elbowing the notorious league bully Randolph. Damn, that was a real hardcore move. No joke. After that elbow, the mockery on the sideline faces faded, and they began to take the unknown seriously, or rather they started respecting the rookie #1 pick on the court. Good, very good. You've successfully pissed me off. Randolph cursed through gritted teeth, clutching his unusually painful shoulder. But he didn't truly lose his temper, because in the Trail Blazers, or in this era's NBA, that's how the game was played. He now took Gauda seriously, and in the next possession, he defended so tightly that Gauda couldn't even enter the paint, forced to stop near the free throw line. Swish. But that didn't mean Gauda's attack failed. The height and reach advantage allowed him to shoot easily over Randolph's defense, hitting a mid-range fadeaway after contact. Whoa, the kid even had a textbook turnaround jumper. Starting guard Telfair Stephon Marbury's nephew couldn't help but praise him. Now he had no objections to Gauda being the 2005 NBA #1 pick. With his explosive style, defensive coverage, spanning the three-point line, athletic talent, and a hint of soft shooting touch. If this guy had been in their draft class last year, the top pick would never have gone to that grinning high schooler. Randolph's face was completely red. If this kept up, even if he won, he'd lose face in the locker room. So in the next possession, he seized the moment, aggressively stripping the ball from Gauda. Now it was his turn. He would go on a run to finish the game and show the kid the gap between them. Zach's serious now. He might just close this out. Theo Ratliff cheered from the sideline, having bet $100 on Randolph. Randolph slowly dribbled into the paint. Gauda knew he was a slippery, agile fat man who could easily bull his way to the basket for a finish, so he didn't dare try a steal. This gave Randolph the chance for a mid-range step-back shot. But instead of a clean swish, there was only the sound of fingertips scraping the ball's underside, altering the arc as it grazed the net. Fuck. What the fuck? The court erupted in American profanity.